points.
No, they will get maybe four. I think it's 4 batting points because they have 300 and if they had
Over
350, they had to have 350 before the 110 overs. Anything after that is just you're wasting time batting.
Right.
You basically, if you get bowled out and you lose 9 wickets, then you get the opposition the three bowling points.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So in this case now, if the Leeward Islands gets another wicket, they will get the maximum bowling points.
Okay.
And if a fast bowler gets it, they have an additional 0.2.
Right.
So I think the thought process for the teams, they need to think about if you're playing in a competition and this is a way to attract points, and to get you in a good position to win the competition. These are the things that you need to play for. You not just come out and bat for batting's sake, for bowling's sake.
Definitely, because for example, with the time left, if there was first innings result, then Hurricanes could say, all right, with whatever time left, they could bat to try and chase down whatever Trinidad make. Archibald in with the first delivery of the morning, and that's played nicely by Kerry Pierre towards point for a comfortable single. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up and running. They move on to 369 for 8. And Pierre is on 10. Imran Khan on 67. Yes, so whatever time was left, they'd say, let's say Trinidad and Tobago, let's say they get 400. They'd have that amount of time to chase down the 400. Or whatever remaining time is left in today and tomorrow being the last day. But without a first innings result, then that's fruitless. They've still got to play, as you say, with mind on the points to get as many points as they can out of the situation.
Yes, indeed. So, batting for so long after 110 overs doesn't make sense unless it's probably the second innings where you're trying to save the game. Or whatever, if you don't want the team to get an outright win. But if you already batted 110 overs, whatever total you get, it might as well you declare.
Right.
and go try to get some bowling points.
Yes.
Because there isn't any.
Because otherwise you're giving points to the opposition, as you say. If Leewards pick up another wicket here, because we're into the 115th over.
Yeah. So
Trinidad could have declared overnight. Right.
Yeah, of course they should have. When you after you pass 110 overs and you reach certain targets, you have already gotten your quota of points from the batting. Kezwan Archibald comes out this morning with a few shorties.
Test in the middle of the pitch, for the first time in the match.
Yeah, I know.
Two
maybe
consecutive bounces to Imran Khan, who just lets them go through.
We haven't seen that. We haven't seen any bunks, Joe. Maybe 1 or 2 in both games.
Right.
But now we are fortunate to see
2
consecutive, 2 in a row. It's all happening here.
Archibald in again to Imran Khan, and this delivery is fending at it. Another rising delivery outside off stump. Definitely played at that one, but no edge through to the keeper.
So. And Imran Khan looks a different player than yesterday.
Yes.
He was well composed, stroking the ball with a lot of time. And now that you're bowling a bit more aggressively, the bouncers, they are not really out and out quick bumpers, but at least you put some thought or some fear in his mind. And this is the type of cricket that I think that West Indies board is trying to attract.
Right.
In the point system and so. But look at that again.
Again, another
better effort.
Short delivery, but steered down past second slip for a single. So that gets Imran Khan going this morning. He moves on to 68. The score 370 for 8. Yes, well, they're trying to encourage fast bowling, isn't it? Because of the lack of fast bowling, and it was the spinners that have been dominating first class cricket for quite a while now. Good to see Rakim Cornwall on the ground this morning. He was off for the majority of the final session yesterday. This one is down the leg side by Archibald to Pierre, who doesn't make contact. And the first over of the third day's play is completed. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 370 for 8, with Imran Khan on 68 and Pierre on 10.
Yeah, so, if I was in the Leeward Island instead, I would, try and bowl my fast bowlers to get at least one more wicket and plus fast bowling points. Because, I mean, the coaches and the management team and the captain and so, they have to be alert to these. Aware, yeah. You have to be aware to what the playing conditions are, especially in a competition where you're trying to win the competition.
Right.
It seems like the thought process, the knowledge of the system is not.
It's not fully there.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What the purpose of Trinidad keep on batting?
No, yes, yeah.
just to give away points.
Yeah, well,
because you can't achieve nothing.
Well, it's an excellent point that you make, though, Sylvester, because they're basically all they're going to achieve this morning is giving the opposition points.
That's all, because there is nothing else that you can achieve, not unless you think Imran can get in 100, going to get him back in West Indies team. I don't know.
At his age?
Yeah, but it doesn't. I mean, give me a break. You have to have the thought process, and when you look at the point system, it helps to improve the cricket and the mindset of the cricketers.
Right.
But they're still in this old frame of mind.
Right. Old-fashioned mode.
Old, yeah.
Jeremiah Louis take up the attack from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Another short ball that Imran Khan avoids. So the message is clear this morning. Good to see Colin Archibald start off this morning as well.
Well, Seth always believed that Colin's supposed to get the new ball. He should have the first ball. This morning he started off, with not a new ball, but a fairly hard ball, and he started off positively with a few bouncers.
Louis in again to Khan, who's looking to steer this down towards the third man area. Cut off there, and there is no run.
That short mid-wicket, I would love to see him somewhere in that gully point area. Too much runs.
A lot of runs, especially yesterday afternoon.
And Khan still looks like, that is one of his scoring areas. So I think a fielder in that area would be more productive than that fielder in short mid-wicket.
Another short ball there by Louis. It goes through to the keeper as Imran Khan ducks under it. Yes, they've got a slip and a gully and a deep backward point on the boundary. Short extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg and a fine leg. In comes Jeremiah Louis into Khan, and Khan is poking at that one, just drops it. Takes off for a quick single while run again. Takes him up to 69 and the score 371 for 8. So we're pleased to say that we should get a full day's playing. The time lost over the first 2 days started half an hour earlier this morning at 9:30 local time, and at the moment patchy clouds, but nothing threatening as the sun beams down on us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Now the left-handed Kyrie Pierre back on strike. 2 slips in a gully for Pierre. Still the man on the deep backward point boundary. Another bouncer there by Louis, this time to Pierre, but he ducks under it, lets it go through to keeper Hamilton, and there's no run. So the plan for the Leeward Islands is obvious this morning. We'll pepper them with some short balls and see how the lower order of the Red Force handle it. They look to pick up the remaining 2 wickets. Louis again runs away from us now into Pierre, and Pierre's getting a good delivery, leaves him just outside the off stump, but he did well, dropped his hands, evaded it, ended the over. So he ended the second over here on day 3, and Trinidad and Tobago moved on to 371 for 8 with Imran Khan on 69 and Kerry Pierre on 10.
Yeah, and as we see so far, just a bit of effort, you have 2 short deliveries in this over in the previous over, but the effort and the length of the bowler is more aggressive, and you see the difference in the batters playing away from their body, trying to edge the ball so easily just by just put in just a bit more effort, and looking at the field, even though the effort of the fast bowlers is to be more aggressive, the field placement remain the same.
Right.
There is no
yes.
short leg.
No.
These are what, number 9 and 10.
And this deep
Ma-
backward
deep
point,
backwards, yeah.
is
Look at
that. Straight in the air, which would have gone straight to a normal point, turns into a comfortable single for Imran Khan. Score goes on to 372 for 8. But you're right, it's amazing what a bit of effort does, because we saw that ball late yesterday evening from Colin Archibald that really took off and troubled Imran Khan. But that was the only ball. It was the only ball for the entire match, or the only ball if you'd like to take the first 2 rounds into consideration. The only ball we've seen aggression, if you like,
yeah.
from the Leewards attack. Archibald in again to the left-handed Pierre, and he flicks that off his legs, aerial, but quite safe as the deep backward square leg in Kofi James is out on the boundary. So he picks up another one. He goes to 11, and the score 373 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, the cricket overall look a lot to be desired. And I'm talking not only from the players' perspective. I think the management, the coaches, for what we're seeing, maybe people may think that you're harsh or whatever, but this is not the way to go.
Right.
This is this cannot help, improve our cricket in any way. This type of level, when you look at even first-class cricket in the different countries, England, Australia, South Africa.
They're always looking to get on with it. They're always looking to make a game of it.
I mean, this is the way to go now. With
Right.
With the T20, T10, cricket is a much more, positive game, a lot more intent. And our cricket is just like
stagnant,
man. I don't know. We can't continue in this way. We have that change of mindset of not only the players but the coaches as well.
One steered nicely by Khan to deep backward point for another comfortable single. So even though change of attitude this morning by the 2 opening bowlers in Colin Archibald and Jeremiah Louis to look to be more aggressive with the ball. Trinidad and Tobago still just rolling along nicely, but
374 for 8.
374 and building.
Yeah. Building for what?
One wonders. In comes Archibald to Pierre, and Pierre's.
The effort this morning looks like a fast bowler,
Yes.
Now he looks like a real fast bowler running in. He seems sometimes and he also tends to, I think, with the captaincy, because maybe these bowlers realize that if they're bowling well, he's going to give them like 8 to 10 overs.
Right.
So they in fact, in try of running in a bowl 3, 4, 5 fast overs to your max, you try to preserve energy for the longevity of the other overs.
Right. And that one very high, very wide, no troubling Kerry Pierre to end the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 374 for 8, and Pierre is on 11, and Imran Khan 71. And it's been an excellent 71. In fact, that just about took the game away from Leeward Islands Hurricanes yesterday. They got the wicket, finally got the wicket of Darren Bravo for exactly 100. And at that stage, I think they were about 160 odd for 5. And the Leewards would have thought they could wrap up the innings, go through the remaining 5 wickets. But Imran Khan come out with a brilliant attitude, played some positive cricket, excellent shots, and he's still there this morning looking just as comfortable. Louis starts a new over, and that one's defended by Khan, and there's no run.
Louis has bowled well, 3 wickets, 57 runs from 24 overs. He has bowled well. Sheena Berridge in Spurs. Colin Archibald continues to, be the pick of the bowlers in terms of his consistency and the areas that he bowls, And
lofted high over the mid-wicket region into the boundary for 4. And a good positive shot there by Imran Khan. He moves to 75 and the score 378 for 8.
Yeah, lovely shot, good control. Imran Khan can bat. These are proper batters. Shots. When he plays his shots, he has a good balance. Just timing and flair. That one had a little flair, whipping over mid-wicket.
Yeah, a bit of class about that shot.
He can bat.
Louis in again, and he chases a wide one. Outside off stump, but no edge found through to the keeper, and there's no run. So given that we believe that not just Trinidad, I'm not singling out the Red Force by any stretch of the imagination, but they've misread the plot, or they haven't studied the form as they should.
But maybe
if they're
Jamaica
still playing old-fashioned style, what are they looking at? 400 and then declare?
Probably. I don't know. It seems so, but maybe Jamaica understood a bit of it because the way that we see Jamaica bat,
right? And the way they fought back a couple of times.
Yeah, and even the lower half, they were still going. So probably they realized, it's not about how much the opposition make. It's all about the you score 250 to 299. You get 2 points within the 110 overs.
Right.
300 to 340, 49. You get three points. And you go up and up 350 to 399. You get 4 points, and the maximum is from 400 to 449. That's where you get the maximum 5 points. All this within the 110 overs. It's not that you bat first and then you score this and you get it has to be done within a certain number of overs, which is 110.
Right.
So your target as a team, you should try to accomplish getting these totals, these points.
And then if you do bat the 110, whatever you've got, that's it.
Be
happy with that.
Yeah, you don't want to give the opposition. Because if the opposition bowls you out, whether with spin bowling or fast bowling, they still will get bowling points.
Right.
But with the additional fast bowlers getting wickets now, they have fast bowling points. So it's not that also you have to be bowling all fast bowlers or all spinners. You can use what you have in a positive way. So those are the targets that you need to set up your team around. It's not just coming out and just playing and batting for 2 days play according to the system.
Right.
Yeah. And we haven't seen that. And this is a perfect example.
So I'll ask you another question. In this scenario, if the Leewards have realized if we bowl them out, we'll get the extra points. Why? And they've come out in the aggressive nature with ball in hand from Archibald and Louis. But why isn't the field set accordingly
to get them out?
Get them out.
I don't know. This is what we're talking about. The system sets for you to play positive cricket, But we're not seeing it on a consistent basis. We're not seeing like the teams recognizes the importance of playing in a certain way and trying to achieve the targets, But it's sad because it's all there. It's all right there. And it's been happening for years.
Right. Turned nicely off the hip by Khan off that delivery from Archibald down to fine leg for a single. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force rolling on. They're up to 380 now for 8. Khan moves to 77.
Colin Archibald keeps plugging away. 24 overs for 89 runs. He's a bit more expensive than Jeremiah, But he got in the wicket column. He got 2. But his areas, I think he been unfortunate.
Couple of drop
catches, yeah.
He's in again to Pierre, and that beats Pierre. Good delivery, that one by Archibald. Pitched up, moving away. So with the break coming up after all matches in this round, which will be completed tomorrow, maybe I don't think it starts back. The third round starts about the 15th of March or so. So they got a good month. As Archibald, a wide lifting delivery, but too wide to trouble Pierre. A good time to reassess.
That one should be wide in any cricket.
Wide, yeah. Yeah. In any cricket, should be
any
wide.
cricket, yeah. But for the Leeward Islands, fortunately, we have in the Leeward Islands tournament for the first time in 10 years.
Yes.
The Chile tournament, which I think should be very competitive. You have a lot of young, upcoming stars who many think should be in this Leeward Island setup. So now they have a chance to showcase their skills. Albeit it's not long enough. I don't believe it's long enough, but the opportunity that you get that presents to you, you have to try and prepare yourself as best as possible that you can go and execute your skills. Okay, you never know. You don't know when this opportunity is going to come again.
Yeah, true.
And so I'm really looking forward to it. I should be going down to St. Kitts. So I'm St. Kitts Nevis. So I'm really looking forward to see what we have in the Leeward Island. I have an idea of some of the talent because of the youth system, and they came to, so it should be exciting. And some of these guys that have been around in the franchise for a number of years. Poor feeling they were mountain Hodge. Poor feeling.
Yeah, straight through Monson Hodge there in the gully, and it rolls into the boundary for 4 to complete the over. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force rolling along, 384 for 8. Pierre moves up to 15, and Imran Khan is on 77.
Yeah, you got to give you a better effort than that when the bowler is really running in, bending in his back, and we have seen this morning especially. You have to give a better outing than that in the field. Support the bowlers. It's disheartening as a bowler where you're working so hard and you feel that it's not backing you up sufficiently enough.
Jeremiah Louis about to continue the attack from this is the Curtly Ambrose end. Ball into Imran Khan with a slip gully. Deep backward point.
Maybe someone from the board needs to explain the point system, because it seems...
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is good delivery by Louis. Cut back. Beats the inside.
It seems like
of Imran Khan's bat.
Yeah, it seems like, all and Sanjay in the important position supposed to understand this.
Well,
but I don't know, maybe
that's what they have managers and coaches for.
Yeah, but maybe I don't know, maybe we're not maybe we're the ones that are not understanding it. So maybe
I think you explained it pretty well, Sylvester, this morning. But that's what I mean with the break coming up. Then all teams can say, so sit down and say, listen, this is the objectives, and this is how we can reach these objectives if you want to win the championship, which I presume you do, and run through the rules and regulations on the competition with them. Give them a refresher if they've already done it and they've forgotten or can't help bad habits, or not bad habits, but old habits,
Well, I don't know, because at this level, it's all level 3 coaches. They've gone to the system.
True.
They've earned their badges. So these are simple things that you should know.
Right.
I mean, I'm a level 2 coach, and even before that, you're supposed to identify these things in order to get the players in a state of mind to play, to certain plans, to certain situation of the game, and to play positive cricket. So they're supposed to be abreast with what's happening, but I don't know if they are, because we are not seeing it on a consistent basis.
No, and you bring up an excellent point, though, Sylvester. What you said this morning. I mean, you get in situations like this where basically Trinidad and Tobago, if they get bowled out, are going a long way of keeping the Leeward Islands in the competition by giving them points that they didn't necessarily need to earn.
Yeah. I mean, come on. There's no. I don't see the reason why Trinidad should be continuing batting. We lost basically
true, especially with the time loss.
Yeah, the time.
And you've already got 360 odd on the board overnight.
Yeah, you wanna get them out. You wanna get your full quota of your bowling points. And what we have seen, they're not not unless they have some other bowler that we don't know, fast bowler that we don't know about.
Right.
So they forfeited most of their fast bowling points already. Maybe they are 1 or 2, but their attack is based mainly on the spinners.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to come and bowl out the team as quickly as possible. And these points relate mainly to batting points we made to the first innings.
Right.
But the fast bowlers, in terms of fast bowling points, that carries throughout the game.
Okay.
Yeah, throughout the game. So you have to base your game around that situation.
Jeremiah Louis with another short delivery, but tennis ball bounce, easily evaded by Imran Khan to bring the over to an end. He remains on 78. Pierre is on 16. And the score, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 386 for 8.
Well, we have seen some positive in terms of the bowling attack this morning from these two bowlers. The energy, the effort, is very, very good. And I hope that from now on that they will continue to put in that sort of effort, whenever you get the opportunity to bowl. You're a fast bowler, you run in and bowl aggressively. Whether 2-3 overs, whatever you get, run in and bowl the ball.
Right.
And then hopefully as you do that on a consistent basis, you can let the captain know, look, this is the field that I want to bowl at, and hopefully that he will support you. But this is the type of cricket that you want to see, positive cricket. We need a wicket. So whether they get a wicket now because it's 9 or 10 wickets, whether they get a wicket now, they get maximum bowling points.
Right. Top shot there by Kerry Pierre.
Poor feeling
straight
again there.
Through. Carty there at short extra cover into the boundary. 4 runs.
And these fielders are not supporting the bowlers at all. The effort this morning that these bowlers are putting in. And the fielders, not putting their bodies on the line. Look at that. No, that is not good.
It was hit firmly, but hit straight to him.
You got to put your body on the line. You got to put your body on the line, Terry.
Yes, definitely. In all walks of life, Sylvester. Put your body on the line. Wholehearted effort. Archibald into Pierre. And Pierre's slashing at this one. Takes the top edge, but falls safely over gully. And they've come back for 2. Quite sure if there was 2 there.
Yeah, man.
And Mikhail Louis is on the ground. Rakim Cornwall is gone off again. So obviously something troubling him. As we said earlier, when we first came on air, that it was good to see him on the field this morning first up, as he was off for the majority of the final session, extended final session last evening. One squares Pierre up, but lobs into the gully region where Hayden Walsh Jr. does the fielding, and there's no runs, so 392 for 8. Pierre's on 22 of 35 deliveries, so a good little cameo. They're lower order. Well, as we were saying yesterday, they do bat deep, the Red Force, but they've all chipped in, even. But I thought yesterday Leewards missed a trick by not putting enough pressure on Terence Hines when he first came in. He ended up getting a half century. That one red, swayed out the way the last minute, Pierre.
Is this the same pitch that we were playing?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah.
Wow.
Looks different, doesn't it?
Wow. It's not the same pitch.
Viewers, they moved
it's the same pitch. It's just the effort from the ballers this morning.
Yes.
But one begs to wonder, why is it that you have a deep point when Gary Pierre these guys are hitting the ball right at point, the regular point in the air.
Yes.
For the whole morning, with the effort of these fast bowlers. And come on.
Yeah, the field never changes. To the left-hand Pierre is the deep backward point, and to the right-handed Khan, the same fielder stays there and becomes a deep backward square leg, which you can understand because they're trying to entice him into the hook shot. But for the left-hander, if he was in his traditional position, close in, at point or backward point, he would have the opportunity of at least 2 or 3 catches this morning, Sylvester.
Yeah, precisely. I guess they don't want to get him out. They don't want to get that 9th wicket. I don't know.
Archibald down the leg side. Missed by Pierre. Shy at the stumps by Hamilton.
You can see the frustration with Archibald, because he's putting in that effort and he's not getting the support. But as I say, as a fast bowler, I like, my fast bowlers understand which field they want to bowl to, and they talk to the captain and let the captain know, look, I'm going to bowl to this field. I want to bowl to this field. And if when I start bowling and I'm not bowling to that field, then skipper, you can set your field.
Right,
but they're just allowing the skipper to set all kind of shabby field, I would say.
Yeah, and very negative field settings that we've noticed from Jamal Hamilton. And Louis is about to start a new over from the commentary box. So Sir Curtly Ambrose entered the ground. Trinidad Tobago moved on nicely this morning, apart from the aggression shown by Louis and Archibald to 392 for 8. Imran Khan will be on strike.
Wonder what's the target you think for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
I guess it's 400. I mean, I don't see the sense. I mean, even if you take the point system and the way the championship is set up, if you're just looking at it as a normal cricket match, with the time lost, if you're pushing for victory, or you're the one with the runs on the board, so you can dictate terms, then you would have declared overnight, wouldn't you? You'd say, well, we've got enough, almost 360 or 370, and we need to try and pick up 20 wickets. So I'm not quite sure. Or they're just batting themselves into better form.
Well, Imran can show that he's in good forms.
Excellent.
So maybe Gary Pierre start to look like he's picking some forms now. Maybe he opened.
Well, he opened last week.
So they probably don't want to give him a good knock.
Louis in again to Khan. That one's wide outside the off stump. Khan has nothing to do with it. After this over, you hear the voice of Seth Burton for the first time this morning. All raring to go.
But the partnership now is 39, the lower half, the middle order and the lower half. They have a few partnerships well coming down at the back end there. I think that really placed them in a very strong position.
It put paid to the Leewards, didn't it?
Yeah.
Never got the opportunity, but of course the Leewards, only their self to blame though. They 3 chances to Bravo before he got the 100. And a couple of chances to Karan.
He got a couple of chances as well.
That was a 101 run partnership.
Yeah. Terence Hines, he batted well.
He did bat well, yeah. 50, 51, 52 or so he made. It's clipped nicely off the hip by Khan to deep backward square leg. Another comfortable single. He moves to 79. The score 393 for 8.
I think the pitch looks like a good pitch too. I think the bunks seems like he has a little bunks and pace if you put in the effort, and
looks like it's coming through a bit better.
Yeah, I think the spinners, if they bowl consistently in the right areas, they can have some success. So it's a good pitch, Kudos to the curator again.
Yes.
They are producing wickets, pitches that can, gain result, positive.
Something in it for everyone.
Yeah, from positive cricket.
Right. Louis into Pierre, and Pierre just shoulders arms, lets that through to Hamilton.
That's what they want in a tournament. You need good pitches. Many people complain about the pitches in the Caribbean, this and the pitches in the Caribbean, that. But really and truly, the players are putting in that effort that you really need when you look at it.
Good point, and I don't believe they are. I think they rest on that. It's a perfect excuse. There's nothing in the wicket.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And I think it's just the culture that we're creating. They gain everything so easy these days.
Right.
The system just set for them to, just show up.
Right. So the want is not there.
Yeah, man,
as much as it should be. The
on.
levels. Yes.
You gotta work hard, man. You gotta try and work hard to be the best that you can.
Louis round the wicket to Pierre, who strokes it nicely through the cover region, and it will beat the fielder into the rope. 4 more to Pierre, gaining in confidence. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 397 for 8. Imran Khan is on 79, and Pierre is on 26. More comments from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, and then for the first time this morning, you'll hear the voice of Seth Burton.
Yeah, very good shot there by Carripier. Just lean gracefully, let the bat flows, head over the ball, and he picked the gap really, really well. They were calling Archibald in the deep point position, but because he has had a long spell this morning, and I know he is tiring a bit, so he that took an extra effort from him to get to that ball which he didn't have, so that's a beautiful shot. 2 covers there by Carripier in the boundary for 4. Welcome, Seth. Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
You're well battened down in that jacket.
Yes, gotta do it to keep warm. These days are getting cold, plus the AC that you guys have accommodated. So it is warm on the outside, though. Pretty warm. The Leewards, I saw Archibald warming up to some good short pitch bowling. I'm wondering where that was all the time.
We all are wondering that.
But Imran Khan, he's looking good on 679, resumed on 68. The score overnight was 368 for 8. They have added 29 runs. You see that defensive work on the part of Imran Khan. He's mixing that defense with, I don't even want to say aggression, with good stroke play.
Yeah.
Most of his runs all along the ground, well placed, well positioned. He's a poised cricketer, very relaxed, quite fluid. I think he's showing an example to lower order batters how it ought to be done.
I think even the top order batters.
That's right.
Some of the shots that some exquisite shots.
Yes, took this one just about chest height and brought it down. When you say that, because when we looked at how the top 2 got out rather quickly, they were left-handers. Mind you, the openers in Salonzo and Simmons, Keegan Simmons, they didn't really offer the quality that you're seeing from Imran Khan. I'm not saying they're not quality batters because they're openers, but what Imran Khan has done has been outstanding and ought to be muddled. You're seeing, if we were to look at the international circuit, we have seen Jadeja and Aksa Patel for Australia. They're down the order, but they are not tail-enders. And when the top batters, including Virat Kohli and Cole, didn't really put up their hands, they're putting up their hands, and I think that's what we want to see, not only in regional cricket but in West Indies cricket.
I think the principle of batting remains the same, whether you're tail-ender or top order batter. And more often than not now we see, look at that. More often than not now we see that the lower half, start to apply themselves and the intent.
Taking the responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, this was a good delivery that we missed earlier. I think we're going to see a replay. A good bouncer from Archibald. Let's look at it. Into the ribcage area. Carripier played it well in the end, but it hustled him.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying with Terry and myself this morning, the effort from the fast bowlers are quite evident. And
Now.
the support, the support. No one round the back. These are what, 9 and 7, 8, 9?
Yes,
7, yeah.
9.
So
That's right.
You're not giving them the support.
Not a good one coming across. No ball called. Well, the
No,
no
the
was
batter.
about the running.
Yeah.
It came from the batter. So
A few balls went in the air to point, but the captain
there's no
has
point fielder.
No, they have a deep point. And,
On the boundary.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 balls went in the air.
So the tactic not really ideal, because you're wondering then what's the ploy, what's the plan? Isn't to get them out as quickly as possible? And on the TNT side, is it that they have settled that we want this to be a one innings affair and we're just going to bat until it's all over? So no effort to get Leewards out twice?
Checking on we are talking about the scoring system, point system set. There is no first innings points.
That's right.
So
in the context of it, you get the full points for the outright result, and then you acquire or accumulate points accordingly. The 100 from Bravo yesterday, that was really the balancing act. I thought he played what we call traditionally the sheet anchor role.
Yeah.
And was well supported in that regard by Yannick Carrier, along with what we would have seen thereafter from
Terrence Hines
and Khan. And Khan was the propeller.
Yeah,
he really, when things looked as though it was just dragging along below 3 runs per over, he took the bull by the horn and really catapulted the team over the 300 line with ease and comfort and on towards what is now the imposing target. But then Imran Khan also played that support knock. But his knock, I think, is more balanced because he has been able to score freely and at the same time has been able to maintain a relatively good strike rate. Down the ground, the first diving effort from Hayden Walt Jr. Well, in fact, from Sheena Berich. Wow, he's super fit. Looking super fit. Stop that after his colleague, fellow Kittitian Jeremiah Louis did not stop it cleanly. 400 is on the card. 399 for 8. Carrie Pear has gotten a score on 26. The 2 slips, the gully. A man has been pushed back now to the forward of square boundary, the square leg boundary. There is also one on the long leg boundary, one on the point boundary. So along with the 3 slips, the gully, the middle on the mid-off, and the extra cover. Short delivery. You could almost hear that effort from Louis.
Where was that? Since Coolidge.
That's right.
Not yesterday, since Coolidge.
Since Coolidge, yes. We have seen some bouncers. We have seen some good one. One from Archibald took off, Sylvester.
Yeah.
That took off at top speed.
Yeah, indeed.
Pat Cummins would be happy.
Pat Cummins would love a pitch like this in India now.
I mean, you're talking about the pitch. This is a super quick pitch if you put in the effort. That's what it's showing now. Coming through for a quick one. Comfortably in the end. So the effort cannot be a half effort. And when you see things are getting out of hand, then you're putting it in. You had them in a good position, and you just think that we could just drop it here, there, about. We mentioned Archibald. He was the exception. Though Louis and Berich would have gotten wickets, we really didn't see the team-in approach. We didn't see the 1 or 2 short deliveries. We saw one at Coolidge.
and one yesterday.
I know this morning, yes. And
yesterday,
one yesterday.
One,
today we have seen about 20.
About 20.
Well, we both concur. We both agree.
Yeah, man.
So sometimes you have to take a punch in order to start to try to share. Driven nicely. Languid figure of Imran Khan.
Well, I guess someone spoke to them. I don't know who did, but in terms of the effort from the bowlers, we can't fault them. But one thing we recognize as well, they're putting in the effort and they still been given this long spell.
400 Sylvester coming up of 123 overs. It was a 123.1. You ask yourself the question, when last have you had a 400 in the Arsenal on the Leeward side? I'm saying that to say that they must be prepared now to bat, because technically Trinidad and Tobago, they're batting for 3 days. Even though we did lose the first session on the 2 first days, yesterday and the Wednesday, technically they're batting for 3 days, not 3 full days, but they have taken it into the 3rd day. So the Leewards would ask themselves, where would we get time if we want to settle?
Well, in terms of overs, they're basically batting a day and a session. Really, if it checked it from
the overall standpoint,
yeah, the overs perspective, but
so we see 2 players coming back on, Hayden Walt Jr. and Raheem Cornwall. So Louis is going back off, and it would be interesting to see whether Berich would be brought in, or would the persistence, well, would Archibald continue? But Archibald has really had it in a good place. But you're right about the support element. You're captain, so what do you tell the captain as a bowler? Who, I know the captain has the last say, but shouldn't it be a bowler's prerogative to demand a feel, or maybe the word demand may be too strong? But to suggest,
I don't think it's too strong. I just think that if the bowler wants a particular field, you support him. And
That's
if he's not bowling to the field, then you take over and set the field that you want. But this is the opposite way around. But I can't say the opposite way around, because the bowlers are not indicating that they want this field or that field. They just go get the ball and go to the mark.
Whatever the captain says.
Yeah.
That's one thing would irk me as a bowler.
I was privileged
because you know how you're bowling.
Yeah, I was privileged to have a few bowlers that know exactly what they want to do.
And that helps. That helps.
That make the captain easier.
That's
the
right.
captaincy easier.
If something goes wrong, you say that's what you required. If they're not sticking to it, then you interject.
Yeah, definitely.
And say, okay, we can't continue to give away runs in that area. I'm going to plug that, so bowl to the field.
And you have you communicate with them and show them from your perspective, and then you guys can be halfway, at least to get the best at the situation.
Well, the captain and the vice captain, they're having a discussion. I'm not quite sure if it's about bowling or if it's about batting.
Well, the vice captain can't bowl again, I believe, for the rest of this innings.
Unless it prolongs. Oh, he was driving at that one and drove it into his pad. Fortunately for him, it did not go back and hit the stumps. So Carrie Peer on 27. An outstanding performance by TNT Red Force.
Well, maybe the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force decides that they're going to try to maximize as much runs and try to bat once, And
well, that ought to be the approach. Can they bowl Leewards out twice? Good delivery between second slip and the gully. Down to the boundary for 4. Your favorite position, a third slip, would have taken that knee height. Or would have been in contention.
Yeah.
But there is no third slip. And the gully preferred. So Terrence Ward just having to retrieve.
Good ball.
Yes, good bowling on the part of Archibald. He doesn't need to lose heart. He has had 2 for 105. You look at the 105 and you say that's a lot of runs. But he has bowled with aggression. He has bowled with heart. He was the one who brought the Leewards back into things yesterday before Imran Khan arrived to storm back with Bravo.
Well, I think maybe, setting the field more appropriately, it would take off about 20, 30 of those runs.
Those runs, that's right.
Yeah, a lot of Collins runs went down to third man. You have a deep point. Why, if this runs go the ball, you have about 50, 60 runs that goes through that gully third man area.
Yes, and that has been the case since yesterday.
Yeah.
Some may have been catchable heights, some may not have been, but on the bounce we have seen a lot taking the thick outside edge and going down to third man for 4.
Yeah, when you look at
your mathematics may well be correct.
but when
Could
you
be
look at the
much more
field,
than
how many went 2 point, D point compared to third man. So Colin showed his frustration, you know. So a third man should be more beneficial than the D point.
right. So if you didn't want to go with the third slip, then
go
the
with the
third
third
man
man.
would have saved many more runs, and your calculation about 50, 60 runs, it could be possible.
Yeah, I tell you.
Because we have had many balls streaming through that, what should have been the slip cordon, but sometimes it has not been well populated to support, especially Colin Archibald, because he has been the one.
You know, they have the fancy scoreboards now where the score app or score system, what is it, that they can show you where each batter scores.
Yes.
Where the whole team, where the ones came from. You know, so.
Yes, they give you an entire peripheral view, Hawkeye vision of what the scoring areas were, and then the percentage. We don't have that luxury. 406 for 8. It's good to see a team batting 125 overs, and TNT Red Force must be quite happy at this stage.
See, that's the norm in the Caribbean. We're so not accustomed to seeing our teams batting for such time. So it's it's
almost celebratory.
Yeah,
but it should be the norm.
It should be the norm, and I mean, according to the context, this really shouldn't be, because you're putting yourself in a situation that if you're giving away points, if perhaps.
Well, it means that you're not really giving yourself a chance to win. You should be that focused that you should be giving your chance to win.
Yeah.
We look at even the test match between the West Indies and Zimbabwe. Even though the West Indies declared their first innings, Zimbabwe declared their first innings because they wanted to see if they would have an opportunity at winning outside the off stump. That's a wide. Louis is not pleased, but I think the umpire is correct. Stands there. It's a poor delivery.
A few more deliveries that we have seen that even wider than that, and they allowed it to pass.
Well, that was the case then.
You need a consistency.
Right. There may not be the consistency, but a wide is a wide. He's trying to show the umpire the back. That's a wide, and should be a wide in any form of cricket. There can be no tactical ploy to be bowling that. So why make...
Yes, so going back to what you said about Zimbabwe, even all these teams are taking the initiative, and we are
trying to win.
Yeah, they're trying, and we are just comfortable in just
playing out a
game, and we bat a whole day.
And this is the second match in the tournament. You should be trying to put your opponent in a position and force a result. We anticipated that there may have been an overnight declaration. It has continued to taper out this time. Another wide delivery, but not called. Slashed at that but how different was this one than the previous one? Is it that the horizontal bat may have resulted in the ball going on the bat, because it's basically the same line?
I think it was a bit wider. The first one was a bit wider. Yeah.
Okay.
So
you have the eyes.
I give the benefit of the doubt to
the umpire.
That one,
you're a certified umpire, so you have to back your man. Oh, that was another wide delivery.
That one was wide, but he got bat on that one. But the one that was in the same.
I'm surprised that Khan reached after it, because he has been so careful in his approach.
It seems like he's pushing on. I don't know. That's how the 12-man came on just before the over starts. So I don't know if there's a message. Okay, and you see the Trinidadian dugout, they're still sitting down, you know, like, we have a lot of time, so we're not worried about time. You know, it seems like the last batsman down there sitting down with his pads on, so they're not planning on declaring anytime soon.
Well, as you say, they must be playing for personal achievements. But we never know. Maybe they have a solution. They have a one fast bowler team.
Well, the field is spread like these guys are hitting the ball all over.
It is T20.
Are we seeing something else that Are we seeing something else that the captain You see, because I don't see the reason.
Maybe they heard the message that the 12-man brought to say,
they push
get
it
along
on.
with things, because it is just amazing that there's 6 men on the boundary. and you're trying to bowl out a team.
And the team is not even trying to score.
Runs, you haven't seen any lofty hits.
I don't know. Maybe they want them to score to get out of the field, innit? Probably they want to speed up the scoring. I don't know why. I don't know the purpose for them to have the field so
Louis
wide open.
comes in with one slip. Khan hits this one now, and he's saying, hey, spread the field how you may. I'm then going to go at it, and he gets 2 runs out to extra cover. Powell had to run from the point boundary to extra cover. So maybe the happy hour.
Yeah, some sort of happiness is going to happen soon.
Yes, and Khan would like to get 100. Got to back the man.
Maybe that's the message. You have to try and get 100 within the next 4 or 5 overs. Because we have seen him, try to score from some wide deliveries, where the previous one that he scored from, where you thought that was extra wide, and he got some bat on it.
I would love him to get 100. Yes, he deserves it. Oh, this one is now extremely wide and short, and he parried it down to third man. 1 for the over, according to the umpire.
Who would have known that Louis has those type of deliveries in his armory? We would know.
Well, no one, if you would have watched the last 2 games. Take certain things to wake up people. I think there is a measure of complacency on the Hurricanes' side.
You reckon?
Yes, there's a measure. Things will happen. And also, the big man is always there to carry the team, we said, on his shoulder, sometimes on his head. Now that he did carry the team on the shoulder and didn't take any wicket, the Pacers are now waking up to understand that they have a foremost responsibility. And I think at the end of the over, well, it is in fact
I'm not.
Is it a declaration here, or are they going for drinks?
I'm not. Yeah, no, it's a drinks break. But I'm not. I'm not going to agree with you 100% in terms of the big man, because the fast bowlers for the Leeward Islands team, they normally pick up a few wickets in between.
Yes.
But
in between, but they should be the leading light.
No, I mean Cornwall is a leading light. No,
yes, but when I say I'm speaking about combined. I'm not speaking about.
Yeah, but I think they do their quota. When you check over the years, these guys.
That's over the years, but I'm speaking about now.
I mean, over the years, I mean, last year, the season just starts.
I'm right. So
Cornwall goes 40, 50 overs per inning. So
in the Jamaica game, no, he had 31 and he had 5, and then he had 5 the first innings. So I'm saying that the fast bowlers need to wake up and charge in the way I see charging in.
Well, no,
I need to say, I want to be the strike bowler.
I know, I understand. Well, I can understand. Even more effort.
Yes.
Yes, and then he would have to bowl
and not be dependent.
And he would have to bowl 40 or 30 overs on a regular basis if you see that effort that they put in this morning.
We need to put it out consistently and realize that our future depends on that. The team's success depends on it. And, we needed to see that energy, that approach.
I think you hit the nail on the head with the complacency. That is that thing that when you have players been around for a while, experienced players, they become complacent, especially if you're not focused on achieving like a West Indies selection or be the best that you can be. You kind of.
You have hit the nail more than on the head there. It is always about being the best you can be. Because yes, West Indies selection may be there, but if you get there, you want to be the best you can be. You want to maintain that, and that's the difference, I believe, between the average player and the exceptional player.
Indeed.
Between the ordinary player and the great players. You take any day, I'm sure. We speak about Brian Lara. I'm sure every day he would want to improve on what he did. And that's what he shows. Yes, these players, you can't always figure that you're going to be a Viv Richards or a Brian Lara because they are genius. They're out of the world. But then you can be a big effort player using the talents and the gifts that you have gotten and aspire just to be the best you can be. And I don't get the impression, not trying to decry the Leewards, but I see that sort of casualness in the field.
I mean, you talk it like how you see it. This is the job that you have.
Right, but some people would get offended. But it's true. I'm just seeing that casual, lethargic approach.
Well, if they want to get offended, well, that's their business. But the truth just hurts sometimes.
You know, in the workplace, and we do it differently here. And because I'm big on performance, at the end of the day, you do a performance evaluation. You say, okay, you did do this. You tick some boxes off. Okay, how are you rated in your performance? And that depends on much, whether you're promoted, whether you get something good in the future. Sylvester Joseph has left after the break. Colin Archibald comes in, and that should have been a wide. Yes, he's getting a good workout. So, Terry.
Morning, sir.
Perhaps you have come in to break up the dialogue, but the concern was that sort of relaxed, phlegmatic approach. And then all of a sudden, you realize seriousness is breathing down. And then you start to put in the short balls.
It takes you a game and a half to realize those things.
Yes.
That's not good, not a good sign, to be honest.
But Imran Khan, it took him from the start to realize the importance of his innings, and he has been batting exceptionally well for TNT. Over the top, down to the boundary for 4. He was trying to hammer that over extra cover. The ball had on a bit more pace and bounce, and it took the top edge, flew over the towering Raheem Cornwall into the boundary for 4. Threw everything at it. They say when you go hard.
Yeah, most definitely. He held nothing back there, flew off the edge. But the point to all this, though, Seth, I mean, even if, as Sylvester and I were discussing earlier, even if you take the points out of the equation, the time left in the match, you're already well over 400 runs.
So Imran Khan would like to get up to his 100. He's on 91. Perhaps that will signal a declaration. He deserves it.
Definitely, he's played very, very well.
Perhaps the best innings. Bravo did make 100, looked good. But Imran Khan, in terms of the balance of his innings.
Yes, and took the game away from the Leewards yesterday.
Archibald does not bowl. Wait, was he looking for a man card? Wow, desperation has really crept in. He looked at Pierre and he said, I could have ran you out. And Pierre looks back. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Now, Cornwall has moved from first slip to third man. Sylvester Joseph, perhaps they have a mic on. Because he was saying for the good of his life that a third man would have been better. The first time we have seen a third man in the entire game, he's halfway to the boundary, Raheem Cornwall. Khan gets a single. And he spoke about how many balls went between second slip or third slip and that gully area. Edges, possible catches, and also tons of 4s. So now Jamal Hamilton himself has awakened from his slumber. You know, in the day, as Sylvester and Terry, we used to say, sun them. Right. You know what that means? Bat as long as you can and sun them. So when they're finished from the sun, they don't even know what to do with the bat. Here is Colin Archibald. This one down to third man. Cornwall moved away from it. And wait, they only took a single. Is it that the idea is for Khan to get his 100? Terry Ward came around and field, and there is no run.
But the
so
third
man, sun here. Between sun and rain.
Between sun and rain, yes. But the third man position has become non-existent these days, though, hasn't it? You know, all
yes, it's understood. But when you have your fast bowlers plugging away, if you're not going to have it, then the slips, the third slip, and the gully, instead of a backward point on the boundary.
For the entire match. I don't know. Strange few.
Can pulls this one. Oh, he goes. He perishes. Caught by Powell on the square leg boundary for a well played 92.
And that looks like
418 for 9 TNT Red Steels. And it looks like the declaration here. I think it's just sad that Imran Khan would have gone like that. Perhaps he got a message earlier, pick it up in order to get to his century. And instead of going on the ground, he went aerial. Kyron Powell picked it out. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would be happy that the misery has ended. Imran Khan, the man who stood up and batted, stood with his captain, stood beyond that, stood with
Terrence
Hines, really propelled TNT from what looked like a relatively just above par score to a good score, 418 for 9. Terry, can you wrap it up?
Yeah, excellent innings there by Imran Khan. Good catch in the end by Kieran Powell. Nice to see the Leewards holding on to one. But an excellent first innings there by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 418 for 9, declared off 126.5 overs. It just a bit of doubt on their approach this morning, though. We would have thought they may have declared overnight, already getting whatever points they could manage to get out of the first innings. And but they've gifted some extra points to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They will need to come out, though, Seth, and bat in a lot more positive manner than what we saw. But we will take a break here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time with the start of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes' reply to Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force, 418 for 9 declared. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua for this second round clash of the West Indies 4-day championship between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. And the Red Force just declared their first innings closed a few moments ago on 418 for 9 at the fall of Imran Khan's wicket. He fell for 92, just 8 runs short of his second, what would have been his second first-class century. And we're just waiting for the players to take the field now for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes reply. As I welcome back Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Sylvester, Leeward Islands would need to be a lot more positive with their intent that they showed with the bat in the first round against Jamaica at Coolidge last week in attempting to chase down this 418 for 9 that Red Force have set.
Yes, indeed. Nice to be back bringing the coverage of the CWI for the competition. One thing you know for sure, there going to be a barrage of spin bowling. So whatever steps that they are going to make, it has to be positive, because from what we have seen on the Trinidadian bowling attack, and they are quality spinners too.
Yes, very much so.
You have to be on your game, be positive, and try to achieve their objective. I think the objective now is to get a good partnership going before lunch and build from there. The target, as you have seen, is 250 up, and that's where you start to accumulate points and try to minimize the amount of wickets that the Red Force will get. So first ball here this morning for home. That's Brian Charles.
Yes, looks like Brian Charles. And Monson Hodge takes 2 to get Leeward Islands Hurricanes underway. So it's Monson Hodge and Kieran Powell opening the batting here for the Hurricanes. Charles is bowling to a slip and a short leg. So after the first delivery, Hodge is on 2, scored 2 for no wicket. And after he turned that down towards the fine leg area, they brought in a leg slip. Charles in again, and bobs off the thigh pad by the look of it from Monson Hodge.
Seems like he's getting a bit of time there with this newborn ball.
Yeah, turn and bounce, half a shot there for RBW, but Hodge was well forward.
We didn't see any spin bowlers this morning from the Leeward Islands.
Wow, watch this one again. Turn and bounce.
You gotta be joking. But what I'm saying, yesterday where the spin bowlers were bowling, we didn't really see any spin and bounce of this significance so far. With the new ball, the 3 deliveries that we have seen so far, all of them spun, and the last one spun really a fair way, so that encourages Bravo now to bring. You have 4 men around the bat.
Yes. Charles in again. One ball taken by the keeper. Yes, and I thought, especially Hayden Walsh Jr., but the spinners in general, I thought they bowled too quick and too full yesterday for the Hurricanes. He's troubling Hodge, trouble getting Charles away. So the first over is complete. Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 2 without loss. Hodge is on 2, and Powell is yet to score.
Well, we're seeing in terms of the pitch, something different to this morning. We saw a lot of short balls from the fast bowlers. The pitch, seems like you get a little quicker, or the effort of the fast bowlers seems to intensify. So we see, a better result from the pitch. And with the new ball, I mean, Brian Charles is getting a lot of bunks and turn. With the new ball, normally you will get more bunks, and the ball will skid on a bit more. But, he's really getting bunks and turn, So let's see what Terence Hines has in terms of pace. We have seen him with the bat, and we know he's a very aggressive, strong young man. So let's see what he has with the new ball in his hands.
Yes, he batted very well for his half century, lower down in the Red Force innings.
Seems like a very strong young man. Big, strong shoulders.
Very broad shoulders.
He's short in stature. Could we see someone like Hungry Walsh here?
I was going to say,
Vaughan Hungry Walsh.
Get him to skid through.
And we can see that the pitch is giving a bit of assistance. So if he has anything like Hungry Walsh, we should see some pace into it.
2 slips in a gully wait as Powell is defending that one back down the pitch. No run.
A bit of bunks on that one too.
Yes.
Pretty interesting. Looks like a good cricket pitch. Put in the effort, you will get the reward.
As it should be.
There should be a bit of moisture still around because of the on and off yesterday with the covers and the rain.
And the rain again overnight. Again, Powell just defending that one. He's bowling two slips, a backward point, short extra cover. 2 slips in a gully, I should say. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward forward square leg and a fine leg. It's Terence Hines bowling to Kieran Powell. He runs away from us now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground, and again nice looking forward defensive prod by Powell. Powell will be looking for some runs. It come off last week in the first round. He played a very lazy shot, you'd have to say, Sylvester. First ball after drinks in the second innings. And the Leewards were looking for runs. Hines is going to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Powell. Point is going a little, backward point is going a little deeper, and the square leg is going out to the boundary. In comes Hines now to Powell, and this delivery wayward down the leg side through to the keeper. No run.
Well, Hines is short, very short in stature, big broad shoulders. He tends to bowl back of the length, and at the point, just at the point of delivery, it seems like he slows down, and in his run up, just there.
That one rising outside the off stump. Powell gets on top of it, plays it into the covers, and there's no run.
Seems like he's strong, hitting the back of the length though. Hits the pitch.
Hits the pitch hard, yeah.
Getting a fair bit of bunks. Probably seems like he can bowl a little faster if he, attack the crease some more.
Hines again on his way into Powell. And this delivery again, Powell. It's a short one. Drops it down into the onside to complete the over. So a maiden over there to start with for Terence Hines. Leeward Islands Hurricanes remain on 2 without loss.
Yeah, good start there by Hines. I think the length just a bit too short. Yeah, but it seems like he has good pace. And Powell, right in line, equal to the task, watching the ball nicely. Picking up the bounce and pace of Hines as well, feeding out the start of his innings. Let me see, Brian Charles.
No, it's not no. Everything else is the same. Of course, Brian Charles Lara is
in Zimbabwe?
mentoring, yeah. The boys in Zimbabwe. I think that's a good positive move by Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 100% of West Indies will prefer having Brian Charles Lara there than that batting coach. I don't even know what his name is.
Are you referring to Monty Desai?
Yes. Yeah, man, he just walk around. I don't know what his purpose, honestly. Just walk around the boundary and...
We spent longer on the boundary most times than the West Indies batsman did in the middle through his change.
I know I get you. Oh, my God.
You watched every delivery did Monty Desai.
One time I saw him, I think the last time they played, he stood at the side of the pitch for the entirety of the
right. Would you see much from there?
Man, that's a good. What style is that?
Quicker one there by Charles. Defended by Monson Hodge. Monson Hodge set the pace in the first innings of the Hurricanes last week, but
the first innings or the second innings?
Well, the second innings, I should say, yes. After the first innings, he went very slowly and almost dug the Leeward Islands into a hole that they couldn't get out of. 37, I think it was, of some 170 deliveries. But Charles completes the over, and at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 4 without loss. Hodges on 4, and Powell yet to score.
Yeah, good start. Good start here by the Red Force. Brian Charles scored the 2 scoring areas. The 2 scoring shots so far from him. He's down at the wide D backward square. Munson Hodge whipping, kind of working it there and picking up 2 runs easily.
Hines to start a new over around the wicket to the left-handed Powell, and that full pitch delivery.
It's a little better length, just a tad too full, but I prefer to see him bringing Powell's forward with the new ball. You see the ball is doing a bit when the Leeward Islands bowlers were bowling, especially Louis, getting the ball to swing away from the left-handers, but Terence Hines is at that length, in between length.
In again is Hines,
yes.
and it's good delivery, well left by Kieran Powell. And there's 2 other matches going on in round 2 of the West Indies 4-day championship. It's Jamaica playing the defending champions Barbados Pride here in Antigua at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Last I saw Sylvester, after giving up a lead of 75 on first innings, Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, 20 for 2. So still trailing by some 55 runs. Hines into Powell, and Powell just shoulders arms again, lets that through to the keeper, and no run. And in Grenada, between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, there's been no play so far today due to rain.
Wow. Even though we have a fair amount of delays, stoppage here in Antigua, along with Coolidge.
Mm-hmm.
The game at Coolidge is moving rather
Progressing nicely.
rather quickly.
And Windward Islands have got a very healthy lead, some 175 runs. Powell gets off the mark with a single to fine leg. Score goes up by 1. 5 without loss. And Terence Hines will now come back over the wicket to the right-handed Monson Hodge.
I like the adjustment that he makes. You know, when he's bowling to Powell, you know, the first over he was more back of the length, and so far in this over he went a bit fuller. That last delivery from Powell, he just barely got an inside edge. Not in control of the ball, and he went down there, flew down there to third, fine leg. But I like the adjustment in the length. He seems to have a bit of pace, not out and out fast, but you know, pace that can trouble the batter. Good pace, good carry, good length. That's the length I'm talking about.
Right, yeah. 3 slips in the gully in place for Monson Hodge. They look for an early breakthrough after putting out 418 for 9 declared in their first innings, batting on this morning from their position of 368 for 8. Imran Khan just falling 8 short of a century. That was when Captain Darren Bravo decided to make the declaration. He's moved cover into a short mid-wicket. As Hines into Monson Hodge. And this one, another good delivery. Defended to gully by Hodge to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 5 without loss. Hodge is on 4 and Kieran Powell is on 1.
Yeah, good start here by the Red Force bowlers in Brian Charles and Hines. The bowling, especially Hines, bowling in a good area, good pace, you know, and keeping the Leeward Island batters in Powell and Munson on the check. And the overs are pushing. They're pushing through those overs pretty quickly there. With all, we have about 2 or 3 maidens in that 5 overs, 4 overs, 2 maidens.
Yeah,
2 maidens.
Yeah, true. And with the amount of spinners Red Force have got available to them, I don't think we'll have a problem with
the
over rates today. As Charles round
we might have a problem that they bowl too much overs.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's a spin bowling attack. From unless we someone else bowls medium pace, but most of what we see so far is just Hines alone is the only man that bowls a bit fast, medium fast.
Extravagant drive there by Powell, doesn't make contact, almost takes the edge through to Django. Keeping. Oh, and he's bowled him. What a ball. Played all around that, did Kieran Powell. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes lose their first wicket. Clean ball took the top of off. Good ball up by Brian Charles. He gets the first strike for the Red Force. Leeward Islands 5 for 1. Kieran Powell gone for 1. Just looking at the replay here, played
He didn't play for any
played for no turn, and it turned all right. Turned sharply, took the top of off. Perfect delivery there by Brian Charles.
But he stood at the other end, opposite end, and watched Munson Hatch face the first 2 overs from Charles, and saw that Charles was getting the balls to spin, and a few of them that spin really sharply, and
then he doesn't play for no spin.
No spin, off some gun.
So what was he watching, Sylvain?
I don't know what he was watching really, but I guess he's not picking.
No,
They
pick that for sure.
they pick it. But that was beautiful ball there by
Excellent ball.
oh
Yes.
man, Brian Charles. He's been a pick of the bowlers for the Red Force
For
for
the
the
past
past.
few
Yeah,
seasons, eh?
he has
Yeah,
been a
true.
good out. He has some good outings so far, and he continue. He showed us why. He's showing us why. When you have these quality bowlers and you have Pear, who when he plays for the West Indies, sometimes he opens the ball in.
True.
I think he opened a few times. So to be given the opportunity in front of them, he tell you that he's doing something, something special. Yeah, four batters,
Four
four
fielders
fielders
around the
around with
bat of Casey Carty, who's the new batsman.
KD Card. He needs to be positive, man. He needs to get the vibes in his batting, get back into that flow.
Charles around the wicket to the right hander. Back in defence is Carty.
You gotta get that intent up. You gotta get
Yes,
this.
yeah.
You gotta look to score first. Look to score. If it's not there, you gotta look to score. You can't, especially with all these batters, all these fielders around your bat.
That's right.
Man.
Oh, a big appeal. Just pitching outside. Not out, says the umpire, and that brings a successful Brian Charles over to an end. He's bowled three overs now. No maidens, 1 for 4, and the Hurricanes 5 for 1.
I just love the momentum from Brian Charles. His approach to the wicket, you can see he has a good rhythm, and he gives it a rip.
Right, yeah, definite rip.
Yeah, and a good length. Yeah, I mean, the first time I'm seeing him really in person, live.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him last year when Leewards were playing against them in Trinidad, watching on the stream. He looks like a fairly good bowler, but seeing him up close now, he's definitely one that you have to keep an eye on.
Hines to start a new over to Monson Hodge. That one ill-directed down the leg side. Looked like it might have flicked the pad and gone, yes, for 4 leg byes. It takes the score up to 9. Hurricanes at 9 for 1. Pursuit of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Big first innings total of 418 for 9 declared.
The Hurricanes need to blow.
They do. Very much so.
Yeah, they need to start a stormy and Trinidad.
But Trinidad look like they're up to the challenge, and that's defended back down the pitch by Hodge. No run.
I guess the Red Force has a mechanism to keep the wind out.
They must
keep the force out. They are applying the force.
Keep it low key.
Low key, yeah.
Just a bit of a breeze rather than a hurricane.
A hurricane, yeah. You have some interesting names for these teams. Yeah.
Hines into Hodge, and he's just prodding forward. Goes to Captain Darren Bravo there at mid-on. But they'll fancy their chances, I think, Trinidad, even though they batted on this morning for about another hour or so of looking to bowl the Leeward Islands out twice, and they've got a perfect start, the early wicket. But if they could pick up another couple here before the luncheon break, which is still almost an hour away, could be interesting times for Leewards, maybe hanging on tomorrow. But that is all ahead of us.
Well, it seems as if they were comfortable even since yesterday evening, after Terrence Hines came in and himself and Khan gave them such a good partnership in the end.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they were comfortable in giving Imran Khan the time to try and get his century.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you were concerned about anything, probably you would want to get the Leeward Islands in as quickly as possible and see if it could have picked up some early wickets. But the way they approached it this morning, it seems like they believe that they have enough run, they have enough time that they can get them out twice if they if they're pushing for a victory. So that I am giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Nothing wrong with that. So
Not that I agree with it.
No, it made no sense to anybody, but I have full faith in their spin attack, I'd say. Yeah.
It got to be. They think they have enough time. So, you can have an hour and a half to try and
get your century. Over completed there by Terence Hines, and at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 9 for 1, with Hodge on 4 and Carty yet to score.
But just the start alone, how quickly they are getting to their overs, you see already that they're going to make up overs.
Right.
So maybe that is the trend of thought.
That they still have enough time.
They have enough time, yeah, because if they batted this morning for an hour, which is about 20 overs, hour and a half, 20 over, these guys, with the way they're bowling, they will get
make that up.
Yeah, they'll make that up. So it's up to the Leeward Islands players now to deny them by being positive and scoring. But the way they started, he doesn't indicate that at all.
Brian Charles is about to start a new over from the Sir Andy Roberts end, coming around the wicket to the right-handed. Carty, quicker delivery. Carty just gets down on that one. He's got 4 men around the bat. Slip, leg slip, short leg, and slim it off.
He's not gonna chip, Charlo.
Charles in again, and that one attempted drive of the inner portion of the bat by Carty.
And Django, Django's
really in his ear, no?
Yeah, Django, they played together for the past 2 seasons, so Django is have a fair idea what he's going to do or not. So Django is betting Brian Charles. He's not going to chip.
Ooh. Just passes the outside edge of Carty's bat on that occasion.
Keep going, Charlo. That look good. Come on, boys.
Just in the field again. He's taken the silly bit off out.
He's making an adjustment on the outside. He comes in to a shot, catching mid-wicket and, put a man there.
One rushed Carty, tempted cut shot, goes out to fielder there at short extra cover. Carty looking to get off the mark here, remain positive, and now he does. Comfortable single, just chops down on that little backward point. So Carty's underway. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 10 for 1. Chirping going on out there, as you would expect. Trinidad and Tobago well on top in this match. Searching for early breakthroughs. They've already got the wicket of Kieran Powell as Hodges back in defending that to Bravo there at short mid-wicket to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 10 for 1, Hodges on 4, and Carty is on 1.
Well, we have another, the peer is coming on now. The peer.
The Frenchman.
Yeah, but it's going to be a battle here for the batters, because most of the fielders are in and around the pitch area, and the chatter is much.
Right in the ear.
Yeah, but on a consistent basis. But I guess the Leeward Islands players may think that similarly to they operate similarly to them for just maybe 2-3 overs, but it doesn't seem so. It seems like these guys gonna be in their ears
for the entire day if they don't start playing positive. Get the broom out or use
something.
your dancing feet, something to
you release the
get
pressure.
rid of
innit?
them.
Get rid of
Yes.
them. You got to. You got to do something to let them know that but you got to give my ear a break. Nice shot there. Nice start there by Carty.
So the left-handed Pierre takes up the attack at the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. He's just got the one slip in the short leg, but Darren Bravo is very close in there at short extra cover. Pierre in again to Hodge this time, and Hodge is back and steering that towards backward point. Can't beat the field, and there's no run. Couple of spectators over on the west side of the ground, Sylvester, enjoying the proceedings. Look rather comfortable over there in their deck chairs.
Yeah, those two, and a few more have been in that vicinity there for the entirety of the game. As long as there isn't any rain and the sun is out. Yeah, I think those, if I'm not mistaken, those are the few spectators we saw at Coolidge as well.
Coolidge?
You have a group. You have a few of them that normally comes together in that area. We call that the party stand.
Yeah, not much of a party going on today though.
You have another group with
Hugo,
manager who those they watch
every
match.
Doesn't matter whether it's female cricket, T10, T20, 4-day test match.
You wonder. Sometimes I wonder if because all of those that group seems like they are retired.
Yes. Yeah.
So I believe that is a retirement outing for them.
Well, must be. They love their cricket, and a great time to catch up and take in the game at the same time. It's excellent because without being rude, don't be rude, Sylvester. But at the end of the day, if they didn't turn up, there'd be nobody at any match.
To be honest, that's true. That's true. I mean, they're doing something that they love.
Exactly.
They enjoy doing it. It's a good. It's good. It's good. When I retire, I will be playing golf. That will be my I will be on the golf course all the time.
Every day.
Yeah. When I retire.
How's Silo going though? Ciolo, sir.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's coming on really nicely. I think
Excellent.
the handicap is about 4 or 5. There's a Trinidadian Open coming up, I think next month. He should be going there. They have another tournament in Barbados in April.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is a junior tournament, and I think the winner of that tournament will get entrance into one of those world ranking youth tournaments in America. So hopefully
That would be all right. Oh, and that was almost chipped straight to Bravo there at short mid-wicket. He's in close. Just bounced before him off the bat of Watson Hodge. Charles in a very good spell here. But was he ever interested in cricket? Did he ever try cricket, or he just took up golf and that was it?
Yeah, he played. He used to be in a kiddie cricket program.
Okay.
When I coach in the Sagafi Sobers tournament, he came with me twice in Barbados. One time he came here to watch a cricket match. Like the test match, and the kiddie program half time lunchtime
Yeah.
they go on the field, and after this they
Oh, again, almost taking the edge of a flashing blade by Monson Hodge. Too close to cut. Too quick a delivery, but he survives. The over comes to an end. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 12 for 1.
That ball not only too close to cut, but there's a vacant area in the point area, so you don't need to hit it with so much power.
Right.
Because, just get it in the area. The minimum you're gonna get is 2. So that expansive cut shot you missed the ball and you could have gotten an edge. Stay control. Something like Imran Khan. He watched it and just guided into the gap.
It.
Yeah,
Very
sometimes
well.
you need to you just rotate the strike, get your momentum going. And even Casey Carter, as he saw in the over before, he tried to hit the ball just a fraction too hard.
Here starts a new over and defended.
Yeah, but I was
Carty.
telling you that at the halftime, he was over there and take part, and someone hit a ball and he dived and catch the ball, and the English people were I look,
So you nearly got a contract at the age of 6 or 7,
yeah,
eh?
man. The man dived and took a wicked catch. I couldn't believe that.
Chip off the old block, Sylvester.
Yeah, thought so. But he was a good bowler, conventional bowler. He has a long run-up.
Okay.
Yeah, he was well coordinated, man. He plays football too, So
Right. So
he's
all
a sportsman.
sports then.
Yeah, he's a sportsman.
Yeah.
But during the COVID that he started, 2019, he started. I got him involved with golf.
With the golf, right.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, he was supposed to be there. It was his sister had some friends. They were playing golf, so she just wanted, COVID, everybody inside, so she wanted to go out. And I took him as well with her.
Right.
And she went for 1 day. 1 day.
That was it.
That was it.
He stayed.
He stayed. So I guess that, she just made a way for him. So, well, she plays football too. So, so a good start here by the Chin. Good pressure mounting here on the Leeward Island batters. So to rotate the strike, overs are going rather quickly, creating a few half shouts. It's gonna be a long one.
It is.
It's gonna be a long one for these batters.
Yep.
They have to find a way, because we haven't had Imran Khan yet, and we haven't had Korea yet, and these two bowls similarly in terms of quick, and they get a little bounce and turn. So he's gonna take some batting from a few of these, not one, but a few of these Hurricane batters.
Yes, 12 runs for the loss of 1 wicket off 10 overs so far for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The pressure is definitely on as Charles into Hodge. And Hodge driving that, but straight back to Charles on the bounce. Hodge is on 4, Carty is on 3. Charles in again to Hodge. Hodge covers up, defends that back to the bowler, and there's no run. The wicket fell. Beautiful ball by Charles, clean bowled Kieran Powell for 1. He's in again now to Hodge. Hodge, wicket delivery outside off stump. Just lets it go through. The red force.
Charles he has a good quicker ball too. He seems like he's quick. He looks short.
Very
he
quick.
has strong shoulders.
Comes in again, and that one's turned just to the right of the short leg. At the end of this over, hear the voice of Seth Burton. Red Force bossing this game here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, as again right on target is Charles to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in pursuit of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 418 for 9 declared at 12 for 1, with Hodge on 4, Carty's on 3, and after more comments from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, it will be the voice of Seth Burton.
Yeah, a good pressurized situation here by the Red Force, containing the Leeward Islands from even getting a few singles. The consistency with these two bowlers, and also the support in the field. Play a few good shots, but straight to the fielders. The fielders are doing a good job in backing up the bowlers. So it's a pressurized situation all over set.
Yes, it's a challenge for the Leewards batters, but also they have to dig deep and rely on their skill level And also don't bat themselves in a hole. Casey Carty coming through for a quick single. Just pushing, rolling and strolling out to mid-on and calling Monson Hodge through for the single. And they have to do many more of these, using the soft hands as well. Picking the angles, you spoke about that yesterday. Picking the gap and take the boundaries whenever the opportunity is there. They cannot just look on the scoreboard and see 418 for 9. That's a lot of runs. They got to just start to make the runs. And they're doing so rather slowly at this time. Powell's loss may have been a challenge for them, but he definitely played down the wrong line. And he's not been having a good season at all, Sylvester. Has had 2 scores in single digits, 9 in the first innings against the Jamaica Scorpions. Then scored 28 in the second, but then presenting relatively nothing. One in this game, so he has quite a lot of work to do. Monson Hodge, though, he would have something to show at least in the first game, and they would rely on his experience. Charles bowling well, 1 for 6. You mentioned that from his 6 overs. And also, I think the approach with Charles that I like, apart from spinning the ball, he also has one that he just bowls it flat through.
Yeah.
On the offside. That tends to keep a bit low. It slides through. So if you're not watching it, yes.
It's quicker than you expect, isn't it?
Yes, very quick through the air, very quick off the pitch. So therefore, you must be able to either pick that or be in the right position.
Yeah.
13 for 1.
But these Leeward Islands batters, they have to find a way to score. I mean, when you do your research on the Trinidadian Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, you see that, you know, they attack is based mainly on spin bowling.
Precisely, so you must come prepared.
You have to, in order, you know, to increase your level of productivity as a player.
Well, look at that. That one took Casey Carty on the pad, and it looks like on the bat as well. And it went by, in fact, it beat him down the leg side. It also beat Jaldio. And Casey Carty had no clue that the ball had passed the wicket keeper.
Yeah, but I mean,
look at it.
Yeah, Monson Hodge, he was kind of off balance. But watch Monson Hodge.
And Monson Hodge is halfway there, and his head is still down.
But you should have, what I'm saying, as a non-striker, and you see that,
should
you
be
have
calling
to shout.
him.
Yeah, you have to shout and call him. But Monson Hodge just casually run down, and eventually they end up with 2 runs. But
team dynamics.
Yeah,
something is
you
lacking
have to be
there
more
in terms of that communication edge. You got to give yourself that edge. You got to communicate, as you rightly said. Monson Hodge should have called on him, but he was halfway down. Then when Carty got his head up, he was able to get 2 byes. This time, this one is played uppishly, and the field is set for that because there is the leg slip, there is the forward short leg. Darren Bravo, the captain, has placed himself at a short mid-wicket position. Imran Khan at a short backward of square just to the right of umpire Graves, and also a fielder to the left of the umpire, forward of square. And then there is also the mid-on. Carty leaves this one, beating wicket keeper as well, stopped by the second slip. So Charles is beating everybody, including wicketkeeper Django.
Yeah, when he's bowling into the leg slip.
Yes, I think getting the ball pretty much on leg and then going further away. Let's see what he does on this occasion. Still the turn. Casey Carty pads up at that. But while the onside field is well set, Sylvester Joseph with the over coming to an end at 15 for 1. The check is the gaps on the offside. The gaps, there is just the fielder at deep mid-off and extra cover. Apart from first slip, there is a huge gap. But they're not taking the advance, front foot forward, looking to work the ball and pick up easy singles.
Yeah, precisely. But also we have to give Brian Charles a bit of credit because he's bowling like middle and leg bowling to the field. He's not strained on the offside or even bowling on the off stump. You know, so you have to exhibit some skills as a batsman to maneuver and find that area. If you just stay there and wait and wait and wait, you just keep playing the ball to where they want, and eventually, one may bounce, or you play out of context, and that may be a downfall. So I mean, you're top of the batter, as I said, you're a batsman, and if this is what presents to you, you have to find a way of overcoming that.
Carry pair being worked off the pads by Munson Hodge.
Said it doesn't matter if our batters, don't make up their minds to start sweeping, whether conventional or reverse. If you're not going to sweep,
If you're playing spinners, you must be prepared to sweep.
You have to use your feet.
That's right.
It's either two things: sweep or you use your feet. If you're going to just stop there and prod and wait on the bad balls, at this level, how many bad balls are you going to get from a spinner?
That's right. In fact, you said either or. I think it should be both.
Right.
You
okay.
must be always prepared to use the
yeah.
feet to the spinner, and you must be able to sweep. You're a right-hander. Oh, beautiful delivery. Took the outside edge, past Django, and also deflected. I got the impression from his glove.
Yeah, from
and went past first slip. Was it a chance? We're not sure.
It definitely was a chance.
So
outside edge.
Django not collecting there now. He is doing what he should have done. Just
parries,
yes.
take the hands. Nice.
So Casey Carty has given up a chance there. And you're right, because even the sweep shot, it has to do with movement of the feet. You may anchor one and get the upper body, the support of the extra body to go leg side. And moving the feet, you get to the pitch of the delivery, which is most important. And once you get to the pitch of the delivery, then you can choose how to execute. It doesn't have to be a lofted drive. It doesn't have to be over the top. It could be along the ground, picking the gap. And they are not doing that, but it has been really excellent bowling on the part of the TNT Red Force. With Brian Charles, the wicket taker, he would be happy with his returns. Carry Pay, keeping things quiet as well.
Brian Charles, 7 over for 6 runs, 1 wicket.
Carty gets this one, nudges it down to fine leg, past the leg slip. They're coming back for 2. At least that would do his confidence well.
I mean, you have to find a way to score, because let me tell you, when you're batting these quality spinners and these situations with all these players around your bat and so forth, you're going to get one to bounce, you're going to get one to turn.
And it's a good pitch.
Yeah.
So you have no excuse. You saw the, wow.
And Bravo, he is making some adjustment with his leg slip. Make sure that you're in the right position. A few balls, pass to the left of that leg slip. So Darren Bravo, coming to make sure that his leg slip is set in the right area.
I would like to see a replay on that. And you'd see where Casey Carty's feet are. We'll just see a replay of where Casey Carty's feet were on that shot, and it would tell you the tentative nature, the tentative approach that they're having.
Yeah,
that's how he ends, and it's an off spinner coming across. Initial movement forward and then shuffling back. The right thing now, coming through for a quick single and almost, well, a bad collision there. Almost creating a run out simply because desperation has set in for runs. And Munson Hodge and Django colliding, fortunately.
Well, it's a collision, not a bad one.
Well, it's not a bad one.
We're happy it's not a bad one. But the run in between the wicket as well, you have to be alert when you're in a situation like this, because you want to rotate the strike, you're not too high risk of the single, but if both batters are, looking for that single, it will be much easier. But Munson Hodge, you have to be more alert, and he's not the quickest between the wickets, so you definitely have to be alert Stay sharp. I like the intent of Casey so far. He's trying to get out of the strike. He's
And
trying.
that's important. Rotating the strike.
Yeah.
Nothing, not a dot.
Good test here for the Leeward batters. The opener, the most senior of the openers, has departed in Kyron Powell. So Hodge wanting to take that role. Casey Carty, though, would have had the international exposure in terms of the white ball cricket for the West Indies. He's calling for a change of gloves or a change of bat.
Change of something.
Perhaps also getting some instructions or some consolation, because it has been a real clinical performance by the spinners here for the Red Force. TNT, 418 for 9 declared if you have just joined us. And Imran Khan did not reach his 100, as it seemed as though they were setting to achieve a personal landmark, but got to 92 before he pulled Archibald out to foul the square and was caught by Powell. At that stage, they declared the innings. Leewards, Hurricane in reply, got off to a bad start. Powell being bowled all over the place by Brian Charles. Off stump, rock back. They were 5 for 1, and since then this pair, Casey Carty joining Munsid Hodge, and they have added 15 runs. And it's going to be a long day for the Hurricanes. What is the mindset? I am asking. Good tactical ploy in terms of the field setting by Darren Bravo. Only one player outside of what we would call the circle in the context of that 30-yard scenario. And that player is down at long leg and or backward or deep backward of square. So options are there. He's saying you want to score. If you can't score, you can go over the top.
Yeah. Or you got to beat you have to beat the infield, on the ground.
The confidence level. It needs that confidence level, though. As you say, to beat the infield over the top or to go on the ground.
Yeah, you have to find a way to score. You have what? Casey Carty 8 from 35, and more the usual Munson had innings 5 from 46, and they're gonna get this type of bowling all day.
So would they be blocking all day?
Well,
I guess it depends on the player. Perhaps Carty wants to settle in. I think he has already faced 36 deliveries for his 8. Munson Hodge, 45 deliveries for 5. You can explain that to the viewers.
Well, he's a typical Munson agent. This is the way he plays, and he's not in any rush. Hasn't been in any rush for a number of years now, but I guess time is important in terms of him being out there from a Leeward Islands perspective. Casey Carty is the one that he's looking a little more busier of the two, but he as well, is under tremendous pressure with this bowling attack. These guys are quality spinners, and you have a few more. Bravo has few more in his arsenal, so they're gonna have to do something, because it's all quality. They're gonna get through this innings.
Well, that one just went to the right. The reflection, I think the reflexes of the forward short leg fielder was good, but it was powerfully struck to his right. So Munson Hodge under some pressure here.
He got out similarly to that by hitting a short leg and going back to the keeper. He has to be careful. That delivery was one that I think he could have scored off. Just plays it,
certainly,
a bit wider.
Yes, he could have played it wider, and just prepared again. Very static, no serious commitment to meet the ball on this occasion. Now he steers it. Was able to pick it up late, steered it down to third man, picks up a a double, 2 runs.
I mean, when you're in this situation here, you have to have an idea of your scoring areas. You know, when the ball comes in certain areas, you know, where am I looking to score? You know, if you're going to attack, be positive. You know which areas you want to score, and this is the thing that you have to know.
Once again, he makes that adjustment and gets it out to the point region for a single. The gaps are there. Perhaps it took him a while to realize that he has to make an adjustment. Again, it's an off spinner. You got to meet the ball. You can't allow the ball just to come onto you. You got to meet it, and you got to be scoring. Carty works this one nicely into the mid-wicket region. Good tumbling save from Carey Pear, running a course from forward of square to mid-wicket. And 4 runs coming off that over, perhaps the most productive over in terms of singles apart from the boundary that we saw at the beginning of the innings. 24 for 1, the batters.
Yes, indeed. The last 4 deliveries, the last 3 deliveries, in fact. You know, we got a 2 and 2 singles. As I said, 4 runs, and that is the most productive. You know,
it sounds funny.
That tells the tale.
After 17 overs.
That tells the tale, innit?
It
17 overs for 24 runs.
What is it? Is it application? Is it a mindset? Carey Pear.
I think it's more so a mindset because technically these guys are efficient enough, you know, at this level. They have proven time.
They have the skill level.
They have the skill level. So it's a more mental aspect, in my humblest opinion. Just the intent. You know, you're batting and you have to look to score first.
Your opinion is a well-validated opinion, so you don't need to put the extra stamp of humility on it. But it is just the reality. It has to be a mind problem because you have reached the level of West Indies cricket in terms of Casey Carty. Monson Hodge has been thereabout, has gotten on 18, has been able to, 13 years of cricket for the Leewards. Yeah. Therefore, it simply means at this level, should be able to counter anything that comes. There is no fire and brimstone out there. There is no pitch kicking dust that you could say they're adverse circumstance. There is no wet pitch. There is no wind. You must be adept, and if it's the mindset, I think they need quite a bit of conditioning there. Here is Casey Carty goes back, traps this one down. For instance, we were speaking about what happened in the Jamaica game, the Scorpions game. You saw different approaches that yielded different results in the end. We saw Jeremiah Louis coming down at number 8 and scoring 78, up in the tempo. We saw Raheem Cornwall. No slugging. Just cause the batting to look so easy, and you wonder, well, what is happening? You saw a glimpse of a Kofi James.
Yeah.
So the mindset is going to be key here for the Hurricanes. They must be saying we're between a rock and a hard place. But their first mission must be Fred 4 score 400, we can score 400. But you can't allow Brian Lara and Carey Pear to be all over you.
I think the first mission, the target for the batting team must be as the stuff is not first in its points, but is the maximum batting points. You know, you have to make a certain amount of runs in 110 overs.
Right.
You know, so you need to set your start out and know, like, this is what we need. We can't focus on this 400. No, we focus on accumulating points on the way to that.
Because there's no way you're going to make that and then bowl out the red force.
No. So you try to get maximum, but you get maximum bowling points already. In terms of you got 9 wickets, so you got 3 points. So you have got some fast bowling wickets. Even the last one, you get a fair amount of fast bowling points.
Yes, the fast bowlers had 8
wickets. Wickets. Yeah, so you got a fair amount of points already. So now is the batting. Your target is to, firstly 250. Then you build from there.
That's right. But you have to build with confidence and show confidence.
Yeah, but you can't go. They got black 110 overs and make 160. You're not getting any batting points, and your batting doesn't make any sense. Because what's the purpose of you batting and blocking 100 overs?
This time he works it down to fine leg. Can comes around and feels. Single to Carty.
Different than Kofi James in the batting order, right? Whereas Kofi James comes out in the first 2 games and he doesn't look like he's a rookie.
That's right. He looks as though he's a settled player.
He's looking to score.
That's
right. So these guys, they are not under any pressure for any selection in terms of,
retaining their
places. So I don't know why you're supposed to have confidence. This is the first thing of building your confidence. When you go in a setting and you have to be firing for your play, putting pressure on yourself to make sure that you do well, that you can be in the team again. But these guys are not under that pressure. That sort of pressure.
As you mentioned, James is the one who should be on the way, but he doesn't look as though he's on the way. He comes out, he scores, and he scores with a fair measure of authority. They have gotten one unfortunate out. And that's the nature. The days of the Leewards earlier in your years were days of, it doesn't matter who the bowlers were. Not that you were careless. You had your guys at the top like Lanville Harrigan and Stuart Williams, a maestro at the top of the order.
Even the assistant coach, William Cornwall.
That's right.
They have to get these guys out. If they don't get them out, they're going to score.
They got to score.
That's the reality about it. When Narco Morton, when you
they're
have
going
these
to
guys,
score with a lot of, and you look at the preceding that, the Keith Arterton, those are guys, the Richie Richards and Dave Joseph, top order batters who are going to let the opposition. It doesn't matter whether you're the best spinner or the best pacer. It is going to be a contest that, after one session, the Leeward Islands, maybe about 100.
Yeah, these guys,
100 possession.
Score. I mean, they're going to score. That is the hallmark, I think, over the years, when I get into the Leeward Islands setup, even from the youth tournament. These guys, the Jamaicans and the Bajans, these guys, were friends with us. We became good friends because of how we play.
Yes. That was part of the trademark.
Yeah.
Positive stroke play. Here is Carrie Pear to this one is steered nicely by Munson Hodge. Will it go down to the fine leg with this third man boundary for forward? It does. Good change. He read the ball going away from the right-hander. And in the end, he gets into double figures. And Hurricanes looking to at least blow.
That's a control shot. You see, what we were talking about earlier, you don't need all that power. The gap is there. You just place the ball in the gap and the ball will go. We have seen that over and over again from Imran Khan, and that shot, epitomizes that type of stroke play. It's nothing too fancy. It's just, applying that simple basic skill.
Pierre misses his run. He's bowling with only now a forward short leg. So they have removed the pressure players simply because there have been rotation of the strike
more fluency.
And more fluency in terms of the batting. It's a good pitch here.
But I like the look of Casey Carty because I think he is the instigator in terms of
the positive.
Yeah, he's looking for those singles. Even though they're going straight to the middle for mid-on, he's really pushing.
To get the single.
Wow,
that was close. Slashed at that and was beaten. Was playing for the one going away. That one held its own and went straight to Django. But you referenced that Carty's always looking to score, get the runs, move on. I think that it has to be the situation with both batters.
And Munson is not that type, Munson waits on the bad balls. If you bowl him, all in one area for the whole day, he quite content in just blocking and wait until you make the mistake. He's not, putting any pressure on you to make any mistakes. Even sometimes, as you see with Casey Carty, he will drive the ball to say deep extra cover, or the extra cover that is just a fairway back, not too deep, but he pushes for a single. But not Munson. Munson will just drive it out there and just
stand
there, relax, and wait on the next one.
So the lead, in fact, they're trailing by 387 runs. We're in the first session of the third of 4 days. We're 15 minutes or 14 minutes before lunch on the third day. Brian Charles, the man who has gotten the wicket, is continuing his spell. 10 overs on the trot. And he has the forward short leg, a leg slip, you may say, and a leg gully. Carty looks positive on that, driving it back to the bowler. Defying all the chatters, all the noise. Comes forward, looks solid and composed in defense.
In a situation like this, when I used to play, I used to back my defense so much. I don't even worry about players around my bat. I just worry about getting to that pitch of the ball and putting some whipping on that off spinner. I'm looking for my scoring areas to mid wicket. It's like a long on. I'm looking to
chip that.
Yeah, whip it down there and get a single.
Yes.
So, but shot.
Now he sweeps.
Shot.
The shot that Sylvester Joseph wanted to see.
6 runs.
6 runs. You said it early, Sylvester.
Yeah, you got to sweep.
You got to either sweep or go down or move your feet.
Yeah, you got to.
And now the first sweep shot that we have seen, it results in a maximum. So it took a little while for the players to understand that the partnership continues of 32.
And even what I'm saying is calculated risk, guys. Even if you get a tappage, there is no one to catch you.
That's
because
right.
You have 2 men
3
right
men
there.
around
the back,
on the onside around the bat.
Yeah, so it's less. It's not even a highway shot.
That's right. And even the chip that you spoke about, there is a long on and there is a wide mid off. So you can actually play down the ground.
Down the ground.
The
even if you get to the pitch and hit it in the ear, as long as you don't have enough power on it, you're still going to get a single or 2.
What is that? It has now engendered a change where Imran Khan, who was just to the right of the square leg umpire, has been pushed 3/4 of the way back on the boundary. I think that is rather shy. The first aggressive strike, Edwin Bravo has gone on the defensive.
Yeah, I mean, as any captain would.
Sorry, Darren Bravo.
It's any captain would. And if you have 2 batters and one, especially, start looking positive, it puts doubt in your mind. You start to look more defensive and see where you can contain him. And this is what they want when you start to take control of your innings. Not just your
over comes to an end. The 6 coming off that over. Casey Carty moving along, looking more fluent. 17 months in 113. But it also sends a signal to the bowler that you're no longer prepared to accept this. So either you change your line or I'll come after you.
Yeah, and that will put pressure on the bowler because he's doing something. He has to change from his comfort zone, in just having the batters just there, batting, and he just come and bowl one particular line, particular length. So, and now
a change in attack. From this to Sir Kurt Liambu's end, Imran Khan is going to replace Carrie Peer. So these 2 batters are settling, partnership building, 32-run partnership. Khan would be coming from right arm over. It is leg spin bowling. One who has mastered the art over time for TNT Red Force. Monson Hodge looks on the onside and sees that there is a man on the back of the square boundary. Everyone else is well inside. Faces, goes back and he punches this one. No run there. Still
you see like how he backs and punches that one. He doesn't even think about a single. Even though it was difficult to get a single, but that's better. That's better.
At least
looking for it.
And but the point that you were making, he didn't look for it the first time. That may have been the conditioning then of the non-striker, Casey Carty, that he's not going for the single. So therefore stand. So the opportunity came, Carty was not allowed. They need to communicate on clearly that running between the wicket. Because either of them could have been a single.
Yeah, definitely.
Or both.
Definitely. Just to get into that frame of mind.
The mindset.
The mindset.
Yes. This time he steers it. Would not go for that. Khan would be buoyed by his excellent batting performance. You've done well with the bat. Should inspire with the ball. Hodge backs away. Just taps this one out. Has a gap between backward point and cover. Yes. Slow enough. Should be able to punch it between both because he's pitching just on off, going away.
Yeah.
So it's no challenge to the stumps. Over has completed. Imran Khan is happy to have completed a maiden first up. And the Towing score 418 for 9 declared by TNT on the shoulders of Darren Bravo and the strong arms of Imran Khan and the other contributors of half centuries, Karai and
Terrence Hines.
Hines only getting, what, 4 overs to start?
Yeah.
Then he was pulled from the attack. Looked also menacing.
Yeah, he
Has
did.
good pace.
He did.
Strong guy, a good potential. Well, we haven't seen a lot of him in the bowling, but given his positive batting, that really provided the impetus for TNT. If he's a good fast bowler, he can maintain that pace and control.
But I reckon that those 4 overs is his quota for the innings.
Maybe. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Very good, very good. Very good.
Saying it's very close. That's what Django is saying to the stumps, Mike.
That's psychology.
Yes. Casey Carty, his feet are still planted in the crease. Look at
That
that.
was pitch outside the
Yes.
stuff. That
But
was
the feet are planted in the crease.
yeah.
Deep in the crease. It's mind-boggling. This time he plays a lovely shot, elegant shot, out to extra cover for 4. It was a quick flash of the bat. And also walking into the stroke. You spoke about the movement of the feet flashing. And it has
Quick
only been
hands.
retrieved.
They call it quick hands.
That's right.
More hands.
Hand speed.
Yeah.
And he has the power. He moves on to 21.
I love this run rate. I love this run rate. They just take chances now,
And
boys.
he's
Come
going
on.
to keep it.
Let's take a chance. Let's
Can he
take
keep
a
it
chance,
going?
boys. Come on.
Knows that he needs a big innings here.
Yeah, Chalo.
Shot.
No.
This time they have placed the...
That should be a long single, isn't it?
Yeah, should have been. That one went to wide.
Wide,
mid
and
off.
he's deep. He's deep.
Very deep. But Monson Hodge is still on his haunches. Should be looking to... Let's see what he does at the other end. Okay, now he's walking forward.
Well played.
Wicket, Chalo.
Perhaps Casey Carty must have said, give him to me. Because the previous over he struck a 6 and then a 4.
4.
And perhaps he wants to handle Brian Charles.
Well, he's handling him pretty okay so far.
Chalo.
Barring that one early in the over where he's, as I say, his feet were stuck planted in the crease. Definitely, he's in control.
And
when
this
he comes
is what,
forward,
yes, and this is what positive cricket does.
yeah.
You have already seen now the change in complexion, the long off, the deep and wide mid off. You know, it's now begging some questions of the captain to make the adjustment.
Yeah, Imran Khan coming into the attack now for his second over. More positive over in the previous over there from Casey Carty. You know, he's beginning to get into his stride. Looked positive. Munson Hodge quietly forward again. And Imran Khan, he's one that you don't really want him to settle because he doesn't really turn the ball much, but he gets a little turn, but the bunks especially and the variation. Good
Now
one.
they're coming through for a single. And had that one been a direct hit, I reckon Monson Hodge would have been in trouble. He's sitting back too much on the bat.
Yeah. Well, that one was his
Not
call.
on the bat. Exactly. His
That
call
was
to
call.
danger
Yeah,
end. But if he were run out.
But I like the intent, though. I like the intent of he's looking for that single. It's just that
Casey
he has to
Carty is
get on
very
the bike.
quick.
Yeah, he has to get on the bike.
Not even on the bike. Casey Carty is very quick, and he likes those challenges. Bunsen Hodge a bit laid back. And you can't take it. Perhaps didn't realize it was to the left of Carrie Pierre, because the left-hander, it makes a difference based on where it was played. Good intention on the part of Carty.
Oh, he missed out on some runs there.
Yes.
You don't want to miss out on when you're
And
coming
those down the leg side.
No, you gotta get something on that.
Got to maximize, yes. Even though it may not be a boundary.
Yeah, you
Must
gotta
get something.
You gotta
Carry
get
it with
something
the
on
turn.
that. That was a loose one. And played. Comes
At
forward.
least they're looking so much better over the last 4 or 5 overs.
It doesn't look so tight and tense. They look a lot more freer.
They're not blocking,
No, just blocking.
but
for
creating
brackets.
scoring opportunities.
Played. They look more in control, even though they're not scoring like maybe freely as you like, but
They're in control
they're in
now
control, but they look more in control.
than in the earlier part
yeah.
of the innings. They would be looking for lunch, because I think there would be perhaps 1 over after this before the luncheon break.
Sure.
This time he pulls this one. Did it hit the forward short leg fielder?
I think he mistimed it.
Totally. I think he was trying to go too square on that
Yeah,
occasion.
stand up and hit him more cow-carnish.
Yes,
by
could
the-
have been true mid-wicket. Nevertheless, positive intent shown. Khan in that over, though, I thought was heading too much towards the leg. Changes angle, changes approach. Nothing is wrong with that, but at least 2 of the deliveries were heading down the leg side. Would have presented scoring opportunities, even though Carty did not capitalize. It's showing that his control is not 100%. Nevertheless, only 1 run coming from his over.
See that Jason Mohammed is coming in the attack now.
Limping around.
Yep, Jason Mohammed.
So you're using Jason Mohammed before Karaya.
Probably said that.
It's a pre-lunch.
Yeah, this may be the last over. Before
He has a golden arm, Jason Mohammed as well.
He's good.
Sometimes comes in at some peculiar times and
Come on, shake a hand.
takes a wicket.
He's a good bowler. He's
Yes,
a
he did
good
some
one
for the
that
West
can-
Indies in ODI when he had his opportunities.
He's not a slouch at all with that ball.
Not at all.
He's a good man to give a over to before lunch. You know, sometimes you
And
get-
over before lunch can really make a difference.
Oh, yes.
Because the guys can relax. This is what you call the time where optimum concentration is needed. Should have been a single.
Sweet, sweet start.
no intent.
Love start. Lovely start from you.
Jason Mohammed on the ball right away.
Didn't see her touch it here.
China has some decent spinners here.
Yes. Goes back and he cracks this one. This should go out towards the cover boundary. Being chased by Simmons, but no, the ball. Salonzo, the ball goes into the boundary for 4. Bunsen Hodge getting the break that he wanted and capitalized on it.
You see, because of that shot, even the over before lunch, the captain, one bad ball, and the captain has a sweeper and they take out the leg slip. You know, so just being positive changes the whole dynamics of everything.
I told you some time ago about the discussion I had with Sir Viv Richards at the recreation grounds. We were just having our casual chat. Coming forward, oh, that was a good delivery. And that one took the inside edge and went through the legs of the forward short leg fielder for Singleton Bunsen Hodge. And what Viv is saying that in India, you had what, 9 fielders around him,
Yeah.
right? And you had Chandra Shekhar, Betty Fisher, the whole crew. But he said what, 9 around you, you just chip it over the top. And by the time they are tired of you chipping over the top, they start to open the field and then you just start to pick your gaps.
Yeah.
So it's not all about big hitting. So whereas he's branded the master blaster, it takes a lot of thinking, the thinking factor.
Of course, someone that does what he does, he's a single. Someone that does what he does on a consistent basis for so many years, on a world stage, it's not only about just going out there and big hitting. You have to have that level of understanding situation, when to adapt. You had some pretty good bowlers back then too.
Yes.
So you can't just go and bully these bowlers.
Poor feeling on the part of Pear, allowing that one to go through. Perhaps lunch thoughts are setting in.
All that is a part of being positive, because they are human beings as well.
That's
and
right.
they make mistakes.
Yes.
It's not just the Leeward Island players can make mistakes, but if you just afford them,
put them to the test.
You put them in the test and see how they operate.
Apply a little pressure. This
Yeah.
one, Casey, get that one. That one was keeping a bit low.
A bit low, yeah.
And we have seen a few on the offside. That's lunch on the third day. The Leeward Islands 49 for 1 after Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel made 418 for 9 declared. Casey Carty on 22. Munson had 120. They lost the wicket of Kyron Powell only for 4. For 1, I beg your pardon. That wicket went to Brian Charles. So you join us after lunch in the next 35 minutes when the Leewards would continue their reply from 49 for 1 in response to 418 for 9 declared.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff, so yeah. I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else. So
if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. every time I go out and bat, try and get a start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Ians. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad he was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys, so.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys, but try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and that kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and the field, you know, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with with new players and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with you were with the West Indies Academy.
well, in fact, the opening pair of Munson Hodge and Kieran Powell. Powell, he was bowled by Brian Charles for 1 with the Leewards in a spot of bother at 1 for 5 or 5 for 1. Since then, we have seen a partnership of 44 between Munson Hodge, who is on 20, and Casey Carty on 22 to stabilize things for the Leewards. They went in on lunch, Terry. Pretty much a good period for Trinidad and Tobago, but a good fight back, or at least the start of a resistance by the number 3 and the opening bat for the Leewards.
Yes, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Yeah, start of a resistance, and something that they had to do. There's no point just standing there trying to block every delivery, especially with the amount of fielders that Bravo employed round the bat for his spinners. And it was good to see a bit more positive intent or attempted stroke play, especially getting the sweep out. I agree entirely with what Sylvester was talking about earlier today, that they need to use their feet to the spin and use the sweep shot when they can, because they're not, it'd highly unlikely with the bowling attack that the Red Force have got, that they're going to be able to bat out a whole, day and a half, so to speak, without showing some form of attack.
It has been 22 overs of spin and only 3 of pace, but we see Terence Hines will be starting off the attack. Well, that one went past wicketkeeper Django. Looking to see what the umpire signals. No, it
he hit it.
Hit it. So it could have been it's another chance down the leg side.
That's why
Amir Django putting down Hodge earlier from a short, sharp one from Carey Peer. And now that glance from Munson Hodge, the first delivery after lunch. The 50 comes up nevertheless for the Leeward. They would be happy, 50 for 1.
Yeah, Terence Hines showed some emotion, but I thought he was showing emotion and the ball slipped down the leg side out of his hand. But apparently, Hodge got a tickle on it.
Would have been a good wicket immediately after lunch. Munson Hodge would not be happy. He would just be going back to the lunch table to speak about his dilemma. But earlier, Sylvester Joseph was making the point that once the ball is trending down leg, it has to be given good treatment. You must maximize your scoring opportunity. I know he was coming out of lunch, but it was a sort of lazy glance. It was no intention of even putting it between back of the square and the wicket keeper. Casey Carty looking solid. He has grown in confidence, always having the intention of scoring. And instead of being pulled along by Munson Hodge, he seems to be the one who would have to pull along Munson Hodge into that positive frame of mind.
Most definitely. What we know of Munson Hodge, especially so far in this championship for 2023. But Casey Carty looks class, though.
Yes, he's a class act, knows what he's about. Covers up on this occasion. Terence Hines using the pitch well. He's not coming right up to give you any half volley. Most of his deliveries have been back of the length. Gets good carry at the same time.
Yeah, he gets excellent carry and rather broad shoulders. But I was looking at some of the stats for the most runs scored so far in the competition. And wait for this delivery. And it's interesting. We talk about consistency, and we got the 2 century makers in the first round in Malis and Nandu, and they both fouled cheaply in this round. You get Artenez making 140 odd, fouled cheaply in the second innings. That consistency, it doesn't seem to be exactly. But you get somebody like a Shane Mosley, who they've tried at West Indies level, hasn't come up, and he keeps nagging away with the 30s, 40s, maybe a half century here and there. They're the type of players, or your Sun Lumbers, they're the type of players that end up towards, if not on top, of the leading run scoreboard at the end of the championship.
Yes.
And that's not what you want,
Right.
ideally.
You want the guys who are scoring the century to be consistent.
Exactly. And not
to
just,
be consistent.
Rest on
those
the
about ends up at the top, but may not register the high score.
Right.
In fact, you may even find some all-rounders creeping up to that top above who may be considered first-choice batters. I made a point yesterday as part of our discussion with Sylvester that in the days when they had 5 games, you score 500 runs in the series, you'll be given a look in. Either you're on the test team or you're in the 13, or if it's a touring team, you're in the President's 11.
Yep.
Preliminarily, and there are players who were just consistent at that. Some were unfortunate not to be given the opportunity. Depends on the era. When there was a fixed team or whether they were looking to add others to the team. Brian Charles, his first delivery. Casey Carty looking at Munson Hodge, perhaps believing that was played deep. There ought to have been an intent, at least towards taking a single. Carty shows that on playing it. That would not have been a single per se, but he's showing that presence as the non-striker. And that's what you want to see at the other end.
Yes.
To assist in terms of the run scoring. So those issues of consistency are well noted. And I think you are so correct.
Yeah, because you talk about those guys of yesteryear. And that is why they were around, if not in the West Indies lineup, because they were consistent.
That's
right.
right.
Say they get their 400, 500 runs every single series, whereas they're just not consistent these days.
Not at all. You look back at the stats for last season and you realize some guys may have a heavy game, 2 heavy games, and then for the rest 3 they're up to nothing.
Right.
And then there may be a guy who they have 1 century or 2 centuries, but up in the 80s, up in the 90s, showing solid patterns of consistency. And those are some of the things that you must weigh in the balance. As a player, you must take personal. Oh, that one kept low, but for he's given.
Yeah.
I thought for one, really, once it was in front, he would have been given. And that one kept low. It was a quicker one from Brian Charles, and we spoke about the batters not coming forward and meeting the ball, not giving themselves the advantage. So Munson Hodge, he was well in the crease. Look at this. Backing up, plumb in front. And Brian Charles strikes the second blow. In fact, his 4th delivery after lunch, 1 over being bowled, and then he comes in and with his 4th delivery. We spoke about Munson Hodge being still on the back foot, not just playing, but even in his approach to running, that sort of lethargic approach.
Right. Yeah. His approach to his all-round game, because he would know with the amount of experience that he's got under his belt, he should have been well forward to that delivery. But can't take nothing away from Brian Charles. He's been bowling well.
Yes. He has taken the 2 openers.
And taken the 2 openers, yes.
So Hodge and...
We'll bring more men round the bat now. So.
Yes. Partnership of 44 has been broken. In fact, the partnership of 47 has been broken. Kofi James comes into bat. And you can see all the things happening. Darren Bravo walking a course right on the pitch in front of the batter, and then ensuring that he has the forward short leg in place, the leg slip and the slip. Kofi James is doing the Shanda Paul or the Sarwan in the marking of the crease with the bail. And let's see, he's a confident cookie, Kofi James. Faces Brian Charles, comes forward and is confident enough to tap it in front of the forward short leg and the leg slip. That's what you want to see. But as Sylvester Joseph has been saying, the use of the feet and the sweeping The two openers, 123. Well, 120, and the other one. Not
yeah.
what you would want to see.
No.
TNT, they did lose their two openers cheaply. It was 8 for 2.
Yes, correct.
But at the same time, they have posted 418 for 9 and an opportunity for the Leewards. What you want to see that forward projection from your top order batting against the off spinner.
Yeah, most definitely, because as we were saying, there's no point in just blocking, because that will just build more and more pressure.
Short outside the off stump, hammered by Carty Casey, but well fielded by the man at backward point. Casey admonishing himself, says he should have gotten more from that.
Yeah, I think he tried to place that rather than hit through.
And it was
The
short
ball
enough.
was short enough,
It was there
wide
for
enough. Yep.
Good to see that Terence Hines has been given more bowling. This must be a challenge bowling in this spin-filled attack.
Most definitely. You'd fill the odd one out, wouldn't you?
I remember the days of India cricket. Used to have even guys like Amanat, the opener, just to take the sheen off the ball.
Right.
Like nice little medium pace.
Yeah.
And then it was all the spinners.
All the
so they
spin for
came
the
with
rest
a
of the
batch of
day.
spinners to the Caribbean. Then that changed. They had some of the guys, Kuravilla, and then you had the Khan and Zaire Khan and Neera, and then now they have a battery of top-class fast bowlers in India cricket.
I'm talking about spinners, though, Indian spinners in particular. They tell me that Jadeja nearly got in trouble for rubbing pain relief cream on his bowling fingers throughout Australia's first innings yesterday.
I didn't hear about that.
But apparently,
if
that's
it's
all
pain
right.
relief, why would you be charged for that?
Right? No, you couldn't.
So he should have consulted the umpire. I mean, good delivery. That one coming back. Good line. Good.
It's not sandpaper, is it?
That's right. It's not sandpaper. It's not soil. Are you going to tell me don't take my medication if I have a headache or toothache or don't rub the back of my hamstring?
But I believe some debutant from Australia took 5 today.
Yes, Murphy.
But
took 5.
Australia, India is still well in command, no?
Yes.
Century to Sharma.
Lovely shot by Casey Carty. Well, once you're batting with Kofi James,
there should be no excuse.
Yes,
No? Yeah.
there's no excuse. He's always looking for action. And only that sometimes he may get run out. He has to know who he's running with. You have to be aware of the other player. And Casey Carty is the perfect foil. I believe both are busy players, youngsters with the hunger.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a good innings by Rohit Sharma. Positivity.
Right.
Good to see Carty covering up to that. Not getting carried away, just lining up. Over comes to an end. 54 for 2.
He's not a bad bowler, though, Hines. This is the first time I've had a look at him, but he generates a decent pace. As Sylvester says, he just seems to come to almost a complete stop before he gets into his delivery stride. So if he run through the crease a bit more, he'd probably pick up a bit extra pace. But he looks like a good, decent cricketer.
Yes, he's a strong, strongly built lad. He also batted well. His batting, knowing that he has already a first-class 100 behind his name, and seeing him powering his way to a half-century here. Good clean hitting. So these are some of the players that you may want to put under your radar. But again, you mentioned consistency. So Kofi James will be facing to Brian Charles. drives, being positive. Clearly he's not blocking. Drove that down to mid-on. Sylvester Joseph would like to see that because he believes that, you must back yourself. You can't be blocking. And at least he wasn't careless. At the same time, he was meeting the ball, and this time he comes forward, stretches out in the approved manner, plays it into the offside.
Interesting field placings, though. You got a leg slip and a leg gully.
And a forward short leg. All on the onside. This time they're coming through for a quick single. He just nudged that, steered that into the gully position, and they're coming through, and that makes a difference. He gets off the mark. But they're showing positive intent in strike rotation. What Carty has to look for is that quicker delivery from Brian Charles, because when he bowls it, it picks up not only pace, but it keeps a bit low, skids on. So he needs to get that front foot out of the crease. Sweeps this one nicely. Down to backward, square for 4.
Excellent shot that by Carty. So say the sweep shot comes into play when you can execute it as well as that. They're the type of shots that you should be looking for. That would certainly scatter the fieldsmen around him if he can play a few more like that, but that was a top shot.
Yes, he picked it up quickly, saw it on the pads and went for it. And as Sylvester Joseph, we have to call his name too often because he said either you're going to sweep or you're going to meet it. And
but he's the coach.
On 3 occasions he has swept 1 6 and 2 4s.
2 4s, there you go. So what's that? 14 out of the half his score. Out of the 28 that he's made.
That's right. This time he contents to get a single. Picking the gap. Vacant mid-on.
Yeah, and not allowing Charles to settle into a groove against one particular batsman. They're rotating the strike nicely, these two.
It's good to see James's approach because he has just come in. He doesn't look to be in any trouble, any bother, though. But Carty's 29 has been the leading light so far for the Hurricanes.
But I think with James also, that good showing in the Super 50 Cup competition would have given him a lot of confidence.
Certainly.
Moving forward and feel that he certainly belongs at this level.
Played more in the mold of a bowler because he was the Leewards leading bowler. In fact, the leading bowler prior to the playoffs.
The finals,
after Leewards were knocked out of the semi-finals. In the final, he was eclipsed. He had a couple of batting opportunities. I thought too low, but he batted with confidence. 1 6 that he struck off Odin Smith. Really a special shot.
But as you say, he's a confident young guy, which is great to see. And he puts that confidence as a naughty shot.
Yes, naughty shot, because it was there for the square cut. But he really just hung the bat. It was all arms and no movement of the feet. He didn't go back to cut, move the back foot. He didn't move the front foot towards it. He had those options. And he just stretched out on it. And the ball went through to the wicket keeper. It could have been an edge. Top edge. Could have been. So Casey Carty, yes, he knows that. Got to get the feet moving.
Solid in defense, though. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all.
The new restaurant over the south side seems to be doing some business, though, Seth.
Yes.
A few people in the ground today.
Well, the other day I went over that side and I had a sample.
Right.
Of something that they had and took some home for the kids.
Excellent.
So when they were wondering, where did you get this? I didn't tell them. I said, I bought it for you. I just want you guys to sample what is on offer.
I think it's aptly named Boundary Bites.
Relevance.
Excellent.
You have a restaurant in a cricket park.
Yes.
You don't want to be calling it anything that is not cricket oriented. That's part of branding. Subtle, smart. Even though it's a name, there is meaning to the name.
Yeah. But boundary bites.
Boundary bites. So you get a bite on the boundary. Oh, lovely
Nice
shot.
shot.
A long chase for the fielder coming around from fine leg to deep backward of square. 2 runs for Casey Carty. Well, we have also been given some nice refreshments. Compliments Andrew Wholesale and FB Armstrong. So we have had
Excellent.
the Lucozade, we have had the Gatorade, we have had some nice sports drinks. You guys have been sampling it, and I think
Lucozade Citrus Chill. I recommend that one, Sylvester, next time you're walking around Cedar Valley.
I haven't tested it as yet. Good delivery. That one was coming back. And good smart thinking on the part of Casey. Casey watched that coming in and he saw the late swing and was not induced into playing a stroke.
No, and every time he bats, to me, the longer he stays at the crease, the better and better he looks.
Because he started out a bit tentative and not really getting, the feet moving as you would have liked. But then, since then, he has really, just before lunch, motored on and started to get into his own. Now he's on 31, half of the Leewards score. Drives nicely out through extra cover. They get one. They come back for the second. He's carrying his personal score up to 33 and the team score up to 34. The standout bowler, Brian Charles. He will come back at the end of this over. But clearly, there seems to be a plan in the approach by these two young batters. They are having a conversation while the TNT fielders are looking to gather themselves around the bat.
Yes, excellent to see the communication between the two youngsters. But it is quite a good period for Leeward Islands, even though they lost Hodge since the luncheon break. This is quite a productive partnership just starting to grow here for the Hurricanes.
Question for Bravo, how long do you keep on Brian Charles? He's getting the wicket. It may be a reverse Cornwall scenario with the Leeward. That he's doing well, he must keep bowling. Kofi James was going back. That one was coming into him, but he was able to play it back to the bowler. It's notable that of the 9 wickets which fell for the Red Force, 8 went to the Pacers. Of the 2 wickets so far in this innings, 2 have gone to the spinner Brian Charles. The pitch, though, is playing well, and I would really love to see Terrence Hines coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I did see Archibald got a few to kick off that end. Oh, lovely shot by Kofi James. He just stepped forward and launched into that as though he was already at the crease for half of an hour. Into the boundary for 4. He moves to 5.
Excellent shot, that one by James. To the pitch of the ball easily and just stroked it sweetly.
He must be listening to Sylvester Joseph. He said, get to the pitch of the ball and use the feet.
There you go.
This time,
nice soft hands.
Gets a single, rotating the strike.
Which is important because that takes away becoming stagnant, and then you get into that negative frame of mind, which is what happened at Coolidge last week. While they got a partnership with these two that are keen on rotating the strike.
And I got the impression in Mounson's Hodge dismissal that it was that sort of mentality that it's more survival rather than scoring that got him into the web. Casey Carty now showing a different approach, just going back and working it with the wrist.
Yeah, because if you look at Hodges' innings, and he did the same thing in the first round, every shot is pinging out of the middle of the bat, but straight to fielders. Whereas these guys, even Imran Khan did the same thing. He was prepared to drop it and run, you know?
Soft hands or movement of the wrist, placing it. So that has to, I don't know if that will change. Kofi James driving in the gap, and these two are just picking it.
Yeah. And it's, you know, it's becoming quite a fruitful little period here for the Hurricanes, which will give them, you know, or should give them a lot of confidence moving forward.
So the question is, how long can they survive? Casey Carty on 34. You would see the monumental innings by Darren Bravo yesterday, getting 100, the fourth player to reach the 100 mark in the championship so far. In this, the second round. Imran Khan must be looking at that and saying, I almost got there.
Yeah.
But I just didn't make it.
No, if he had kept it on the ground.
It was a difficult one for him because perhaps he was given an ultimatum to get on with it. And he thought get on with it, penetrating the square leg boundary, going over was a better option than hitting it down. And he perished. And then the start of the innings, I think he ought to have been rewarded. Bravo played a gem of an innings, mixture. But I thought Imran Khan's innings was more balanced. Mixture between not only the run rate, but also picking the gaps and really putting pressure on the Leewards. Oh, Casey Carty, is it Kofi James? Going for that same shot, similar to what Casey Carty. That one was closer to the body and coming back.
Yeah,
I think they have to be careful.
Got a bit more bounce out of that too.
Because Terry Hines is getting that ball shortish outside the off stump, cut of a height. It is seaming back. And he is creating some anxious moments here. Looks as though he's enjoying his cricket.
I believe young Kirk McKenzie was 54 not out at lunch today.
James goes across and drives. Really wants to get on with it. Just need to keep that cool. So you're saying Kirk McKenzie?
Yeah, 50 odd not out when Jamaica lost 7 this morning. So they only got at lunch they only had a lead of 26 after being 70.
I almost say
70.
Did Log get any runs?
No.
And you speak about consistency again. Started with the flourish and then three
failures. Yeah.
Lovely shot by Kofi James once again. Stood up tall and pulled both the wide mid off and the cover into attention.
But also, Seth, we've been talking about the importance and the great thing that, you know, after 10 years or so that the 3-day championship is coming back for the Leeward Islands cricket to put pressure on the players that are basically taking their spots for granted. Yeah. But it can also happen in this batting lineup because if these two get off, say, and get some good scores behind them, or even one of these two, then maybe they should start looking at a different opening combination, the way Hodges is playing or the form that Hodges is in. At least it gives them options.
Well, Terry, you have to whisper that because
sorry.
The chairman of selectors is to my right. And next thing you hear, in 3 weeks' time, when there's a change at the top, they would say, it's Terry and Seth. I understand the politics of these. Years ago, your predecessor, the late King Frankai, God bless his soul, in those days of heated Leewards cricket, I used to get called from territories, and guys would call and say, man, they're blasting you on King Frankai in St. Kitts or in wherever because you all said this. We're just honest commentators.
Right.
Sometimes you find yourself, I remember the late Tony Cozier was explaining to me about Jermaine Lawson, who was throwing against Australia in that historic test. He said, I spoke to them, I wrote about it, and guys were just saying in Jamaica that, oh, I just want to bring down a Jamaican. And he was very passionate in his relent to me. I never forgot that day. He was just telling me how it went.
Right.
Because he was saying somebody needed to grab this under 19 youngster and get his action straight. And then we waited until a few years later. So someone may hear Terry say that and set, and then
but that's the problem we have
and Neely start to call.
But
that's fun, listeners. Don't bother with us. Terry Hines, Casey Carty, we would need to perhaps echo to him about that shot. But that's fanning after that.
That's the problem, though, Seth. When you're being open and honest and you're calling it as you see it, instead of taking that and seeing it as a positive, that you're trying to help the game overall and help the individual or something, they automatically think you're picking on their part of the Caribbean, their territory, and so we're all one. We're always
all one.
Especially when it comes to this.
They say honesty is the best policy. That's what I abide by.
There you go.
Only challenge I have is when there's injustice, I would speak. But being honest, you may lose some friends, but the principle is the principle. Terry Hines is going to tell you.
You may lose some friends, but you shouldn't be creating enemies.
Precisely.
That's not what you're about.
Should not.
You know, you're only trying to do it for the benefit of the
game or even the player.
Exactly.
And the truth is, sometimes you'd have players who will shout you out and call and say, where did I go wrong? I hear you said this about me. But if they're fair, you would explain and you become friends.
Exactly.
In fact, I don't know of any, unless it's Sylvester, any of the Antiguan players who would have made the West Indies team who is not my friend. Unless it's Sylvester Joseph decided to become my enemy. And I've been frank and candid. Well, I was not around or in this capacity when the Sir Viv and Andy would have been in check, but at least being honest and doing what you have to do, write what you have to write. In the days of writing, it was a challenge.
Yes, because you had to be very careful.
It was always the print
there
to reflect you.
Right.
And I used to do quite a lot of that.
Have a look at this.
Yes. I remember once a fan come and say, you have changed from being pro player to pro board. I said, no, it's balance. It's how things shift. Here is Kofi James is tabbing this one out. It's not about us, but we ought to bring value to what we do. It's not anybody can say the bowler is into the batter, but we must be able to analyze and bring perspective.
There you go.
And in the context of the Leewards, what you're saying is absolutely correct. Here is Kofi James going across and allowing it to go through. Because if these two, Casey Carty, he needs to build his reputation to do what he has done at the ODI level for Test. Kofi James, relatively new, but has the same talent and capacity and ability and confidence. So if the two survive and do well, and then you have a Leewards tournament, I am not against a decision at the top, because
that's right. Because if
you can't just live on experience. You must be relevant currently, and if you're not relevant, let the selectors do as they may.
That's right.
For the good of the cricket. It's not about you. It's about the bigger picture.
That's right. And I think that's where a lot of people lose focus, Seth. That they feel it's all about them and not the bigger picture.
Look at this. Kofi James just played that one up with respect, but with confidence. Brian Charles may have acknowledged that. And you see now a partnership building between the two. James on 8, Carty on 34. And so with 72 for 2, they are building that partnership of 20. That partnership of 20, if they keep going, it could be a partnership of 40, a partnership of 60. Brian Charles and his crew may have other things in mind, but it will be interesting to see what move Darren Bravo makes at this point. Does he go back to pace? No, seems to be making a change.
Yeah. But he's got plenty of options, though.
Yes.
Imran Khan, Yannick Correa.
We have not seen Correa. I think we're going to see Correa now. No, he has gone back to pace in the end. So there's some level of indecision. Terry Hines took off his hat in the end after he was walking away. Now we see he is. Beg your pardon, listeners, it may have been a fly in the throat. Not that I was laughing. But then we see Terry Hines putting back on the hat. And now we see, who is this? Webster. Webster looking to be taking the ball with his little medium fast stuff.
That's an interesting move.
But I like what I was seeing between Terry Hines, at least. He induced 2 false cut shots from
both batsmen.
Both batters. Could have been edges.
Right.
So he was working to a plan that did not go against him, and he wanted to bowl. Even though the captain was speaking, you saw he made the change. Here is Webster. Slow medium. And Kofi James just takes all the time and steers it out to backward point, and gets a single.
Yeah, and they keep going in this vein is important too. To keep their concentration levels high. We saw Kofi James basically throw his wicket away in the first round. In
the first innings.
In the first innings, sorry.
In the second innings, he was unfortunate, hammered one into the helmet.
That was
the deflection to the wicketkeeper. This time he steers it nicely.
You never see that happen, Seth, and we saw it happen twice in the same match.
In the same match. Life is strange, man. Decades and decades.
Yeah.
We hadn't seen that since, as I said, for me, since Ridley Jacobs against England and Barbados, how many years ago? Then twice in the same match. And you made that point about you go for concussion when the bowler hits the batter in the helmet, but when a ball is hammered with the bat into
no one
the
says
short
boom.
leg, you don't go to do an examination. Webster being played back along the track by Cornwall.
But to me, though, said that is an oversight. But to the ICC or the MCC with the lawmakers, they don't
look at that.
No, they seem to think they've got everything.
Well, you see, laws
under
emerge
control.
over time, I guess.
Well, so they're going to wait until somebody passes out.
Until something happens, then you get that. That is a revelation. Was a revelation. Oh, driven nicely, fluently, but out to Imran Khan. Sylvester Joseph is edging to come in because he perhaps loved to see how these two younger batters are shaping up.
Exactly. And he should be watching it.
He may be encouraged by that.
Yeah. Eye on talent.
Doesn't have to be screaming. That's when the openers were prodding. Oh, lovely shot, but not well placed. It was a bit lazy in the end, perhaps. He waited. Webster, his pace is not the same as Terry Hines.
But I think that's why Webster's been brought into the attack. I think Bravo is playing on a batsman like James, who he knows likes to get on with it, playing on his nerves to
that
see
the
if
pace is not there.
Right, and you see if he's going to force the issue. Yeah,
that may be good captaincy.
Could be
well thought out.
He looks like the way he commands the field. He looks like he backs himself as a captain. No?
Well, he has played enough games to back in himself big time. Terry Liraji has left us. Sylvester Joseph is looking to join us. A good period, I think, for the Leewards. They did lose the wicket of Munson Hodge after lunch. They went in on 49 for 1, and Munson Hodge, after getting a reprieve from a delivery down the leg side when he was put down by Django, then was deceived by Brian Charles with a quicker flat delivery on stumps, the one that kept low. Rock him on the back foot, he went. Since then, it's a partnership of 21. And Brian Charles is still bowling for the Red Force. Casey Carty gets one turning into him. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon, Seth. Good afternoon to the viewers.
You're seeing a better measure of confidence by these two right-handers?
Yeah, I mean, these two are young and ambitious. So, obviously, you would think that they're out there with a perfect plan, to go forward.
It seems to be a plan, and the communication, and they're running between the wicket and penetrating the field. But Brian Charles has been steady. Oh, that one came back sharply. Seems to have good revs, Brian Charles, good revolution on the ball. So he
Yeah.
comes over, looks as though it's going to be straight, and then it ducks into you, and then he has the one that is going straight through with the arm.
I think the key also is his consistency. He bowls mainly in the right areas.
Yes.
More often than not. And he varies his pace. So, a pretty good prospect.
He's not predictable.
No.
So you're saying even though he's consistent but not predictable, because as you mentioned, he would change the pace. Also, he would change the line, sometimes angling down because he has the forward short leg and the leg slip. Carty looks good in his stride, and he gave a stride out to that one. Defending it 73 for 2.
Yeah, well, Carty's looking, quite animous from time he comes in. He seems like he wants a big one. He has been struggling, even in the practice games prior to this tournament. He never really got the runs that he thought he should. But having seen him, he's batting well. You can see that he's batting well. But that sometimes he's just not coming together at the right time. Hopefully, getting some time in the middle. And staying positive, and hopefully that this partnership can yield some success with these two young players. Very energetic, running between the wickets, and I know they must be happy, both of them out there, communicating together, being out there, because they know that, the running between the wicket is going to be very energetic,
Yes.
and both players like to rotate the strike. Both players are busy players, and it helps them in their batting,
Yes. And they must put a high price tag on their wicket. Can't afford to give it away. Carty on 35 has batted well. Started out slowly, a bit uncertain, a bit circumspect, not knowing whether to go back or forward on occasions. But once he got his rhythm going, struck a wonderful 6 off Brian Charles, and another sweep shot for 4, and then an exquisite drive, perhaps the shot of the day that was carbon copied by Kofi James thereafter. So they would need to grow. They would need to grow in partnership. Kofi James goes back to this one from Webster. Read the pace well, didn't overhit it.
He loves that shot, the back foot shot, to cover. Sometimes he goes over. Sometimes I see him hit it for 6.
Wow.
He loves that. He loves that.
That takes a
back
lot
foot.
of strength.
Yeah. He loves that back foot punch, cut shot. Sometimes I think the ball is too high, but he's kind of tall. Yeah.
Yes.
So he gets on top of it, and he can hit it on the ground, and he can hit it over. Depends. Mainly in the white ball version, he tends to want to go over.
He's slimly built,
yeah,
but has the power. You mentioned in the white ball version, he actually at the domestic level has 2 T2000s batting at the top of the order. So it tells you about his intensity.
Yeah.
Looks, you won't look at him and see power physically because he's Nash, he's slim.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how I guess in terms of the opening position, because I know him. I don't know if he changed over late.
No, he has been an opener.
Yeah, he loves opening.
He loves that. He's not.
He loves.
I'm not saying he's not happy, but he loves to open the batting.
He loves being in the action early.
This time he goes back.
Webster. Very confident young man.
Very confident.
These
always
guys,
believes he can do the world.
I realize these guys that goes to grammar school, they are very confident in themselves.
Maybe some buzz that is there. Eloy Francis Jr. in the national team for the Leewards tournament. He's one of the guys from that.
What do you think about the selected players? Are you pleased with the
Well, you can't be pleased with everything. As I said to the president, there may be 1 or 2. This one out to cover. At least maybe one name I may have a question about. I may have a question about a couple of the guys who are not in, but you can't get in everybody. I thought young Francis from Jennings.
Diari.
Yeah, Diari. He's very impressive with the bat. Not only with the gloves, but also with the bat. And for him not even to get in as a reserve is a personal concern. I don't know him personally, but I think that it's a tough one on his part. Oh, they are trying to come through. Oh, and they will get it now.
Eventually.
Kofi James played it into the cover region, was already on his way for a run. Casey Carty sent him back. The return came in, looks like from Salonzo, and it missed the stumps and went down to the fielder on the back of the square boundary, so they were able to come through. But I think at least some effort in selection. So that stood out for me. I also had an issue, maybe it's my pace bias. I saw Time Tong. I don't know what he would have done last year in the two day or if he was still injured. But what I saw of him in the Super 50, in the 10 splash, meant that he is back up to good shuttle, good consistent bowling. I think with Pittman and with Spencer, he would have formed a very good pace team. I know Nina Henry is included as a senior player.
I see they only have like 3 paces.
Yes, and I thought
Time to revert to the spin version of the other islands now.
It's the selection mentality, because I'm telling you, I've seen quite a lot of good young fast bowlers during the period. I also thought that young Kadeem Henry, should have been in the team, and it bothers me that a player with dual skills, he can use both hands, he has a sense of batting, a sense of fielding, those are the players whom I had some little concerns that they didn't make it. Time Tongue of Boland, Henry and Time Tongue, but as you say, you can't have everybody in. I also thought that some of the senior pros who were in the Leewards team could have been rested. You want to keep them ticking, but the reality is they could take a rest. Here is Kofi James hitting this one in the air, just over the head of Darren Bravo. I thought he was in 2 minds. It was a short delivery. And I believe his awareness that there was a leg gully and there was a short back of the square, he didn't want to pull it around. So in the end, he cocked it up. He has to be careful. Nevertheless, he was safe, goes into double figures. But the truth is, any selection, whether it is international, local, regional, there would always be questions. Nobody would ever come up with the same 11. It depends on what they want to achieve or who they are seeing.
Yes, indeed. I sometimes look at the system, what system you're using. Four fast bowlers,
That's right.
3 fast bowlers.
Yes, in a 30-man squad.
In a 30-man squad, But it seems, I don't know if they're going to...
Carty swings this one over the top, blashed it over mid-wicket for 6. It's 4.
One bounce.
One bounce.
Yeah, just fell inside.
Yes. So Carty is looking to go. He is really going after Brian Charles at this point. Moves up to 39. Lovely shot.
Positive intent.
Positive intent. Once he gets into the flow, he's executing well.
But the chirping from the...
Yes, it keeps
the
going.
Red, the red force.
But he's defying it.
so far.
And being positive.
It's so far, but they're still chirping. They've been chirping from ball 1.
That's right.
And you haven't seen any difference. Maybe they get a bit louder.
And you understand that Django would have been playing for the Hurricanes for a while. And so he has his little personal...
And I think he may think that he was disenfranchised and not being... Selected again. so this is and then he make the Trinidad team. So that even put
could
more,
be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, you gotta look at it in that way. You have to be thankful for the Leeward Islands because
exactly they put you in a state of prominence.
Yeah, because you weren't.
And now he may not have gotten that.
Got that, yeah.
Without being given the chance. So look at every opportunity. They say a stepping stone to the right place. There's no place like home. Kofi James also correct. And it's good to see good batsmanship. 40 from Casey Carty. Kofi James is on 11. And these two are combining for a decent partnership here.
29, is that?
29, yes. And they're looking positive. And that's what is good. The 2 senior batters who are the openers. Made their exit early, and it's good to see the 2 younger batters are providing not just scoring, but they're providing stability. They look assured, and they have shown a certain level, a certain skill level, good skill set, and at the same time, good mindset.
You see, when you look at, I know many years ago, a few years ago, you thought that Kofi James should have been in the setup already, you know. But when you look at Kofi James now, he's still young. I know that he's in the setup. He looks like he belongs there.
Oh, he was there before. Yes.
Yeah, you know. So
That's
sometimes
holding you back could help you.
Yeah, a little time to
to be around the camp, to
camp,
watch,
and
to see how things
it helps.
go.
Because you don't want to go in, even as a young player, and then, bam, you have a few bad games, and then they discard you, and then, you know. So you want to, when you get there.
So it could pay off.
Yeah, it's sometimes because, and he's more confident within himself now. You know, he more
understanding
system, and you know he's working. You know, sometimes you know you have responsibility. When you have responsibility as a man, it helps you to make better decisions.
That's right.
You know, and to be away from his family, you know, he has to move to St. Kitts and you know take care of all his responsibilities. Yeah. So sometimes, for some people, I was talking to another player the other day, and he was telling me to make the adjustment. You know, it's kind of difficult. You know, because I was wondering why you not scoring? You're one of our top players. Why you not? You know, and he told me, well, sometimes you know, being in that situation the first time, and so he has to make adjustment, and he wasn't really coping with it. You know, to the way that he should. But now he's getting more comfortable and things should get better.
Family man, yes. These things happen.
Yeah. So a lot of different aspects will affect your. Because if you're not in the right frame of mind.
That's right.
No matter what.
It may affect your performance. Sure. Casey Carty pulls this one nicely. Splitting the short mid wicket and the deep mid on. Out to the boundary for 4. He motos on. And he is delighted, playing some delightful strokes here at the Seviv. This one from Carey Pear was on middle stump.
There you go, he whipped that.
Yes, he whipped that with authority. Carey Pear coming back to replace Tion Webster. You may hear the name Tion. When you say Tion around here, everybody thinks about winter. Tion Winter, the singer. But this is Tion Webster, the cricketer. This time he goes back and you hear the agony, the anguish from him.
Yeah, I mean,
he has missed that cut shot for about the 4th time.
Trying to hit it too hard. Yeah, just get back on it because the gap is there, and he's timing the ball. He was timing the ball good, so just get your bat on it and place it in the gap, and you will see you get maximum.
Yes, go for placement.
Yeah, at least minimum two runs.
That's right. Yeah. You're not going to be a Richie Richardson, a Gordon Greenidge, a Richard Gabriel, or Luther Kelly. So you define it not just with power, but with precision, precisement.
I have a friend there from Newfield. You know him. He's a Joseph. You know, one of the best spectators ever. Iplu. He always tell me about this guy named Renford Pinnock. When it comes to the cut shot, I don't know if you know him.
I've heard about him.
Heard about
but I don't know him. I've heard much about Pinnock, but perhaps not in my time.
When he comes to that shot, that cut shot, that's the only name that he calls.
Wow, he has to be good.
He said, "Bunksy, you got to know Renford Pinnock. You got to cut it like Renford Pinnock."
And in those days, you don't even have footage.
No, I don't even know who the Renford Pinnock is, but I just know the name that he keep on telling me about this cut shot. So I guess Casey Carty got to go on and think
some help from Pinnock. All right, so here is Webster being switched. A lovely shot by Casey Carty.
That looked like James.
Sorry.
Kofi James been playing some nice shots, but he's not finding the gaps at all.
The gaps, that's right.
Yeah.
Both players are tall. Kofi James a little thinner.
And you see both of them have on the white armband.
That's right.
So they look kind of familiar. You have to have good eyes like me, said.
Well, I'm telling you, the eyesight is fading. Oh, this time it's lovely.
No, this time
not even a diving effort from the man Carey Pear could stop that. Kofi James gets the 4. And Kofi James, if he hears that I mixed him up with someone, he will be mad.
I would.
That is my boy.
Well, if you watch over the footage, you might be in trouble. You watch
Look at
over.
it. Lovely shot. Oh, my.
He finds the gaps this time.
Perfect shot. Well timed. We spoke about precision. Piercing that field. Perhaps Casey Carty would need to delay that cut shot. He's playing a bit too early.
What's impressed me the most with him, that he looks like he belongs, you know?
Yes.
No doubt.
And that is important.
Yeah.
It's good to hear, well, at least to see someone in selection speak about that, because in cricket, oftentimes there's the qualitative.
Now.
That's right.
I'm a commentator now.
All right. No, but I'm just speaking about the mindset. There is a qualitative aspect to cricket.
Yeah.
That is beyond just, okay, the stats. The situation the person came in, the situation, stabilize, change the complexion of the game. Look as though you belong.
Yeah.
And that must be catching, you know, and I think those are important pointers along the line. This time, I almost said winter. Well, I said winter.
Yes,
Webster. The W is. So.
Tia name spells with an A. He has an O.
No, Tion has an E. Yes, Tion has an E. Tion is my cousin, by the way.
Tion Winter?
Yes, he's my cousin. So I would understand that. But good to see Webster. Kofi James composes himself well. So Bravo is trying to decide which end, where he's bringing Webster from. I thought if he needed a little bit of pace, I like to see Terence Hines, because I saw from that end Colin Archibald, the quickest of the Leewards bowler, really getting some to fly. And I would like to see how Terence Hines is tested, where they measure his pace well. Kofi James dries, but there is a deep mid-off, and that one is collected easily. The over comes to an end, 92 for 2. The partnership has realized 40 runs so easily.
Yeah, it's water break. Here. But I like the way how Bravo rotating his bowlers.
That's right. He has a lot of variety.
And he changes the ends.
But we have not seen Carrera.
Well, not as yet. But not as yet. But what I like, he started the fast bowlers over. He gave Terence two spells from this end. But then now he started Webster here, and then he switches him to the other end to see. And that's how he goes. You have to switch up your bowlers to see which end best for the bowler and create opportunities.
And I also like the fact that Brian Charles continued to bowl. He accountable for Bunsen Hodges' wicket, the second wicket, the first one, Powell, and he kept him on. And that sort of kept the pressure on the Leewards. Did take Casey a little bit to get out of the blocks, but I thought that once Casey got out of the blocks and dispatched him for a few boundaries, a 6 and at least 3 4s, and Kofi James also being adept at measuring him, then and only then that he decided to replace his wicket taker in Brian Charles. Otherwise, he has rotated both Carey Peer, we have seen Imran Khan, we have seen Tion Webster, and we have also seen Terence Hines providing support in the context that 39 overs have been bowled and he has already used 5 bowlers. Leewards trailing by 325 will be feeling at a better place than they were just after lunch when they lost once in Hodge.
Yeah, most definitely. And not only that, the manner in which these two are operating, you know, it gives confidence even to the backroom staff and to the batters to come in that they're not out there, you know, just fighting to stay alive.
They're out there
scoring and dominating the partnerships in terms of running between the wickets, the defending confidently, and they look like they're enjoying their work.
I see Kofi James stretching out his hamstring there with the physio on. I saw something which we didn't speak about in the commentary. Kofi James has been at forward short leg for quite some time yesterday. In fact, in all the 30 or 20 8 overs that Rakeem Cornwall bowled, he was always at forward short leg. Then he was called upon to bowl, and he was bowling with the pads, the protective pads from forward short leg. And I was going to make a comment.
Yeah,
Yes.
because
I was going to make a comment that those protective pads, it doesn't matter how super fit you are, how they could affect your thigh movement. And I thought that if I could have picked that up from here and from that distance, that your coaching staff should have picked that up and should have said, even though you think you're Superman, you need to dispense of those.
Yeah, even in the first game at Coolidge, when he came on to bowl, he bowled and then he went back onto the short leg, then he bowled.
Yeah, that could affect a player.
The bending down and
yes.
But he's when you're young, set you don't think about certain things.
Well, you don't, but at least you have a few guys out there observing.
And when you're young, and when you're young, and you're just getting your opportunity, set all these things.
Right, keep the opportunity, but you don't need that on the protective gear.
But that's where the management, as I say, will come in.
That's right.
It comes in. You have to protect the player from his own detriment sometimes.
And you see him there now stretching away, because he would have spent umpteen overs short leg and bowling with the pads on
and he was in the field for quite a while, didn't he?
Yes, or with the issue for me was bowling with the lower protective gear on. Okay. Here is Casey Carty, and now they're coming through for a wonderful judge single. Darren Bravo cannot stop it. Carey Pear still has that high top, his trademark haircut. Those were the cuts of the 90s when everybody wanted a flat top.
Yeah, kid and play.
Yes, that was, I don't know where it came from, but the flat top was the thing, and Carey Pear sports it well. He is amongst the Trinidad spinners who have gone on to play for the West Indies with the white ball. He has been a relatively good, relatively economical bowler. Comes into Kofi James. James squeezes the ball out to mid-on. Imran Khan field. When you have a lot of bowlers who can bowl and someone is on the ball, what's usually the reaction? You could speak about that later. Do you have bowlers who may think that I could have gotten a couple more overs?
Yeah, you always do. But when you have quality as these and have so much in your arsenal, it's difficult for all of you to get your equal share. If all of you get your equal share, the batting team will be batting for 2 days.
That's right.
Which you don't want. But
in limited overs, it's easy because you have your quota.
Well, normally as a captain, you normally have like 5 specific bowlers that you're looking towards to do the bulk of the bowling. You have a 6-man there if things push come to shove, that you will give him a few and see how it goes. But if one of your main 5 struggling, you have 1 or 2 other bowlers backup that can come in and do a good job. But most often than not, some of these bowlers, when you have so much good bowlers, one of them gonna struggle to get their quota.
And that's understood, because so far it has been all Brian Charles who has done the wicket taking for the Red Force, taking 2 wickets, removing both openers. Powell bowled for 1 all over the place, and Monson Hard trapped on the back foot for 23, LBW for 23, but he has met a good resistance from the pair of Kofi James joining Casey Carty. Carty is on 47 in sight of a half century. And
doing some warming up, so maybe he will get he's going to get a burst soon.
Well, has the this one is a slider from Webster.
Webster looks like a decent medium fast, hitting some good areas.
What you want him to be is just to keep being that bowler that provides some moments of anxiety, plugging away at the line, but you also want wickets, because the thought would have been that they would have made greater inroads. Carty about to cut. The ball came from on the edge out to Bravo. I got the impression he was moving forward, hoping to drive. Realized the line was a bit shorter.
And transfer the weight
Yes.
a little too late, isn't it?
A little late.
Yeah. Well, he seems like he's struggling with that cut shot, the back foot cut
But
shot.
what is amazing is that Bravo has inserted a backward point on the boundary. Yet he hasn't gotten through
True,
any of the cut shots. So the question is it part of the ploy to get him cutting, protecting the boundary, and have him edge it at slip? Oh, this time he steers it delicately between second slip and the gully. Both are still crouching because of the nature of that shot. That was skillfully
And that's
done.
his 50.
Brings up his 50, and Casey Carty is happy with that, and the Leeward Islands dressing room must be happier. 5 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of just over 45. Carty doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, very good innings so far, and hopefully that he builds on this. You know, he's been struggling for a little bit, so now that he gets to start, I think he should, bat as long as possible with that same intent, same positivity, and hopefully get to that chief-figure mark.
Opts to leave this one alone, perhaps feeling that things can be easier for him. Play the strokes, get the boundaries, and then allow 1 or 2 to pass through.
That back foot cut shot, that's supposed to be meat and jinx set. And you have to be balanced.
That's right.
Balance on the back foot. It seems like he's not balanced enough.
This time he comes forward.
Especially with this medium pace bowler. Anything short and wide, they're supposed to score.
Should be.
Yeah.
But he's missing that shot and perhaps needs to go back in the nets and get someone to. Well, he has the bowling machine, so he can set the spots and the position.
They have all these gadgets these
days. Before time, you had to get somebody to bowl them to you.
I tell you.
So with all these opportunities, they ought to be an uplifting.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely, I should.
Well, 97 for 2. The Leewards, the partnership, getting closer to 50. 45-1 partnership. Casey Carty has more than half of the score. 51 of the 92. Munson Hodge 23. Kofi James not out on 16. Good little fight back. Good little period for the Hurricanes.
Yes, and they would want this to carry on for quite a while. The first objective should be T, and then they take it from there. But these two looking good so far in terms of the partnership building, rotating, enjoying each other's company out in the middle. So they just need to continue concentrating and making the right decisions when they're out there for a long time.
Bat long, that's what they say. Peer to James, and he shuffles across. Plays it defensively. The pressure then comes off of you once you're scoring.
Definitely.
And you've seen it even in terms of the field placement. When James came out, the 4 fielders were around the bat. Now there is only 1. Stretches out. I like that. Doesn't allow the ball to meet him in the crease, but he stretches out, plays it with a straight bat. Because for the bowler, when the ball comes from the middle of the bat, it tells you something, that you have not induced any error.
One of the things also that made me, become more and more consistent when I was playing for Lee, when Ralston Atta was the manager, he came to me one day and he told me, the way in which you defend, there's not much people in the Caribbean can defend like you. So if you can defend like that, you should be making runs. And that did something to me, it gave me a bit of confidence, and I went on and be a lot more consistent, because defensively, man, ways you can defend your castle, as Springer would say.
Yes,
That's
that's
the
what
hard
you
part.
build on.
That's the hard part. Defending your castle.
That's what you build on. You hear the top batters say, if you don't have a defense, then the attack will be loose. Yeah. 97 for 2. A good over on the part of Carrie Pear, maiden over. He'll be happy with his work. None for 16 from his 10 overs. 3 maidens. And Brian Charles, 2 for 45, the only wicket taker. Good consistent bowling, though, in all from the Red Force.
Yeah, the Red Force bowlers have been doing a fantastic job for them. But I think that, the Leeward batters have been equal to the task more often than not. Depends on the first 2 wickets, especially the one for Powell. He was outdone there by a beautiful delivery. And but this partnership, even though they're not scoring as freely as they would like.
Oh, this time Casey Carty gets back onto that one, cracks it down to point. They're coming back for the second, and they get it comfortably. Good running, because by the time he got to the top of the mark, by the time he dipped in the crease, the fielder, Terrence Hines, was already onto the ball. But they back themselves. Score goes up to 99 for 2.
It's a good intriguing game, both teams vying for supremacy. I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force think that they're in the descendancy in terms of ascendancy, yeah. When they scored 418.
Yes.
But so far it's been a good battle,
good little battle
going on, and seems like he's getting better for the Leeward Islands Hurricane.
Well, similarities between both teams. Red Force did lose 2 quick wickets.
Yep.
They were down at 8 for 2, but they had good partnerships consistently.
Right to the end.
Yes. Started with that Mohammed Bravo partnership. Lovely shot, just worked it off the pads, allowed the ball to die on him, and just worked the wrists around. And that was important, I think. Bravo, as I said, was the sheet anchor. He laid the platform, allowed himself to get into a few critical partnerships. And once he did that, it was easy going. The other players had a model to follow. Showed immaculate defense, his usual precision, good work of the wrist, a few lofty blows too. And then the others had the confidence to take it from there. Kofi James, a bit loose on that occasion, I thought, perhaps losing grip on the bat.
Yeah, very loose.
Ending up with one hand on the bat, realizing it, and now he practices what he thought would have been the best approach.
It's good to see that Casey Carty, saw him and just call him down. Sometimes, this is what I love to see, especially young batters. You just call him down. It doesn't mean that you're going to tell him anything negative. You just call him, let's keep going, man.
Keep going. That's right.
Keep going. That's a build. That builds partnership.
Down the leg side.
Can't miss out on these.
That's right. That's meat and drinks.
Yeah, you
gotta get back onto that.
You gotta get something, and
all them
space in the underside.
Easy 4 runs down the hill.
Yeah.
100 for the Leewards coming up. The 43rd over. 42.2 overs. And they would be happy. They would say, take that. They would take that at any time, because the 2 senior batters are back in the pavilion. Okay. Covered up by Kofi James. 100 for 2 after 26 overs. Another 40 remaining. So we have quite a long day today.
With that pace that Hines is, Webster is bowling. Maybe sometimes you can come outside the house and just nudge it right there and get a single. If he gets too wide, you have the area to point, cover. You can get, but the pace that he's bowling, I think you can rotate some more.
That's right.
You know, he's not that
He's not
penetrating.
a threat.
No, he's not that
And
penetrating.
then you can just take advantage of those scoring opportunities. Imran Khan is going to come back into the attack. He's going to replace Carrie Peer. He has just had 2 overs in the pre-lunch session. He would like to take a wicket, but this combination, Casey Carty would want to bat long and deep. You want to get his name on the board as a centurion. You're seeing it from Darren Bravo here.
Well, he has a foundation. I mean, he's on the radar he's playing in the one day setup. You know, so if he comes in this competition now and get some scores in terms of chief figures under his belt, he should
keep himself in contention, for higher
things. And you know, even the red ball version, because I believe he prefers, you know, the red ball version.
Yes, he's that sort of batter. Good bit of air on the part of Imran Khan. Flicks it from the back of the hand. And Casey Carty quite confident now.
No.
Well, they were looking for the single. I think good bit of gains, Matt. That's why
good shadowing
from Terence Hines. Came across there as though he was in contention to field, and I think that created a doubt.
Definitely.
On the part of Casey Carty and Kofi James.
Definitely. He never had any chance of stopping that.
That's right. But what could have been a single did not result in a single because of the presence of mind of Terence Hines.
That's the awareness that you see in the field from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players. They're always in the game. Whereas now when you see the Leeward Islands players on the field, they're flat-footed. They mind like they somewhere else. You know, but the movements.
Scenario.
Yeah, the movements and the purpose.
Well, you look at development, cricket development in Trinidad and Tobago over the years, recent years, it's commendable because they, apart from the, BCL Academy, they have many. It's like a factory, club structures that are very well organized. Cricket is being played sometimes around the savannah. Cricket is being played. I'm wondering if they still have. They used to have North versus South, whereas the Leewards would have trial matches. North versus South would have been a big game. Meaning the northern side of the island against the southern side of the island.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I haven't heard about it.
There is where a lot of players would come through the ranks.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it for a while, since after COVID though. But I went to a ground there in Trinidad during the under-17.
Well, the indication I'm getting from our producer is that it is still alive.
It's still alive.
And that is good.
Yeah, of course, good development.
And sometimes even though it's North versus South, sometimes the recruitment that takes place. For instance, years ago when Ian Bishop got into, and Merv Dillon at Queen's Park, they're coming from the east. Wise men come from the east. They're coming from Togo. And so guys are doing their smart recruiting. And, those are some of the things that happen. So senior clubs would adopt good talent and provide the nurturing, the mentorship, the coaching that is desired. And they would have, their own version of a professional league that would attract some players from around the region. This time, Kofi James works this one around, and he loves cricket, Kofi James. Outside of the cricket season, when he gets options, he wants to go everywhere, but you got to guide him in the right parts. And perhaps there could be a potential for him in Trinidad and Tobago.
Really,
not to play for Trinidad and Tobago to
No, I know you're talking
but to get him in that sort of
yeah.
mindset instead of really going, for some of the options which he has been advised against going.
The softball and tape ball options?
No, I'm speaking about other options. He has had options in Australia and in England, driven, but has been advised against, for reasons in terms of seasonal times and other situations.
Well, he has a contract now, and I think the Leeward Islands cricket board allows them to go, like to probably England. I think Terence Ward goes to England. Some of them goes to America. As long as it doesn't intervene with the Cricket West Indies schedule, which is, I think, is a good. That one should be wide.
Yes,
it is.
First wide, and
that should be a good initiative. Keep them.
Yes, keep
playing.
them going. But sometimes they may coincide with the crossover between your Super 50 and the current season. The English. So these are some of the consideration, how much time you play. But the cross-fertilization between cultures, between conditions, they help to mold a player. Casey Carty, coming from St. Martin, that's a reoccurrence, coming on to play for the West Indies. This time, he was going to the offside, but the ball took the bottom part of the bat and went into the onside. Django shows his athleticism. Ran across to the square leg umpire to pick that one up to avert a second run.
Yeah, you see a few inside edges that goes just there by square leg where they picked up one on both occasions. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes with a bowler of this, of this pace, you can bat maybe upon half stump and force him, if he bowls straight, you just tap it there and get a single.
Driven back to the bowler, good feeling on the part of Webster.
Just how they have the field set, they want him to bowl outside the half stump. But his pace, they force him to bowl wider.
That's right.
He
doesn't want to come up
no.
because, but there is perhaps a ploy by Darren Bravo, even with that backward point on the boundary and with the two slips and the gully. Peculiarly placed because the first slip stands about where a normal second slip, but a few yards from the wicket keeper, and then the first. So it's an offside ploy by Webster. This time Kofi James goes back and he spanks it. Good bit of tumbling feeling on the part of Terence Hines. Or is it Carrier?
Carrier,
yeah. Yes, good feeling. And that completes the over. Terry Laraji will join you, Sylvester Joseph, 103 for 2. And this partnership continues to build a partnership of 51 between Kofi James and Casey Carty.
Yeah, it is good to see these two youngsters, accompanying each other out there and being positive and enjoying, being in the middle, fighting the good cause for the Leeward Islands Hurricane at this moment. You have some good, decent bowling here by the Red Force, Webster, and now we have Khan. So you have penetrative bowling, but also you have batters who are applying the necessary skills, and the confidence and positivity, to counter them. So it's a good session so far, good partnership, and good to have you back with your coffee there, Terry.
Thank you, Sylvester. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. As Khan starts the new over, nice use of the feet there by Carty. Picks up 1-2 long on to take him up to 56, is that, I think? 104 for 2. So very good partnership between the two young players in Carty and James. Going to flight, and beautiful shot. Lofted well over, long on by Kofi James. Imran Khan gave that a bit more flight, but he was up to the task, and he dispatched that over the long on boundary. Long on is about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but it cleared the rope. Brilliant shot that by James. He moves on to 23 and the score 110 for 2.
Yeah, real positive and confident shot there by Kofi James. You can see that he's just keep going in confidence, playing some lovely shots for the medium pacers as well. But he's not finding the gap. But this one he attempted to go over. And a lovely shot there by Kofi James. And Imran Khan back again on that nice nice length line, and Kofi James is equal to the task again. His defense,
Yes.
real positive defense, and that's a sign of a decent player.
Definitely growing in confidence all the time. But as you were saying earlier, though, Sylvester, he looks like he belongs at this level. Does James? This ball is turned it into the mid-wicket area, but can't pierce the field. So a good fight back here post-lunch by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes with some excellent intent on behalf of James, and that one is short. He pulled it straight to mid-wicket. Yes, missed out on a
lollipop.
Boundary ball there.
Misses out on a lollipop. That one was short. And that's what you get from the leg spinner. They have a wicket taking delivery, but more often than not you get a full one or a short one.
Drop short, yeah.
So you have to make sure you be mindful and keep positive and look for those deliveries, and you can capitalize on them. But this time around he didn't really pick the gaps. I think he struck it well, but he didn't really pick the gaps, and that has been a hallmark of his innings as well so far. Hitting the ball nicely, but straight to the fields man.
True, but the partnership is going on nicely. It's worth 58 now, 110 for 2. Carty is on 56 and Kofi James on 23 over at Coolidge here in Antigua. Jamaica Scorpions were bowled out for 151. Kirk McKenzie top scoring with 56. And that means that Barbados Pride just needs 77 for an outright victory.
With a day to spare?
With a day to spare, yes. Rather convincing comeback by the Barbados Pride. Defending champions, of course, as Hines starts a new over from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
I think Shemar Brooks will definitely try and finish this game today, so he can have basically 2 days of golf if they before they travel back. He loves his golf. Shemar Brooks. I was hoping to get a round with him before he leaves, but it doesn't seem like it's possible. But one day we'll see.
Hines into Carty down the leg side. Dropped there by Django. I don't think Carty got anything on that. Score remains 110 for 2. But
those are the ones they tell you. You can't miss out on.
Yeah.
And those are
freebies. Down the leg side.
Freebies.
Yeah, just a little touch. The fine leg is very wide.
Freebies, you call those. Don't come into my pads, man.
Hines again into Carty, and Carty strokes that nicely through the cover region. Deep backward point, has a lot of ground to cover. They might even think of 3 here, and that's running. Excellent running. Excellent running there by Carty and James to pick up 3. Score moves on to 113 for 2. Carty moves on to 59.
Nothing beats youth.
No. Youth and exuberance, that's what they say. But it's great to see on a good, decent track that these two are taking their opportunity here. Brilliant sunshine, day 3.
They have a long way to go. I mean, a good opportunity for them to cash in.
To really,
to cash in
big
and get
score.
a good score. Put the team in a good position.
Hines into James, and James is driving that firmly, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Coach James, he has to stay tight, especially outside the house. Sometimes he tends to want to hit the ball just a fraction too hard.
Too hard, yeah.
Just watch it and time it, man. He can play it late. You can have the gap right there. So it's not all about the force. You have to manipulate the angles, and even one is better than none.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Take one and be happy. Hines, rearing bouncer, sways out the way, does James, through to Mia Django. Umpire signals one for the over. But golf is certainly the favoured pastime for current and ex-cricketers.
Yeah.
Worldwide, really. I mean, they all play golf, Sylvester.
Yeah, the English players, going to England and playing against these English guys back in the day. These guys normally go out and play golf, but I always thought that golf is an old man sport.
Right.
So I never really had no interest in it.
Right. And again, it's deflected off the glove, short rearing ball by Hines. The umpire is not sure. Is he going to check with square leg? He is, but I believe that was a catch. It was fended. Ball angling back in. Good bouncer by by Hines, and James has to go. Yes, he's been caught off the glove. Good catch diving forward by the third slip fieldsman there. The partnership is broken. Leeward Islands lose their third. James has to go for 23. Excellent delivery there out of nowhere, really, by Terence Hines. It reared. It was well angled in at the batsman. He tried to fend it off with the glove, but it ballooned towards third slip, and third slip took a sharp catch. That Correa, I think, at third slip. But James has gone for 23. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 113 for 3.
Yeah, and that shows the limitation of the West Indian batsman, not only Kofi James, when it comes to the short pitch delivery. That was the second one. The previous ball, he bowled one just a fraction higher over there, and then he put in a bit of effort in that one. That was just about chest height, but Kofi James was still, on the front foot. That's why it caught him. He was still looking to go forward whereas he should be back, whether swaying out of the way or just standing up and playing it there. But he got caught in between, and this is the thing that I think is hampering our cricket. As soon as the pacers, start putting in some effort, we have a few bouncers and so forth. Our batters, they found wanting.
Yes.
And the fact is, from what we're seeing also, our fast bowlers, they don't put in the effort. So when they go and play against the other countries and these fast bowlers start bowling short balls, our batters are fine wanting. I don't know. We need that aggression from the fast bowlers. Hines bowled 2 short ball and one flew over his head, and the next one got him caught glove.
Right.
We call that stick up. The man stick him up.
Right, yeah.
But a fine catch there by the second slip, diving forward.
Yes, it was a fine catch, and it brings Captain Jamar Hamilton to the crease, but it was the end of the over, so Imran Khan is now bowling to Casey Carty, who's on 59. But you're right, it's gone out of the game, and they've blamed the slower pitches over the years for the dearth, if you must, of West Indies fast bowling. But the horizontal shots, therefore, have gone out of the game. I mean, really, the last serious hooker and puller, you'd have to say, was Rishi Richardson. You go back that far.
Yeah, but I saw Chandra Paul in his first test in Australia.
Right, yeah.
And I was wondering where he was all the time. He pulled.
At least he attempts.
He attempted to pull all the shot. When we thought that he is the most dogged batsman, will just stay there like his father. Mm-hmm. He was the most aggressive.
Most definitely. Whereas we're used to him hitting the deck, no? And
but he was
an evasive action. Yeah.
But you can see that his father prepared him. So when you go to Australia, you know that the pitches are going to be this way,
right?
Bounce and pace. So he was prepared. But the other batters, they basically
never
found
prepared.
they found wanting when the ball is shot, and you can see that. It's not that the pitches, from what we see now by Coolidge and here, when you put in an effort,
you get
result.
the reward. Yeah,
But the bowlers, the fast bowlers, look at Hines. Hines is just a medium pace.
Yes.
You know.
And if he can do that, imagine a genuine fast bowler.
Yeah, we saw the Leeward Islands bowlers this morning, Louis and Colin Archibald. They came and put in some effort, and the ball started taking off.
Yeah.
And we were wondering if is this the same pitch, you know. But it's just that we need to emphasize on more effort from our fast bowlers.
Yes, yeah. And to give the batsmen also to give them practice. You know, if you're going on a tour like or South Africa is coming up, tell your fast bowlers during practice, right? We want short pitch deliveries, so that they can practice, or the bowling machine and set it up like that, right? Yeah.
But you know, in the latter part of my career, I went on a few tours, and like when we go practice in the nets, you have normally have practice bowlers from wherever territory you are.
Right,
you know, we come in the net and.
Hines into Hamilton's first delivery, strokes it nicely
to cover,
but there's no run.
Yeah, when they come into the net and bowling, you know, some short balls, our batters will opt in not to bat. I tell the bowlers, no, you got to pitch it up.
Right,
you know, so I realized from then that if we continue like that, you know, it's going to be a problem. And said, so done. Man, come on.
True. Hines in again to Hamilton, and this one tucks Hamilton up.
You know the difference is when he comes to short ball. When I was growing up, short bowling, because I grew up on when you go practice, you have 6 and 7 and 8 fast bowlers waiting to come at you.
Right.
You know, so you will quicker get a batsman of our time out if you bowl a ball full.
Right. Then if you
bowl it short.
Yeah. He'd hook you all day.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
You will catch us, not that you will get us out often, but you will catch us easier, you know, when you bowl the ball up.
Delivery.
Yeah, but we always looking. Anytime our coach always said, anytime you see anybody running off, it could be a medium pace or whatever, you look for that short ball.
Right.
So when it comes, it doesn't surprise you.
Right.
But I don't know what the mentality be with these guys nowadays, because every short ball surprises them.
Every single one of them. Yeah, most definitely. Doesn't matter who bowls it, where they are, position of the game, it still surprises them.
Yeah, man. These bowlers need to get a hold of themselves and run in and bowl a ball. If it's 4 overs, you bowl 4 quick overs and go about the business.
That one's short again by Hines, but well over the top of Hamilton's head. Talking about fast bowlers, though, I was a bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen the Leewards give Calvin Pittman a run in this match, leading into the LICB championship, and just to give him a hit out at this level, genuine pace, see what happens. Because the fast bowlers, and that one troubled Hamilton this time. Caught him just up around the rib cage.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, Jungle's getting in his ear.
Show the shot, the fast bowler how to bowl shot. You know, and the short leg is null and void now in West Indies cricket.
Yes. And even when they do use it, it's too deep anyway. He's never going to catch anything.
Short leg is a short leg. They use somebody
not
short.
Not a pitch and a half away.
No, man, that's not short leg. That's a short mid wicket. I'm talking about
short
leg.
square leg. Yeah.
I mean,
you want somebody right under the batsman.
They need, because when you go, this is what is killing us. When you go and play against the other countries, you know, they will set traps for you because they have 3 and 4 men down there, and they're going to bowl short.
Right.
And you can't handle it because you're not accustomed. And we look like we never seen short balls before. It's embarrassing.
It is very embarrassing when you look at our history. Look at West Indies cricket history. You know, barrage of genuine fast bowlers and classical batsmen who can pull up.
I'm telling you,
bowler take up the challenge.
But some of these bowlers, man, they say that they are fast bowlers, but they're not. When they look at that pace, they don't know fast bowling, and they're running our batters.
Right.
When you wake up early in the morning watching West Indies cricket and see some little medium pace running over. But
Yeah, and troubling
it's
him.
a pain. Good shot there by Casey, man.
Excellent shot, high, wide, handsome over. The long on boundary for 6 more off Imran Khan. Good shot there by Kati. Moves into the 60s. He's 65. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes 119 for 3.
He looks so good when he chips, when he plays the spinners, you know.
And using his feet
using
and
his
so.
feet and,
Yep.
yeah. He 119 for 3, 49 overs. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's heart
You're right,
paining.
also, Bester.
It's
Yeah,
heart
it's
paining
very hard to watch. Yeah.
To watch, man.
Tossed up again by Khan, but this time slashed.
Some of these guys were playing against the recent, like Harmison and Flintoff, and so these guys maybe have to get a body bag.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say they end up killing him.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Especially if the guys. And you know what I found out? You know what I realized? It doesn't matter how fast a fast bowler is, right? And then you see he comes against a batter that likes to pull a hook.
Mm-hmm.
He's fearful of bowling the batter because he knows that they're gonna hook and pull.
They're going to deal with it.
Shot.
Yeah.
Hamilton, like he's batting since last night. He's timing the ball really nicely.
Yeah, he looks good since he's come out. Just a couple of the short balls troubled him, but he's playing Imran Khan nicely so far. Due for a score. He got 40 odd in the first innings of the first round match against Jamaica.
Well bowled. Good pace, good line. But Hamilton, you know, he's been batting good from all reports as well. He's been hitting the ball nicely, but Hamilton's problem is, you know, he's staying out there. He likes cutting, even from leg stump. You know, so he has to apply that temperament in his batting. He can be, you know, positive. You have some batters that they are positive. Some of them they're too positive.
Right.
they
They
need to add a mellowing off. You know.
Yeah.
He's one of them.
And that's pulled nicely. Bad ball by Imran Khan to finish the over. Short and wide down the leg side. Hamilton just helps it round the corner down to the fine leg boundary for 4 to complete the over. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 124 for 3. Hamilton's off the mark with that boundary. He's on 4. And Carty is on 66, excuse me.
Yeah, good. This is an important partnership as well. Yeah, the captain needs a few, and I think Casey Carty batting like he needs a big one. He need a big one. You know, and he's really applying himself. Let's see how he handles Hines now, who is, you know, bowling with a bit of aggression. I would like to see a short leg.
Definitely.
I would like to see a short leg.
Especially, you know, that he is bowling aggressive. He's maintaining that good line, and he's picked up the wicket. Why not? Encourage him. Bring the short leg, and as we speak, the mid-wicket goes even further back to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, we put a short leg. Even with the man out there, put a short leg. I mean, you don't want a hook?
Just the 2 slips and the gully as catching fieldsman. That's stroked nicely by Carty, but can't beat short extra cover, no run.
And you know, back then when you get a short ball, especially, well for me, when I get a short ball early in my innings, when I just go in, it open up my eyes.
Yeah,
it wakes
right.
you up.
Wakes
you know,
you up.
Yeah, you get you.
So
Yeah,
you're
you're
more ready. Yeah.
But I don't know how these guys think about it. You gotta think positive. You gotta think that you know, short balls are runs.
Right.
You know what I mean?
In comes Hines and short again. Just turned around the corner by Carty for a single down to Khan on the fine leg boundary. But I remember you telling me when you first went on tour for West Indies to Sri Lanka, and they told you about this up-and-coming fast bowler from Sri Lanka, and you thought, what? Sri Lanka's got a fast bowler.
Malinga. Yeah. I told you.
But I bet he may have got you out a couple of times, but he didn't surprise you though, because you were used to that and prepared for.
It wasn't the pace with a Malinga. is his action. The first time I faced Malinga,
could you lose it? Obviously, when he brings
he
it
was
so
even
far
lower.
back.
You know, he get higher when as he play often. Good shot there by
Cracking
Hamilton.
shot by Hamilton.
That's his shot.
Through
That's a cut
point,
shot.
4 runs.
That's a cut shot. You can't bowl Hamilton that line and length. You know. But yeah, Malinga, I mean, I only knew about Malinga the night before the test match.
Right.
I have never seen or heard to be honest. And then, you know, when I heard they had a fast bowler, when they had a team meeting, they said they have a fast bowler that bowls, you know, 90 miles per hour. I said Sri Lanka, you know, so they pull him up on the screen. And when I see him not only bowl 90, his hands come from, so I couldn't even pick up the man, honestly.
Right. Because with that whipping, slinging action, and as you say, his hand was low.
Yeah,
you pick it up at the last second.
I had to try and pick the ball from the pitch.
Right.
Wait until the ball he delivers. So you know when somebody is bowling at that pace and you're waiting, you're gonna get caught. You're gonna get caught playing late.
Right.
You know. So the first couple of balls that he bowled, I think the first couple, one took the edge and fly over slip. You understand? But I wasn't really worrying about the pace. I was more concerned about picking up the ball.
Right.
but that was a challenge. I mean, but now we have technology, so you can
you can even study these
guys from.
Yeah.
But the first time, to be honest, the first time I heard about McGill was the night before the test match. And I'm going to face him first thing in the morning. Man, come on. But, yeah, man, that was an experience. But these guys, you know, but when you prepare for short, you prepare for short balls, man.
Well, you have to, don't you? Especially as a top order batsman, middle order batsman, you have to expect it. Hines in again to Hamilton, and Hamilton is defending that up to a mid-on, and there is no run. That brings the over to a completion, and at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in pursuit of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. First innings total of 418 for 9 declared, are 129 for 3 with Casey Carty on 67. Jamar Hamilton on 8.
Yeah, and the overs are going down. 51 overs, 129. You know, I think the Leeward Islands must be mindful of the overs that they have to complete a certain amount of runs in for the points.
For the point?
You know, but with Hamilton stays, and that's the key, you know, with the Leeward Island batters, with the Leeward Island batting per se. You know, the more attacking players, they need to spend time at the wicket.
Yes.
You know,
and especially in this position, Sylvester, you said this is another important partnership, and you're quite right, it is, because we don't know how Rakim Cornwall is.
Right.
He's off the ground, you know, fair bit yesterday evening, and then again this morning. So he's obviously hampered by something. To what extent, we're not quite sure, but surely they would have that in mind and try and settle in for the rest of the day if possible.
Yeah, most definitely. And with the aggressive nature of Hamilton and the way that he starts, you know, he start timing the ball nicely, and this one is swing again.
Shot by Casey Carty, high, wide, handsome, out of the ballpark. That one right over the mid-wicket boundary, down on one knee, slog sweep. 6 runs. He's looking more and more assured as he moves into the 70s. 73 is now.
Yep.
Score moves up to 135 for 3.
Great batting here by Casey. You know, he thought about, I was thinking about him when the previous over. I was thinking that Casey want to hit him out the attack. But he looks like the only bowler that they can score a boundary like every over.
Right.
So when you have a bowler like that, you try to milk them. But if you're gonna dismantle him like this, the captain is gonna take him off. So sometimes you have to play it kind of smart, you know, to keep him on, kind of milk him in a smart way. But these are how these guys back then used to think, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys not gonna just beat you, take you off. Not unless they want to bring on Not unless you're the best bowler. If you're the best bowler, they try to beat you, get you off. You know, but if you're giving us some sweetness, yeah, these guys gonna milk you. Oh well,
Using
nice of the
his
street.
feet again, yes. Good to see.
If he bats this way, let me declare now. Any batsman uses their feet and sweep and so on in the Caribbean on a consistent basis, they will be in the West Indies team
On a regular basis. Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
That's
true.
the way to go.
Right. Yeah.
You're going to get out a few
Certainly
times,
right there.
but you have to get that mentality and that positivity in order to be consistent and play the spin like you can't just there blocking and waiting on bad balls. This is not local first class cricket.
Right. Yeah.
You're playing against the best
The
that this country has to offer
in the Caribbean.
In the Caribbean,
yeah.
and when you go internationally, you're going to play against the best that Australia has to offer, or the second best.
Yeah.
You know, so you if you don't back your skills, that's why when we go and meet these bowlers, we're in so much disarray.
Yes.
Back your skills, and the only way you're going to get that is if you continue to execute it. When the more you do it, is the more comfortable you are with it.
But in Carty's case, though, he looks so comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, he looks a class above when he
especially when he
uses his
chips.
feet,
You know, when he uses his
chips,
feet, you can see that
sweeps. Yeah.
he got out last game using his feet, but that up there. But it's so good to see that.
But nothing wrong with that.
Nothing. Yeah. Only thing that I think up there, he try to hit the ball too hard and play across it. You know, but it's good to see that he's still using his feet here and getting the reward. Because normally when you have a kind of negative mindset, you get out. You try to eliminate that.
Right.
Just
yeah.
like, but batting is batting. Some days you're gonna drive and get caught and slip. You're gonna stop driving? No. If the body come, you gotta drive it. Yeah, it's just the way how nature goes. You have to back yourself and believe in it, so you'll be more consistent than that.
Hines to start a new over into Carty, and Carty is pushing that down to backward point, who comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. So Carty moves up to 74, 75, and the score 137 for 3. But Hamilton also, apart from the partnership, Hamilton needs a decent score. You know?
He does.
It's been a while now.
I think he's a very hard worker, personally. He's one of the guys that really put in the work. And it's just Hamilton's mind. You know, he has to be played. He has to kind of show like patience sometimes.
Yes.
You know, in his case, he's the opposite, say, of Monsoon Hodge. he wants to hit everything.
He wants to get on with everything.
But he has to find a balance. Yeah, you're playing against. You have to respect. You have to respect the bowling as well, because first class
good
players,
ball's a good ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You respect it. Respect.
But his glove work is immaculate again in this match, and you know, it's no secret that he's probably, or arguably, that's clipped nicely off his toes down to fine leg, where Khan cuts it off, fumbles, and they get 2. So 2 more to Hamilton. He moves on to 10. Score 139 for 3. Arguably the best gloveman in the Caribbean, you know, apart from De Silva, who's obviously in the test team. But aside from that, he'd be your next choice as far as glove work is concerned. It's just the batting, as you say, curtailing that aggression to get the big scores. As Hines in again, and that's defended nicely. Good ball that by Hines, coming back out from outside off stump. So not a bad session for the Leeward Islands. They were 49 for 1 at lunch. Yeah, so they've added what? 90 runs for 2 in the session as we approach tea.
2.6 scoring rate.
That's not bad. Hines into Hamilton, and
lovely.
that's short and
That is
pulled
what we're talking
beautifully into the square leg boundary, 4 runs.
You know, this is the cricket that people comes out to watch.
Yes.
Back in the day.
Right.
A fast bowler running in and bowling short balls, and the batters standing up and pulling for 6 and 4s.
Yep, exactly.
You know, this is the cricket. This is
Back in
positive
yourself,
cricket.
as you say, yes.
Yeah, this is what we need. We need some aggression in our cricket. We are too lethargic, you know, too lackadaisical. Come on, we got to get that. And as I said, our players, they have skill.
Most
they have
definitely,
skill. All the
yes.
teams, when you look at
They
the
have
players.
skill, they have talent.
Yeah, they have talent.
Yeah.
So it's just
but it's
that.
putting in the hard work, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Backing yourself time and time again, wanting to be out there, showing the pride. I think that goes missing a lot of the times, you know. Hines in again to Hamilton, and that's a fuller ball, driven nicely, but straight to Bravo at mid-on to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 143.43. Partnership now is worth 30. Casey Carty is on 75, and Jamar Hamilton is on 14.
That's 30 coming quick time. 30 from 36 balls. You know, a few boundaries in between, a few sixes. But I like this. I like this phase. I like Hines' aggression, and I like the batters, you know, taking him on with understanding. When the fielder was out, you know, they allow it to pass. And now that the fielder wasn't out, Hamilton pulled that one over there for a beautiful shot. You know, so that this is the type of cricket that I think will take us forward. It doesn't matter where you come from, you know, as long as we are applying that positivity.
Yes.
You know, you can only uplift.
And using your head.
Yeah.
Looking at the state of play, as you say.
But we have to put ourselves in that situation. We have to, you know, be more aggressive, if you want to call it that. Be more positive. We have to. Can't go about.
You can't keep going the way.
No, man, just happy
where
that
you're
we
going.
happy that we bat a whole day
Mm-hmm.
for 100 over. I make 200. No, man.
And if you see in that first test, as Pierre is going to take up the attack, replacing Imran Khan. Moves that ball to Carty, who cuts him beautifully through point. 2 fielders after it. Just bring it back inside the boundary. And they complete 2. So Carty moves up to 77, 145 for 3. But the middle order is still a big problem, you know. West Indies middle order, I mean. If you see after the start that they got the other day.
Yeah.
You know, everybody else made single digits, basically.
I just believe that, you see, the tough decisions, and sometimes I don't even think it's tough decisions. You have people afraid to make tough decisions. I mean, like you have basically Holder and Mayers does the same thing.
And Reefer.
Yeah, does the same thing. You know, and then you walk with Gabriel and you have him on the bench.
Yeah, yeah. If you're going to take the big man, especially at his age.
And he's fit. If he's fit.
If he's fit
with
playing.
with that pace.
Yeah.
When you have him and Azari.
Right.
You have to play. You have to play them. But as I say, we take the conservative approach.
Quick single there to mid off. And well run in the end. 146 for 3. Yeah, because, you know, Roche has been fantastic and a stalwart for West Indies cricket for years now. But you can see he's coming to the end of his tether. Yeah,
so dwelled it down.
Right. So if he's not on song, you know, from the get-go, then he's not as threatening. You know what I mean? Whereas genuine pace is always threatening.
Of course.
So you've got 2 in the squad, play both of them.
And I mean, both of them, Gabriel is an experienced campaigner.
Right.
You know, when he plays, he normally gets wickets.
Yeah.
You know, so he's not a newcomer.
No.
No. So you don't need, I don't think you need Holder and Roach in the same attack. Both of them does the same thing.
Yes. Yeah,
basically. And then you have
and then you got
Myers
Reefer and Mez doing the same thing.
So we are not really getting the combination right. We fail to make decisions, and that is look at you believe that well played there, well played. Can you believe that Australia dropped Travis Head, left him out of the 11? Travis Head.
Right.
Travis Head just scored back-to-back centuries in the last series. But because of the combination,
and you leave him out.
Yeah,
that is tea here at this Vivian Richards Stadium on day 3 between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in pursuit of the Red Force's 418 for 9 declared. They've taken tea on 146 for 3. With Casey Carty on 78 and Jamar Hamilton on 14. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the last session of play. Yeah, exactly.
catching my partner right there.
So we're back at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds here at North Sounds with Trinidad and Tobago after lunch. Trying to pull back the Leewards here. The Leewards Hurricanes 146 for 3. Here is Imran Khan being shifted from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to the Andy Roberts end. Casey Carty, who has been batting so well, gets a single to get off the mat after tea, if there is such a thing, to add to his score. He's on 78 and he's been really carrying the mantle here for the Leewards, scoring half of the run. Shared in a half-century stand with Kofi James, who went before tea from a short delivery from Terence Hines, and the other 2 wickets went to Brian Charles in the in fact in the first and second sessions of play. Here is the captain, the Leewards captain, Hamilton, getting a single, and he would now provide the support that Casey Carty needs.
Yes.
Terry?
Yes, definitely. Good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Carty has looked very accomplished at the crease this afternoon. And as I say that, a big shout, but not out, says the umpire. Trying to whip another one through the mid-wicket region.
You can hear the byplay between Carty and Django. Carty's asking him why the appeal, because he hit the ball and the ball got there, and and he said, well, I appeal. That's my right to appeal. I like the byplay. Now the captain, Hamilton, calls Carty down. They're having a word to say, young man, just keep focused, do what you're doing, because guys will appeal for anything. There is an umpire who adjudicates the proceeding, but Carty is not taking any of that. He's showing that he's a man. This time he goes back to Imran Khan, because there was really, the appeal was heralded. And then Carty was wondering, what's going on with you?
I hit it. Leave me
you
alone.
saw me hit the ball and the ball got there and you still appealing. Carty standing, Django also making his point, saying, I have the right to appeal. Imran Khan, the cool-headed dude down the leg side. And Imran Khan has had an impact in this game. He's 92.
Yes, and swapped ends now. He's now coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end as he got hit for a couple of sixes from this end of the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
I think a good start to post-tea session from a Trinidad and Tobago standpoint. I think it's a good move because both Kofi James, who was departed, and Casey Carty, they have come to grips with Imran Khan. He gives it that little extra flight. They are confident players once they're in position. They're playing through the line, or they're playing slightly across the spin, catching the ball on the full or on the volley, and realizing that Darren Bravo decided he wants to persist with Imran Khan, but if he brings him from the Sir Andy Roberts end, the strong breeze blows across the ground, and if they're not going straight down the ground, once you're hitting across the spin, it could be held up.
Yep, quite easily.
So that, I believe, has been the thought process. Also, Terence Hines, who got the wicket of Kofi James, he has faded afterwards. Not much pace, basically going through the motion. So I think good move on the part of Darren Bravo. Now we see Carrie Pear coming back from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he has bowled all of his overs.
Yeah, he replaced Imran Khan just prior to tea, from this end.
This is a crucial period. Hamilton and Casey Carty. I think he has to support Carty because Carty is set and is not struggling. He's set and he is really batting well. Positive batting on his part. Hamilton would not stick around just casually.
Yes, Carty has looked very fluent from ball one today.
Yes. And his post-lunch session has been much better than the pre-lunch period, in which he had a little static in terms of, whether to go forward and back, but it has been beyond, apart from that, real solid innings.
Yeah, because in that post-lunch session said that he scored 50 odd runs. I think he was about 23 at lunch.
Caught. The captain gives it away. Always trying to hit the ball too hard, trying to hit hard down the ground, the ball taking the shoulder of the bat, carry pace strikes, and every senior player would know that after you come back from lunch, tea, or water break, the concentration level has to increase. But look at it. He goes
too
flashing
close.
hard. Ball too close to him, as Terry would say. Webster taking a catch and Leewards losing their 4th wicket. I think I made the point he needed to be looking to support Casey Carty, who is well set. But then he has given it away.
Definitely. And as Sylvester Bouncing Joseph will tell you, he loves to cut anything. Sipini's downfall again.
Well, but
you
do
do
have to
need
be
to give
selective.
yourself a chance. Yeah.
You have to be selective. Played one brilliant cut shot off the fast off Hines down to backward point. But this is a different thing. You have the left-arm orthodox spinner coming in and then across you. So once even though he's coming in, the ball drops, it's going the other way.
It's going the other way.
So therefore, the angle of the bat has to be different in trying to blast through the offside.
Yes, most definitely, because you're cutting against the turn.
So
brings slip into play, and he took a good sharp catch.
So Terence Ward comes in to join Casey Carty last week. Sylvester Joseph and I had to chat that perhaps the Leewards should look to bring the big guy, Raheem Cornwall, a bit up in the order. They have not listened to us.
We were discussing, though, we don't know.
We don't know the situation.
With him,
but really, he coming up, you saw the difference, almost a game changer against Jamaica when they were
most
down.
Definitely.
Scored 85, looked so comfortable, easy at the end of the day. Could have been a victory for the Leewards. He's a high impact player, and one thought that his presence, his positive approach, not a reckless approach, but his very positive, free scoring approach could make a difference here. Carty then will need the support of Terence Ward. Chatter continues around with only the forward short leg for the new batter. Well, the slip is going in place as well.
You're surprised we haven't seen Correa?
Well, we have been speaking about that, but as Joseph says, this one steered down to third man, only a single. As we were saying, perhaps the options are there. He has 5 spin options apart from Yannick Correa. And the 2 medium fast
paces
options. So perhaps he's saying that he has done his work with the bat. So too did Imran Khan. He did excessive work with the bat. But at the same time, he knows why. The approach for Carty should be just to keep batting.
Yes, most definitely.
He has
doesn't
not
need
looked
to
in
change
trouble.
anything. No. But the others need to bat around him. Need to put in Terence Ward. He had that partnership with Cornwall in the second innings against Jamaica, but he only, or 50 odd, but he only contributed 4. So he's short of runs himself.
Yes, a few players from the Leewards a few of them are struggling. 2 openers, Ward. And it's not necessarily struggling badly. Munson Hut would have gotten a few scores. But, lovely shot, class shot, 4 runs. Flowing drive by Casey Carty. Looks so good, Terry.
He looks brilliant. Set over pitch there by Imran Khan. He was onto it like a flash and stroked it beautifully through the cover region.
Excellent movement of the feet. Excellent timing. Good top hand.
He's
Fact,
got
that's Terry Ward. So Terry Ward.
Come on, Sharks, come on, Sharks.
Well, he got off the mark previously. So he's on to 5. And down the leg side.
Come on, Shaki! Come on, Shaki.
Just a slight difference in terms of where they are in terms of the innings. The Red Force, overnight on day 2, they were 151 for 3. The Hurricanes, they are 153 for 4. Slight difference.
Yeah, the tempo of the Hurricanes' innings hasn't been too bad, considering that if you take the overall context of the match and the position that they're in. But they just got to do what Trinidad and Tobago did, take a leaf out of their book and keep building partnerships. We've only really had the one partnership so far.
And the mainstay has been Casey Carty with his 79.
Right.
23 from Kofi James, and earlier Monson Hodge both batted with Casey Carty. Partnership of 47 for the second wicket between Carty and Hodge. And then the half-century partnership between James and Carty. So they need to build one here because the partnership between between Hamilton and Carty, that was not significant. So this needs to be a significant partnership from a Leewards perspective. From a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force perspective, they need to get through this partnership and perhaps get a second wicket quickly, so that they may be looking at plans of inserting the Leewards if they can restrict them.
Yes, that would be the
bowling
plan.
option. Try to bowl them out.
Get as many as they can in this first innings tonight and see where they're at. Assess things again at stumps. Whole day tomorrow.
That's right. Carripier has been the stock bowler. He has been steady all day. American, similar spell, but has been roughed up a little bit. But apart from those 3 sixes off him, he has had a lot of dot balls. The wickets have gone to Brian Charles, who took the first 2. The opening pair of Powell and Hodge. And Terrence Hines taking Kofi James. So 2 to the spinner, 1 to the pacer. And Casey Carty exploring the possibility of a single. He's not running with Kofi James, so he has to be mindful. Sometimes you have a little nice combination there.
Yeah.
And then you get somebody else and you're still in the same mental mindset.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful, because Ward may not be pressing for those quick singles. The slip, Carripier pulling the fielder, Terrence Hines, off the long off boundary. Brings him into a deep bid-off position. Casey Carty, immaculate in defense, plays the ball into the offside. Over completed, 153 for 4. Leewards.
Yeah, pretty steady over there once again by Kerry Pierre, the left arm spinner. There's a couple of left arm spinners though in Trinidad and Tobago. Think of Akil Hussain, who says he has ambitions of playing Test cricket, but another one in that what would you call it, grey area? Yeah, because
you have
if he did, he should be playing for Trinidad.
You're not playing first-class cricket.
There you go.
Those are words. The actions are different.
Exactly.
I always thought that Kyron Pollard should have played Test cricket.
Yes, yeah.
Should have focused, on some first-class matches.
Mm-hmm.
His natural temperament to hit over the top, to be there, he could have been a stabilizing force, but the franchise is called.
Exactly, and
he did express interest, but didn't follow through.
And to me, Nicholas Burns going down the same track.
Yes. At least we saw Narayan. He played a few Test matches for the West Indies.
Hetman
and he gave
played
it
a few.
its chance, and that is fair. made himself available and then chose other part. So it's all with the individual. Because the point I was making a few days ago was that for me, I would love to see Brandon King. I would love to see good shot on the part of Terrence Ward, but I would also love to see Shea Hope, focusing on, some little technical issues, get into that red ball. Those would have been good foils.
Yeah, and it's surprising with Hope. We all know.
Mark, he has the capacity to play all three versions.
Yes, yeah, most definitely. But at the end of the day, though, Seth, the troubles still continue. Obviously, with his red ball game, and now that he's starting to be picked up by these franchises, he's not available for the West Indies First Class Championship.
Well, Casey's available. He's trying to make note of his availability. Darren Bravo has gotten 100. Perhaps needs to be consistent and show that he's available. Some of the youngsters have indicated their availability. And opportunities are there, but folk look and weigh the balance, the cost and the benefit, the potential over time.
Opportunities are certainly there, especially at this stage. We keep talking about the West Indies' current middle order. So the opportunities are certainly there. It's just how much the individual wants it. You can talk all you like, but at the end of the day, it's up to them. Put in the hard work.
I mean, we keep making excuse when we reference India, Australia, England to a lesser extent in terms of the system. Mm-hmm. And we say the players once retained, they're required to play. Mm-hmm. And the board makes that decision in terms of who go, who remain, and we keep saying, they have the money. But I think we have to have the will.
That's what I mean.
And the policies in place to ensure that the good of West Indies cricket.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying last week.
It's priority.
Right. And that's what I was saying last week too, Seth, that you need help with that, though. Also, if you keep narrowing the window, right, then surely the ICC must step in and say, listen, this is your period to play your cricket and to get your act together in red ball cricket. This is your opportunity every year. So they know it's coming up, they can plan for it. And that's not stopping anybody playing franchise cricket, but do they have to play every single franchise, though?
That's right.
And if that is
the
case,
franchises are to some extent unregulated.
In
football, for instance, whether you're playing in Syria or La Liga or EPL, but you cannot play in another franchise unless you get a transfer.
There you go. But excellent point.
Right, so people are all around, and there are certain block-off periods for persons to be available for national team when they are national duties.
Right.
But somehow with the cricket, it's totally different.
Exactly. Maybe it's not monitored as strictly, or as you say, some fly under the radar. You don't even know what's going on, and all of a sudden half your side or potential side is in another country when you need them at home or for a tour. But look at that ESL thing, that European Super League. Look at the noise that they're... No, you cannot do that. Precisely. You're not going to disrupt our competitions.
And it has
just
implications at the higher level.
There you go.
At the highest level.
There you go.
So I think as we look at cricket, I know the advent of the franchise system was an issue. When T20 cricket started in the Caribbean, the Stanford's 2020, no other cricket would have been played.
No.
And you had cricketers from Bermuda, from all parts of the Caribbean, not just the traditional team. Mm. And they all complied. There was a little window for that little match which Sylvester Joseph would have played amongst them against England.
Right.
And those were given
But you had the window
so
of
I am
opportunity.
saying it has to be. And the other thing is, if you're part of a franchise, Mumbai Indians should give you a transfer if you want to play for whoever your home base.
Right.
But what
right.
we had the last time, we have 3 T20 tournaments around the world are being played at the same time, but you would never find an Indian player
No.
playing because
No.
there are clear policies, guidelines, and implications. Australian players may play, but this man
Sure.
is not an Australian or an Indian, and he's putting his hand up with a wonderful shot. He's a Kititian, Terry Ward, just moving down and really striking Imran Khan over the top for 6. And he's saying whether you come from the northern end or the southern end,
I don't care.
I don't care. You deserve to go over the top.
And you
He's
can't
done
catch
it
him there, nice and
with
straight in the V,
contempt.
and using his feet.
Comes forward on this occasion very well.
And
So
also,
that's the point. It has to be. The Aussies would say, you want to go, I'm not sure you can go. Or you go under this circumstance, and we're just not tightening up the system.
because if you're employed, I mean, anybody that works for any employer, they can't just say, oh, it's March, I'm born in March, so I'm going to take my annual leave.
You have to manage that.
You have to manage it. You have to apply for it. And then it's up to management. But also the other thing that irks me is that you hear Australians all the time and English all the time saying cricket needs a strong West Indies. Well, instead of just talking about it, do something about it. Would it really kill them to say, all right, we're going to take 5% of what the profit we make off the BBL, for argument's sake, and donate that into West Indies cricket?
But
You know
let's
what I mean?
look at it. At one time, we had a situation where the CWI used to take a certain percentage from the players who were capped to go to franchise cricket, and then there was an issue with the International Players Association. So folk got to decide who is in charge,
Right.
and who should keep out of your business,
Exactly.
and do what is important on the inside. At one time, we had the Caribbean T20 Championship, which was doing well in terms of attendance. We don't have that
We
anymore.
don't have it.
So the Windies and the Leewards players who are not given franchise opportunity, Sylvester Joseph, would always be on the back burner, maybe playing a little practice game, but is in a franchise maybe for a couple thousand US, while a player of the same quality maybe getting multiples.
Make
of
a
that.
million.
So
Yeah.
someone needs to look at it and bite the bullet. West
Definitely.
Indies cricket is too important. In fact, the world rode on the success of West Indies
I
cricket.
mean, they were making
between
a
the
fortune.
between the World Cup in 75.
They were making how many trips
and
did
for
we
the
make
next
to
30
Australia?
years.
How many, Seth? Every year we were there.
And now we're going
Now,
every 5 years.
if you're lucky,
2-match series.
2-match series.
Yep.
You never play in Melbourne anymore. You never play in Sydney anymore. They send you here, there, and everywhere.
No longer the
No, not the
Boxing
draw
Day
card.
test.
Yeah. Boxing Day test 100,000 minimum. You were guaranteed minimum.
So we need to do something. Extraordinary times demands extraordinary responses.
Exactly.
West Indies cricket is a monument. West Indies cricket is, I don't know what to say. Here is Carrie Pear.
You might not know what to say, Seth, but we hear you.
Carrie Pear. Showing depth here. Sometimes you just need that steady bowler to keep things quiet. Build some pressure here. Casey Carty, on the other hand, gets into the 80s. He needs to push on, Sylvester Joseph. He needs to push on because that is going to be a defining moment. Scores 100. Could try to get others. Get his confidence back to where it belongs. 100 can do so much for you.
Most definitely, and especially today, be disappointed if he doesn't get the 18 he needs to complete the century, because he's looked polished, he's looked switched on from ball one today, and he's played the spinners tremendously well, using his feet, using a sweep shot when necessary.
He's under no pressure because there is no match to win. There is no scoreboard pressure. Just needs to bat. Terrence Ward goes back and he strokes this nicely. 4 more runs. Amazing shot. Dance forward and then back. Split the backward point and the cover.
Yeah, he was quick to come back onto that. Picked up the length well and cut it beautifully. Through point for 4. He's coming out of his shell. Straight 6 off Khan in the previous over, and now the first ball of Khan's new over.
Well, he needs to come out of the shell. A firm foundation has been laid. Carty Caston being the main pillar on which that has been laid. He would have watched, he would have seen 2 relatively decent partnership around Carty. And he wants to be a contributor. He wants to know when the roll is called up yonder after this game and they're going to the Leewards tournament that he could at least say, I did something. You know, they had some players around West Indies cricket, they would fail, and then the last game of a series, they score some runs and think they justify their play. But if I were a selector, I would say thank you very much.
Yeah.
Where were you when?
There was a few of them, no?
And they kept doing it and all we saw
year in,
declining averages. We call it diminishing returns in business. And if I'm doing an assessment and I'm analyzing and I'm saying, wow, statements, no profit going down and it's downward trend, it's time to do something.
Sell.
That's what manages the stock market. You sell the stock or you don't. Here is Terrence Ward. We are not entertainers, but we're just bringing the holistic nature of things. West Indies cricket. The first 2 World Cups. West Indies cricket. T20. Starting it, getting it going, and then 2 back-to-back World Cups.
2 back-to-back.
Potentially could have been 3 had it been different in the semi-final game. Should have remained monumental in terms of...
And look at the overall rule.
Yes, our players
23 years at home, 15 years away.
Right, we can't be losing our players for priority duty.
No, not at all.
Have to draw the line somewhere. And I believe, yes, the players should have the opportunity to make all their money. But when they're earmarked, there has to be something to be put in place to ensure that our cricket remains at the top. Lovely ball being worked by Carty.
But you would remember, Seth, a few years ago that the great Sir Garfield Sobers said that in his opinion, the way West Indies were playing, in his opinion, they should take 2 years out of the game and rebuild. I don't think he meant along the lines of what was going on in the field, but what was going on behind the scenes and making these guys commit to West Indies cricket. And that would have been an excellent idea, you know, because they're going to have to, they're talking about it now, but they're going to have serious dialogue with, you know, the current crop of players that are around. Are you really serious? Or are you just using West Indies cricket to make a name for yourself?
The haunting question
so
for me,
that
do we
these
still have that
franchise
crop?
pick you up?
Because the majority of that crop now are on the other side of the hill. They have already reached
say on the other
zenith,
side of the world.
and they're on the other side of the hill. So we have to provide now a safety net. It's difficult for me to understand that. You can't, you're working for an organization, but your priority,
It's for
in
somebody
fact, in
else.
some situations, you can't even have any competing enterprise with your organization. Cracked down to backward, down to cover. And there is just a single.
169 for 4. Carty is on to 83. Terrence Ward back on strike, playing a good, solid knock so far. 17 off 26, and I can see Rakim Jimbo Cornwall padded up to come in next, so he's obviously feeling better or recovering from whatever injury that kept him off the field for periods of time. His Carey Pierre in again, and this one's turned to Khan at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The partnership just starting to build. 22 it's worth for the 5th wicket so far. It's Pierre in again, and that one's cut nicely again by Ward out to the point boundary. 4 more. So Ward certainly looking a different batsman today. The more the Ward that we know. He's moved on to 21 and the score 174 for 4. Good shot that set.
Yes, wonderful shot. I was just called away by Sylvester Joseph's captain for a brief moment.
When the
I won't tell
captain
him
talks,
he
you
would have
must
had
listen.
several captains.
I was going to ask which captain, but
I won't reveal it.
it's not my business.
But he's looking good, Terry Ward, on a serious side. Really moving well. Forward, backwards, very nimble on the feet.
And
looks a
striking
different
the ball
player.
very well.
Yes, looks a different player, as you say,
Yeah.
than he did against the Scorpions.
But he was really in his shell at Coolidge in the first round, and you know, he didn't really do much in the entire match, really. Dropped a couple of catches in the slips, which wouldn't have done his confidence any good, but still, he's looking very competent out there today. Over comes to an end, 174 for 4. Carty is on 84, and Terence Ward is on 21.
Well, Carty at least has as an example to look to how Darren Bravo batted for the Red Force, getting to his 100, realizing that Bravo himself he had time, he played with time, had his moments of assertive stroke play, also had his moments of quietness. You're seeing that side of Casey Carty now, has allowed Terence Ward to do the bulk of the scoring in this 28-1 partnership. 21 of that. But yet he must be content to keep flowing. It doesn't mean to push too hard, but at least keep his concentration, because 100 is important in the context of the game.
And the tempo that they're going at is fine. You know, they're playing each delivery on its merit. They get the bad ball, they put it away. The intelligent batting, as we're going to see Yannick Correa for the first time today take up the attack, replacing Imran Khan from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Well, after 64 overs.
Yes. I wonder what the wait was for.
Well, they were getting wickets, but now things have changed. Hasn't gotten his rhythm right. Started, but retreating to the top of his mark. Good start. He had a chatter. Casey Carty is equal to the task. Casey Carty 16 runs away from 100. Flashes at that. Will get a single.
Well run.
Hit it hard in the ground. Gave him the opportunity to come through for his 85th run. Leeward Islands. At this moment, they're trailing by 244.
Yes, it's important they make sure that they avoid the follow-on.
That's, I won't say first press. They would like to go in without losing a wicket. When I say go in, I mean at the close of play. Because we have 12.3 overs remaining. So they would want to bat all 12 without losing a wicket. But here is one. Terence Ward.
Good catch.
Playing a full-blooded drive straight to T.N. Webster. and Terry Ward perhaps on doing himself, and Carrier coming on and getting a wicket in his first over. And it justifies the question you ask, where was he all the time?
Yes, most definitely. An excellent catch there at short extra cover. But once again, Ward was going so well. Just give yourself a few deliveries at the new bowler just to see what he's doing and so. But he continued his aggressive nature and this time came unstuck. But a good knock for 21, was it? I think it was 21. But
yes,
the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in a spot of bother as big Rakim Cornwall comes out to join Casey Carty on 175 for 5. They'll have that follow-on target, I'm sure, first and foremost in their mind. There's still a whole day to go tomorrow and 10 or 11 overs to go.
I think the observation is that he was trying to open up himself, which Sylvester Joseph is saying, to go over cover, play inside out, and instead reached a bit too much to the delivery. And good judgment on the part of Webster. Rakim Cornwall comes out. I would depart and allow Sylvester Joseph to join you, Terry.
Thank you, Seth. So, Rakim Cornwall to face Yannick Karaya. We said important partnerships, but this one for the Leewards, very, very important to at least try and bat out the remainder of the day. Karaya in now to Cornwall, and Cornwall, a bit of a leading edge there, but too far wide of Karaya to attempt any catch. So Cornwall is off the mark with a single. Score 176 for 5. Brings Carty back onto strike. He's on 85. Welcome back, Sylvester Joseph. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon to the viewers, listeners, all over the beautiful world.
All over the world. That's punched nicely by Carty through the cover region. The boundary rider there, Imran Khan, comes off the rope, keeps it to 1. End of the over, first over, and a successful over there by Yannick Karaya, picking up the wicket of Terence Ward. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 177 for 5. Carty on 86 and Cornwall on 1.
Yeah, Casey Carty continues to exhibit some very, very good batting, but it seems like every time a partnership is blooming, his partner gets out in a kind of way, I would say.
Yes, a bit of a reckless way.
Reckless way, yeah, a reckless way. The captain, opened up to go square again from a very ordinary straight delivery. Offered uppercuts to slip when he should have played that ball to mid-off or extra cover. He was opting to play the ball square. Then you see Terence Ward, a good length delivery where he could just come and stroke it down to long off. He was opening up to go over extra cover, and created an opportunity. Well caught there by, was that the captain, Bravo?
Webster.
Webster. That was a very good diving forward catch, yeah. And unlike the Leeward Islands, when they're in the field and they're offered up the opportunity, you can see that the Red Force fielders are alert and, taking most of their chances, if not all of their chances so far.
Cut that time through the point area for a comfortable single to Carty. Looks like Darren Bravo has just left the field temporarily, so I presume Jason Muhammad is there at short extra cover, is in charge for the time being. 178 for 5, the Leewards.
I was wondering how Yannick wasn't given an early opportunity. But it seems like the captain believed in Imran Khan. So even though Imran Khan was the bowler, the least effective bowler when it comes to scoring, these guys score at will. When in terms of boundaries at will from Imran Khan.
From Khan today.
So I thought he wasn't really penetrative as the other bowlers were. So I thought about Yannick would have given an earlier burst, but
definitely.
The captains saw it different.
A couple of singles here for Cornwall and Carty off the bowling of Pierre. The score moves up to 180 for 5 now. Cornwall back on strike. He's on 2. Carty 88. Pierre into Cornwall. Cornwall caressing that nicely through the cover region. Sweeper comes off the boundary. Restricts it to 1. Cornwall doing the right thing here though, just getting himself in. No need for anything flash at this stage. So support Casey Carty. Carty beats the diving Muhammad there at short extra cover, so they take another single. And to bring the over to an end. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 182 for 5. Casey Carty moves to 89. Cornwall's on 2.
I think earlier now in Cornwall's innings that the Red Force is missing a plot in giving him these easy singles. These guys on the boundary where you give him that easy single. They could have brought in probably the extra cover and the cover and the man at deep, and allow him to beat the field. Because you don't have to have them so close. Because he's not going to run anything that kind of close. And unlike Carty and Ward.
No, there's not going to be any quick
singles.
Taken.
Yeah,
so let him hit over the top.
Yeah. But you open the field and give him an easy single.
Full toss there by Karaya, stroked firmly through the cover region, but well done by the long off fielder to get round and restrict it to 1. Carty moves into the nervous 90s.
You see, this hope this doesn't really break the momentum of Carty, because these, especially a situation like that would be 2.
Easy
yeah, maybe 3.
Yeah.
But with Cornwall, he definitely have to be 2 for him to get 2. If 2 becomes a single, so it slows down the momentum of Casey Carty.
Yes.
But hopefully that he has the magnitude and fortitude, to go on. Cause he's batting really, really well.
Very, very well. And of course, also what you're saying, with a delivery like that, he'd be thinking 2 as soon as he took off, as soon as he hit it and passed the infield. Then he only gets 1, so that takes him off strike.
But Cornwall should have even gone because the fielder fell down.
Yeah, and then he had miles to
he
cover.
didn't really come around and pick it up cleanly. He fell down. So that one should have been 2.
Yes,
and you have to take it when you get it. We all know, and I guess the players know that if it's tight, he's not going to run, and they accept that. But when it's a 2 like that, you have to make the effort to give the batter the opportunity again. Make an effort. That is what I'm saying. It's not you settle for 1 every time.
Yeah.
Even though if it's 2, you're going to no. That's not good. That's not good cricket.
Karaya into Carty, and Carty is punching this up to long off. A comfortable single. He moves on to 91. Score up to 184 for 5. It's been a good knock by Carty, holding This Leeward Islands Hurricanes first innings together. Correa now to Cornwall with a short leg and a slip. Cornwall's cutting that nicely through the cover region out to Khan on the cover boundary for another comfortable single. So that brings Correa's over to an end, and at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 186 for 5. Carty's on 91 and Cornwall is on 5. So still trailing by 232 runs. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force declared their innings closed this morning after batting on at the fall of Imran Khan's wicket for 92. They declared on 418 for 9. Captain Darren Bravo top scoring with 100. Very good contributions from Imran Khan, Terence Hines with a 50, and also and that one went straight through Cornwall there. Went back to play Pierre.
Jump.
Turned past
Oh,
everything.
Bias.
No, it's Bias.
One held it. Django's glove work needs some work.
Yeah, looks so. Because you like that one going down the leg side,
Yeah,
he
jump.
fumbled it.
Yeah, he dropped two, man.
Dropped two so far.
so far. Got a lesson there from Hamilton.
You think he'd be an expert after spending the last 2 or 3 seasons
And he had
with
he had-
him?
and also, remember, you had Devon Thomas as well.
Right.
You know, who glove work is equally as good, but just doesn't
definitely.
want. He has so much talent that he doesn't want to keep.
No, he doesn't want to keep
Because
anymore.
He's a test bowler now.
Yeah. Got test wickets to prove it.
Yeah.
It's a slash by Carty through the cover region for another single. He moves to a 92. Yes, so there were half centuries by Terence Hines and Yannick Correa in to support Darren Bravo's 100 in that 418 for 9 declared at the Trinidad and Tobago first innings. Cornwall on strike to the left arm. Pierre back to the bowler who fields it in his follow through, and there's no run. Brilliant sunshine, and we've had a nice clear day all day today.
Yeah, lovely day for cricket.
Beautiful day. Cornwall just backs away, not quite ready as Pierre was about to deliver. Pierre in again to Cornwall. Cornwall just reaches forward, strums it back to the bowler to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 188 for 5. Casey Carty on 92. 8 short of what would be a very fine century if he gets there.
Yeah, I think one of the best centuries. Not Bravo centuries. Century was a good one in the situation. You know, he batted his team out of trouble, especially when they wanted him. But when you look at Carty's century, I think it's more fluency. You know, it's freer.
Yep,
More
a lot
positive.
more fluent.
Yeah. Even look at the
Chanceless.
Yeah, and he's just in control. He's in control, and there are periods where he accelerated. You know, when he gets in.
Yep.
Yeah, he accelerated, and that is what they want to see. I think he's slowed down now because of every time he's getting into a rhythm. You know, they lost a wicket, but he looks never looking as spot about it.
Correa into Carty now. Full pitch delivery. Strum back to the bowler. No run. No, he's looked on song from ball 1 today. Which is very encouraging. Of course, he's made the West Indies one-day team. Looking to get into the test team with some solid performances in the championship this season.
Yeah, and I really, seen Carty over the years. I've seen the maturity, and I'm really impressed with him. I think he has a bright future ahead, especially in the situation of West Indies team. And so I think he has an opportunity that he can get into the test team because I know that he wants to be a part of that test team. And as I said in the first game, he's batting well, but he hasn't really gotten any score yet.
Yes.
But now that you can see that he's batting well, and the score is coming, and hopefully that he get the support, they can go on and get a big score.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think he's one for the future.
Definitely one for the
I guess set
future.
will say for now and the future.
Does that work? Now and the future? No, but he is. He's all class.
Yeah,
Hails from
he has improved.
St.
He has
Martin,
improved a lot.
so
He has
he'll be the
improved a lot.
first Test cricketer if he gets there.
Yeah, I think he has improved a lot, to be honest.
Yes, most definitely. Of course, under 19s World Cup winner for West Indies. And that one doesn't beat. Backward point to complete Careers over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 189 for 5. Casey Carty is on 93. And Rakim Cornwall is on 5.
And this again is another very, very important partnership here for the Leeward Islands. I think the race is not getting that to 29. I think the race is really getting to, you have what, 31 overs, 31, to get some batting points.
Right,
250 going up. You gotta get batting points, because whether you overhaul that total in 120, 125 overs, it only saves you from following on and say, because if you miss the target of the 110 overs, whatever score you are to be, starting from 250.
Right.
You're not going to get any points.
Right.
So
Very true.
Your goal is you have to get over 250 and up, so you start accumulating points, batting points.
Yeah.
So that should
so they need what, 60 odd?
To get the first batting point.
60 odd in 40 odd overs.
Yeah.
Well, that should not be difficult. As long as they keep wickets in hand, though.
You just don't want to get 1 or 2 batting points.
No.
If you can, you want to get at least
As many
3,
as you
4.
can, yeah. Especially since you missed out on the outright last week.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem like this one is going to be an outright also. So you have to.
Right, yeah.
You have to get some points. So you see, you have to get over 250. Over 250. Well, the way they're going is over 250 to 299 to get the 2 points. Whereas you get over 250, you get 2 batting points, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that should be their first objective.
Yeah. Into Carty, just defends back to the bowler, and there's no runs, so he's still on 93. No hurry for these 7 runs, as far as he's concerned. Pierre in again to Carty, and Carty again forward in defence. Knocks it back to the bowler to complete the over. So it was a maiden there by Pierre. He's bowled 19 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 32. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes 189 for 5, with Carty on 93 and Cornwall on 5.
Yeah, crucial period, and the Red Force will really like to get more inroads, further inroads into this batting lineup, because even though that the Hurricanes has a long batting lineup, when you have Louis and Archibald at number 9, and he has a first class century.
Yes.
So you have Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh.
And the century was made against Trinidad and Tobago, wasn't it? Archibald's century.
Yeah, so they still have a few wickets in the shed. So this partnership.
But I agree with you. If they're looking for wickets, bring the field up when Cornwall's on strike. Let him try and hit over the top.
Yeah, but
Still not set.
he can't be getting them easy singles.
No, to long off and well, mid-on's come in a bit, but still plenty of gaps as you just showed because Imran Khan's still on the cover boundary. So Cornwall moves to 6. The score 190 for 5. A few more people in today in attendance.
Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon, Saturday tomorrow. Come down, watch the end of this match, and then on the way home they can call in to Painters and watch the Premier League football. Seth will be there supporting his Blackhawks.
No, Seth is
he
so
can't
Seth is
though
going to be
tomorrow,
church.
can he? Yes, well he'll be praying for his Blackhawks then.
Black
Up against Sweets, I believe, isn't it?
Blackhawks need some prayer.
They do, yeah. Well, they gave everybody a head start, didn't they, in the competition?
That's what I'm saying. They gave away a few games, and the association took a few. And now they went back to play. They got a few licks.
They did.
I think they drew one game, so I don't know
They
what
need a
they're going
win.
to do. So
They
it
need
seems
a
like
win.
they're going to come second, not even first division, second division with me.
Don't upset him, Sylvester. Don't upset him.
Seth knows we love to provoke him when it comes to the Blackhawks.
Yes, definitely. He's watching his Blackhawk out there very closely. Tell him, Seth. Seth is just saying how many Blackhawks are playing for the Leewards.
Oh, my God. Not the footballers, though.
Not the footballers. No, not the footballers. Yeah, reigning champions. Reigning champions. That's why you thought you could set the rule book, no?
Yeah. Well, 191 for 5, 71 overs. The Leewards 227 runs a jiff. You know?
Yes.
But Casey Carty really,
It's
hard man.
150 to avoid the follower, or they're taking it back to 200? Yeah, it's 150 now. Yeah. So what's that? 418, say 420, 370. So 360 odd. 260 odd, I should say.
Yeah, maybe they need 70 and more ones to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, 269. They get them home.
Carey Perry want to deny them, get them.
Definitely. He's bowled well. He's bowled steady, consistent lines and lengths today. Picked up the 1 wicket of 19 overs.
Yeah, I think all of the Trinidadian bowlers, so far, has really held their own.
That's another easy single there for Casey Carty. Up to long off, takes him on to 94.
The batting in general has been good.
95, I should say. Yeah, sorry.
The batting in general, I think, in this game has been good. It's just, some batters tend to...
That one stroked nicely by Cornwall this time for the same result.
Easy.
Very easy. With a long off and long on in play, it is simply playing the ball.
I think
back up the ground.
Cornwall has that commanding presence, but he normally goes out and gain it. But the Trinidadian have so much respect for him that even while coming out, they were spreading the field.
Yes, yeah.
It seemed like he was batting from since last week. They're not making it any difficult for him.
Carty on 95.
Yeah, black the areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Yeah, well, the real captain is off the field. I don't know what's happened to him. Darwin Bravo, he's not on the field for a few overs now. So
That's well stopped there by Pierre, diving across to his right. They bought, you call him a short mid-off. So they got a short extra cover and short mid-off, basically parallel with each other. And the pitch to try and stop the single up to a long off with Carty, but certainly they could have put a lot more pressure on Cornwall when he first came to the crease, because he's just been able to milk the ball into the gaps. Plenty of He's gone for the big hits. Slog sweep. He's hit it straight up in the air and thrown his hand away for 95. Oh boy. He'd be disappointed with that. Kerry Pierre celebrates, but it was a full delivery by Kerry Pierre. He decided to go for it. The slog sweep over the mid-wicket area, caught the top edge, flew straight up in the air, back to Pierre, who took it over his shoulder but took it quite comfortably. And that is disappointing for the young Casey Carty. He falls 5 runs short of his century, but a big wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as they push the Leewards here to the limit. They're still 76 runs behind the Boyd in the follow-on. They're 193 for 6 now. Pierre picks up his second. Casey Carty has gone for 95, 193 for 6.
That's very, very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. I think the way that he has been batting, you know, he deserves. He didn't show any signs of tiredness. That just like a rush of blood for whatever reason, I don't know, and very unfortunate, you know, for him getting out in that manner. You know, that looks like a slug, a swipe, just losing his whole mindset in that one delivery set, and that is disappointing. He deserves a
Yes, he deserves 100, and he himself knew it. He was angry with himself. He kept asking why hit the bat against the pad, but I thought he had everything. I won't say everything. He had most things under control throughout the innings.
Yeah,
almost a perfect knock. And then
he looked so
just
calm.
Wanted to get the 100 in a blaze of glory.
You reckon? But he didn't show any sign of that.
Well, just out of the blue.
Oh my God.
He wasn't being strangled or strike. He was keeping it flowing. And then all of a sudden, perhaps, as you say, a full pitch delivery, he thought that this was the one to go for the whack, and it caught the top edge. I got the impression the bat may have spun in his hand as well, because when he did it, you know, he would have many other opportunities. That's all we can say. And seeing Bravo getting one and Imran Khan also was in vain. But in Imran Khan's situation, when he fell short, obviously there was a mandate to get along with.
Yeah.
In Katie Carty's situation, there is no mandate. The longer you bat, the better it is for you and the team. And losing his wicket in this regard. However, we just like to say it was really a good innings, and an innings that is a commendable one from Casey Carty.
Yes, indeed.
Struck 5 4s and 2 6s in his knock, and almost took the Leewards up to 200. In fact, he has scored half of the score. We see some attention being paid to Rakeem Cornwall during the break, and he's still asking why Casey Carty got out. Because he stood there like asking, why that?
Yeah, because I mean,
you could see even Cornwall, he restrained himself from even playing one single aggressive stroke throughout his innings. Seemed as though the focus was for Carty to go ahead and get the 100, and then he gets out like that. Carry Pierre, though, persistence has paid off. 2 for 34 for him, and the Hurricanes trailing by 225. Still have a lot of batting to do.
Yeah, they definitely do. You know, going back to Carty, I think he real disappointed, because we watching this game. Anyone is watching this game, they didn't see that coming. He never showed any sign of
never
tiredness.
shown any sign of.
You know, he was choking the ball nicely. But only thing, I guess, for the past maybe 5-6 deliveries that he faced, he was hitting the ball straight to the fielders, where you can see the frustration.
That shouldn't be a problem.
No, because he's scoring.
He was middling everything. whether they were going to the field or not. Just unfortunate. That's how the cookie crumbles. That's how the game goes. He just needs to go, come again, and show that he can be consistent at this level. And I think that will be the key determinant in him moving forward. Raheem Cornwall faces Karai, plays the ball up to long off, will get a single. And Jeremiah Louis, that's the man who has come out, or is it called? Yes, Jeremiah Louis has come out to partner Raheem Cornwall.
Both this pair has a good partnership in the last game.
Yes.
The Leewards Hurricanes will do. We're hoping that they, continue in that vein.
So they should have a chemistry. Casey Carty, 95 from 203 deliveries, 5 fours, 3 sixes, striking at 46.7. A real good innings. The innings on which the Leeward score has been built. Scoring virtually half of the runs. Louis will need to bat.
I don't know why they keep having this short leg feel instead of the city point.
That's right, it's a leg spinner.
I don't know.
Wrist spinner bowling and
he turns the ball a bit, so I don't know how they set fields these days, It's just baffling to me.
Well, you ask yourself, what's the thought process that goes through? Because he's moving the ball away from the right-hander. Well, at least now they have brought in a gully along with the slip. So
well, look at the where he's at, mid off, long off. Where he at? In between the mid off, long off.
Oh yes,
where he is, and he's
halfway between.
Louis a new batter.
Right, and he's not going to hit and go over the top.
Well,
and you're on to okay. Now they have brought. Perhaps there's a mic somewhere out there, Sylvester.
They have a mic, but they can't hear us, but we can hear them.
But the changes, as we were wondering, and now the changes have been made. The slip, the gully, silly point, all waiting as Karai too. Oh, Louis cracks that one, and wow, Simmons jumped because that one was hit with ferocity.
He's sending back over.
Good stop by Jason Mohammed.
The bowler sending back over.
Sometimes the team dynamics between bowler and captain. Because I thought the captain made the right move. The bowler says move. This time it's driven past the captain, out towards the extra cover boundary, into the fence for 4. That's why you made the change. Jeremiah Louis. Really?
The bowler had to make an adjustment. The bowler that's a wide half volley, you bowl the ball in the proper line and length and allow him to come forward and defend. But if you bowl a poor delivery like that, obviously, no matter if you just started or not, you're going to try and capitalize. And Louis is good form, and he show good intent again. So he capitalized on that poor delivery. So it's not the fielder's fault. It's just the
that's
bowler.
right. It was a diving effort, full-blooded dive. Jason Mohammed, and then Peer out on the deep long off boundary.
I mean, this is an opportunity, I think,
to make a further breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean,
to dismiss the Leewards.
If you're not confident in Karaya,
and press for full advantage.
Then why don't be back on Brian Charles?
That's a good point.
To get the wickets.
That's a good point. This time is driven out to long off, and that's a good point about Brian Charles. He did make the initial breakthrough for the Red Force, and in fact took also the second wicket, removed the openers. So Casey Carty, his innings has really stood tall in the context of the Leeward Islands, because whereas the Darren Bravo innings 100 was supported by at least 3 half centuries, in this case, at least so far, no one has gotten above 23 of the 6 who have fallen for the Leewards. So it has been a Casey Carty show. And now perhaps much is dependent on the lower order, because as you have been saying, some of the lower order batters are batting better than the top order batters.
Yeah, and I think the Trinidad and Tobago team, they misses the captain. I wonder what's wrong with him. I think he's out there, he marshaled the troops, and I think he would have a better understanding, of the situation, and knows the right bowlers to bowl. Because this is an opportunity here for
Yes, to push
for the Red Force.
push through. Yes,
And they are allowing Cornwall to score so
that's
freely.
right. He just came in. You put 4 men on the boundary. When they, you could keep the field in and pressure him to go over the top, because what? You already have over 200 runs in credit.
Yeah.
So play with your credit.
And they have 6 wickets.
That's right. So invest.
Yeah.
And don't be coward.
I didn't want to use that word, but
Well, that's
you're
true.
braver than me.
Well, why are you? they should be. Looking to dismiss the Leewards.
Yeah, you got to.
Good field placement. And then put them in and have the opportunity. But instead they're playing as though they are on the defensive.
Yeah.
Louis has just come in. A backward of square, a long on, a long off, a cover on the boundary. Really?
Maybe they're playing for the job.
But they have the opportunity to bowl out the Leewards this afternoon and then have a chance of bowling them out a second time and press for victory.
Even if they can go in and get some quick ones.
That's right.
You know, and put them back in.
You got to
tomorrow.
test it.
You got
to test it.
And I think this is what lacking in our cricket. That's why we're not moving on set. When we see the opportunity, we don't try to grab hold of it. We just allow it and just
allow the game to pleat away.
Yeah, come on, and hope.
Can't pleat away purposelessly, especially knowing that you're just at the start of the season. Try to get the wickets. Yes, each bowler is trying, but you may get 1 or 2. How many wickets we have seen fallen in the deep?
How many?
We have not seen an attacking stroke from Cornwall. Not that he may not play one, but he's just content to come forward and pick the gap.
He doesn't really have to try any.
That's right.
Because they're giving him 4 or 5 runs on over.
So the over has been completed. Good looking scoreboard for Trinidad and Tobago. Good performance by Casey Carty. Missed out on his 100. But there are more opportunities to come for him.
Come on, boys.
But the 200 coming up in that over for the Hurricanes. 200 coming up off 73.3 overs. And Louis and Cornwall, Archibald, who has had his own only first class 100 against the Red Force, is to come. Haynwall Jr. is also to come. And then the tail ender, Sheena Berridge. So still a way to go.
The Leewards batting, have some depth.
They do.
So that's a good thing. And
that is why the Red Force needed to strangle them. Stop giving freebies. Karai takes the wicket. Louis gives him just a little prod. And wicket number 2 for Karai. Cotton Bowl, Jeremiah Louis giving it away.
Indeed. He's similar to Ward. It seems like the ball was pitched about leg stump and they open up, and to play it. I guess they want to play it with the spin.
But you can play it along the ground.
Yeah, it's not there. You're trying to create a shot that is not there. If he bowls a good ball, the bowler bowls a good delivery. I mean, you respect the good delivery because you guys are scoring pretty comfortably. Yeah, so I don't know the reason for you to try. Look at that. Oh, it's basically just about leg stump, outside leg stump. Trying to create something that is not there.
And the point is, it's not to say it was a big drive out to long off or long on that you say,
precisely.
Okay, you were trying to cover the field.
You're right.
But it's just a push in the air. Could be a push along the ground. There was no effort at going for a maximum. So they are 218 runs behind with 3 first innings wickets in hand. They can push hard. If they push hard, Silver State's 8.5 overs remaining in the day's play. If we don't have a few extra because of the spin, out comes Haynwall Jr. I thought I saw Colin Archibald, or maybe it was in my mind.
I think it's in your mind.
Oh, yes,
You
because
saw Colin Archibald since Jeremiah Louis came in.
yes, I thought that should have been the move. Honestly, I know Louis did score
Except
78.
you're not the captain.
That's right, but I am saying how I see things.
Okay, I understand. I understand.
You had that opportunity, that period. You bring Archibald in with Cornwall. They may want to have a display. But these two, Hayden Wall Jr., he can also have a display. So the left and right combination. You didn't see that for the Leewards apart from the opening pair between Powell and Hodge. And now Hayden Wall Jr. joins Rakeem Cornwall.
But the Leeward Islands has to be very careful here that they missed out on even the first the batting 2 batting points. It seems like they're on the verge of getting bowled out on the 200, on the 250.
Right.
So they have to be very careful, you know.
Well, they should have that in mind. And I guess it would be interesting to see the approach that Cornwall has after the wicket of Casey and then Louis. Karai comes into Hayden Wall Jr., drives back past him, a ferocious shot. He comes out as though he doesn't want to mince matters. I'm not sure what's the instruction from the dressing room, or he feels that he can just come and get on top of the bowling.
Keep working, boys. Come on.
Gets off the mark.
Keep working. We can get him by the season first. Come on.
Karai is nipping out a few wickets here.
Yes.
Sneakily.
At least 2 gifts. Not to discount his bowling, but both were just prods that were just chipped. One to him and one to Webster. Cornwall drives and along the ground, and that's what you would have expected from Louis and Ward.
Yeah, Ward.
You're driving, you're not going for the boundary, along the ground, and keep it that way.
Nice in that rough there, Karai. Right in this rough there. Right from this area.
Walt Jr. Django really trying to have an impact from behind the wicket. What he didn't do, he didn't take the catches that came his way. But he will tell you about the rough.
But
it's okay to say that's the role of the wicket keeper. But when you're projecting in front of the wicket and pointing out that rough, that's going beyond the point.
Yeah, he's impacting the game in the wrong way.
Yes,
when he has the
opportunity in his glove, he's allowed that and a few byes to go.
Yeah, he has a lot of chat, a lot of talks.
So Hayden Walt Jr. faces up to Karaya, gets it on the full, hits it down to long on, and that's all that I was speaking about. Terence Ward, it was a full toss, straight into Tion Webster's hand.
Yeah.
Wasn't going for pop, but lofted. And then you see strike it along the ground. If you want to go for power, go for power in the air. But don't.
We saw a few unnecessary shots. One from the captain,
Yes.
Terence Ward. You see Casey Carty. That was awful. Of all the shots, that one was the worst.
Well, it came out of the blue, but had he connected?
He connected.
That's right. Had he connected with the
right leverage?
Exactly, with the right leverage.
That went so high
face
in the
of the
air
batting.
that, the bowler had to run back and catch it.
When the bowler jogged back to take the catch, I thought it would have been a matter of the long off coming in, the long on.
Yeah,
when you look, the ball was spinning in the air, and Carey Pear was able to celebrate his 2nd wicket. So 2 wickets for Pear, 2 for Brian Charles, 2 for Carrier, and 1 for Terence Hines.
Yeah, Terence Hines.
So spinners have taken 6 for TNT, the pacer 1 for the Leewards. The spinners took 1.
Yeah.
And the Pacers 8.
Well, according to the bowling attack, it's more unlikely that in Trinidad, in the Red Force favor the spinners.
So the Australia-India game, Jadeja 5, Ashwin 3, that's 8. And then in India's turn at the crease, 5 for Murphy, 1 for Lyon, 6 of the 7.
Shots.
Hayden Walt Jr. just easily playing it out to long on and getting a single. I would just like to see more attack. Yes, they have gotten 2 quick wickets, TNT, but I think a bit more attack. These feelers out here just...
I don't think the Leewards getting enough of enough of Hayden Walls Jr.
That's right. He
in
comes
terms of
down.
the batting. He should be in the top 6.
I agree. I think where Terry Ward comes in, and then he offers that opportunity of batting through, continue to anchor, can score quickly. He's a better batter than that.
Yeah, he's a top 6 batter.
Should not be coming in at number 9. Out, dropped by the first slip. That one left Cornwall and it took the shoulder of the bat. And that fielder, who is it? Came down rather lazily at that one.
Brian Charles, who's that? It's Brian Charles.
Going towards the ankle. Got down on it late. Brian Charles. So we've seen a few chances. Going a begging. 2 behind the stumps. So Carrie Pear has been the steady bowler in his 22nd over. 2 for 36. Been that top bowler, consistent, hitting the right spots. Good diving save by Jason Mohammed. Cornwall was coming out for the single. Jason Mohammed is such a committed player. Small in stature, but he was able to dive away from extra cover, ran out to mid-on and diving to save a single. Cornwall chips this one out to long on again. So they're just rolling and strolling. Don't want to see that lead come down below 200. But it's 204, 205 for 7. 95 Casey Carty. Spin Trins having 2 wickets. Brian Charles, Carrie Pear, Yannick Karai, all having 2 wickets for the Red Force. Hurricanes, they are really still in deficit here. A significant way.
230.
Yes.
And they're still behind the follow-on. They're still way behind of the follow-on total too, so they have to be careful.
What would your approach be? To anchor towards the end of the day? Do you pick up the momentum or do you focus on staying?
Well, it's just all about building partnerships. You know, they're losing too much wickets. You know.
Yes.
Too
quick intervals. 1, 2.
Yeah. You need some partnership. The pitch is not really offering too much assistance to the bowlers, you know. And
that's right.
It's good for batting. You're scoring freely. The field is not in preventing any you from scoring. So there's no need for you to try and do anything. But we have seen the last 4 batters, you know, it was
sort of giving it away.
Yeah, basically. You see the captain is on now, and you see some changes happening already.
Well, he's the authority figure. So I guess when he makes his decision, they're made. And comes into the short mid-on position. Allows the extra cover to go back. There is the sweep on the boundary. There is a point, backward point. Slip, forward short leg. Deep backward of square. And deep mid-on, along off on the boundary. Oh, he gets good spin on that. Cornwall may have spotted it and allowed it to go through.
I think he's a better option here on this pitch than Imran.
From that end, yes,
Imran
certainly.
Khan, because you see, he turns the ball and he has a little more pace on the ball. Imran Khan, you know, he bowls a lot slower, so the batters have time that they can, you know, pick where they want.
Yes, and they can pick him through the air.
Yeah. So that's the difference. With him now, he has a little zip on it, you know.
Rippers.
Yeah. So you have to be very careful. Even the casual shot that Louis played, you can see that there was a bit of turn on it.
Yes.
You know, and give it enough friction to get back to him.
He does more off the pitch than in the air. Khan does much in the air, and that is why he's slow. Gives the ball a bit more air.
Hayden Walsh looks like he's in good nick.
Yes, he means business.
He looks
He
like
middled everything. Started as though he was out there already.
Yeah. He started really positively.
Didn't take anything to get going.
We need him to go for a bit longer, though.
But look at the construct of the team, because you speak of him batting about 6. Oh, lovely sweep shot for 4. The umpire had to jump out of the way. The forward short leg scampered immediately. Hayden Walsh Jr. swept that one with ferocity. All along the ground, Sylvester Joseph, he is looking like a man not just in touch, but a man who wants to get along with it.
Yeah, man, on a mission. I wonder if it's because that Yannick took his one-day place.
You are such a gentleman.
No, he's playing.
The man is just batting without anything in his
That ball
mind.
was hit. That sweep shot was hit with so much
Passion.
power.
It's just the man's ability. This time he goes at it again, wrapped on the pad. I don't think he's thinking that. I think it was really a selector's call. I think my good friend Frazia Mohammed, I'm calling him my good friend, simply because, I've known him for years doing the broadcast. I am an admirer of him. I think he put it right in the context of those decisions and how Walsh is being treated, always being treated as the scapegoat when a decision has to be made. He didn't use the term scapegoat, but basically it's always Walsh or to be left out. And then you pull somebody who was not in the record. I don't think Hayden Walsh has that in his mind at all. I think he just loves to play positive cricket. And that is exemplified even in the field.
Yeah.
Wholehearted commitment, and that's the sort of player you really need to build on. But he can't do anything.
All that I know said that they are wasting Hayden Walsh batting skills.
That's right.
Batting at number 9. There's no way Hayden Walsh should be batting at number 9.
You need almost a reversal in order.
I'm not going that way.
No, you can't say that. I would not encourage you to say that. But it seems as those guys between 8 and 9 are really batting better and looking more at ease than the top top 2.
They bat with a lot more freedom.
Yes.
You believe if they get up in the top order, they will bat with so much freedom?
Certainly.
You reckon?
Yes, I reckon. Quality is quality. It doesn't matter where you are. I reckon that.
Because when you bat down there, you have more freedom than when you're up at the top.
When I see our Ashwin,
we're going to see tomorrow then.
Right, but he has done it time and time again. Jadeja coming in as night watchman. That's quality is quality.
Well, Jadeja is a class act. Jadeja averages 37 in Test cricket.
Well, Jadeja, before he got onto the Indian Test team, he had a double century.
A double? He had 2 triple centuries.
Right, but before he got onto the Test team in the first class arena. So these are issues. Surya Dav got onto the Indian team after 12 first class hundreds. But our number 3 gets into the team after 1 first class 100. So, Hayden Walsh Jr. gets a single, 212 for 7. They trail by 206 runs. So they are halfway there.
He told me I had a conversation with Desmond Haynes.
No, I won't even go into that.
No, I'm not talking about.
I was part of a little group. We were having a nice little chat.
I hope you ask him. You relate those telling information there.
I won't even say anything on that, Sylvester Joseph. I leave that one alone. Shoulders arm and allow the ball to go outside the off stump.
You got ball down.
No, it didn't really swing back in.
Yeah, carry pair. But you can see the difference now that Bravo is on the field. You see he's trying to block up some of those areas there. So he's
definitely an authority figure.
Of course.
Darren Bravo, he stands there.
Captain.
What he says, it goes. And I think that is important. That you have that respect at that level. And then you see. But they still have that field spread. Even though they have blocked up a few areas. So Cornwall just works it and pushes it down to long on and gets a single. I would have dispensed with Imran Khan from being on the backward of square boundary because I don't think they're bowling short. It has been once again the display by the spinners, you see. 2 each. For the
even the mid, I would bring up mid on, allow
yes,
Cornwall. Let Cornwall
if he goes over the top for a few, it's not hurting the cause.
make him play something different.
Right, but he's clear now. He's just going along the ground. He's just playing the cat and mouse with the team, and it may seem uncharacteristic, but obviously he has a team mission to reach a few goals before he would get spanking. But they keep on with the deep feelers, and he's just picking up the singles. Against the Jamaica Scorpions, he realized it was a different situation, and he took the bull by the horn and had a good half century. Ended up with 85 in a mission to press Jamaica, to force them into the corner for a result. This time, it's the Leewards up against time as well. They have enough time to eclipse the 418, but do they have enough legs? Because they're just halfway there and only 3 wickets in the sheds. You spoke about Hayden Walsh, you speak about Cornwall. They're batting this deep, this low. And at the same time, a few players down the order have been just thereabout.
They only have one more after this, so in terms of
goes back and he cuts at that. A diving effort by Carrera. The ball goes into the third man boundary for 4. Cornwall gets his first boundary. He moves to 17. Let's look at that. Charles' first delivery. Short, coming back, sharp effort. Did not really catch it. Had he gotten it, it would have been a blinder.
Yeah, a good effort there. Come off like the tick outside edge.
Yes, the first sign of aggression we've seen from the big man.
He flew past the slip cordon, and I guess Bravo is not pleased with the effort.
So he has made a change.
Dispense of him right away.
What? He has got Carrier in.
I'm wondering if he and Yannick is not on good terms.
I won't even go there and speculate.
Well, you see, when you go in your areas, I'll allow you.
So what's the basis to assume they're not on good terms?
Because when he went off, Kawaya came on and bowled. And now that he comes back on, Brian Charles comes on. And I remember I was asking you, why they don't bring back Brian Charles to keep it.
Yes,
but he came on, and the first thing he does is make a change.
He dispense of him from the bowling and then move him from slip. These are just conjecture. Don't get worried if you're in Port of Spain or you're in Mova or you're in Tacarigua or Curep, wherever you are.
You spent a few years in Trinidad?
Yes, I did. It's a lovely place. I love Tobago,
you have a lot of knowledge concerning Trinidad and the culture and the cricket.
Nice multicultural society. Perhaps the best foods you'd get anywhere.
I would know.
So you need to spend some time out of those hotels.
Best food I can get is in Antigua.
Well, the best food I can get is from my wife. But just understand, the Trinidad flavor comes in the house as well. Yeah, she obliges with a little roti.
She's from Trinidad?
No, she's from Antigua.
Okay. Oh.
But she knows how to cook the Trinidadian food and
she was
the
in Trinidad.
food. She spent a few months in Trinidad. But that didn't really change. She just knows what her hobby desires.
Okay. Yes. Lovely. Your wife ought to know that, though.
So Rakeem Cornwall is batting to the Leewards' desire.
Definitely.
And he has really changed. And that's what you could call a measure of responsibility.
Yeah.
You don't want to be harsh or rash and then get carried away. He was batting, I think, for KC's 100. And he was disappointed by that. And now that he sees that Hayden Walsh Jr. has shown some form of aggression, he's just strolling along. 219 for 7. 79 overs completed. Should get in another 4 for the day. The time is, your watch is more accurate than mine. Wow, we may get more than 5 because even the 4, 4 would be due in terms of the projected 105 overs for today. Those 4 overs will be completed before 5, and once that, we'd have the opportunity of going
a few more overs. Maybe about 5, no, about 6, 7 more overs. Depends on these bowlers, spinners, getting through the overs pretty quickly.
Hayden Wall Jr. I made the point in the Scorpions game that he could well be a good option for the longer version of the game, Hayden Wall Jr. Both his batting and even his bowling. This time he gets one coming back at him. Takes the single.
But I think he needs the opportunity to.
That's right, up front
to prove his word.
Yes.
He scored when the last time I played for the Leeward Islands. He played in Trinidad.
He played for Barbados.
We played for Leeward Islands. When I played
with him.
With him, yeah.
That's right.
In St. Kitts, I think we played against Trinidad also, and he scored 80 yard. He scored an 80 yard in St. Kitts at Warner
Against
Park.
Trinidad.
Against Trinidad, if I'm not mistaken. Either Trinidad or Barbados, but he played, and I know he can bat, and he has developed his batting.
Well, so
over the years.
He has had 29 first-class matches, and yes, he would have had that outstanding 50, 150. And I guess you made the point about his opportunity, about the opportunity that he needs to bat high. Looks more accomplished. Suited for the top of the order in the context of what we're seeing here from the Hurricanes. He's also a confident cricketer. When he played for the Pride, he also batted higher in the order, came in at about 7.
He had a few good innings also
Yes.
in the one version, won the international for West Indies. When we needed
critical time.
Critical side.
Wow.
He showed good premise in terms of his batting, but given the opportunity, he has not been given that opportunity to go.
What do you do
I think he's a better
in a
player.
situation like that as a player? Do you have a chat with the captain? What do you do, or you just wait it out?
I don't know. Sometimes I hear it depends on the coach.
Depends. Oh, okay. So
it
you
depends
start
on the
that at
coach.
the coach's
How
level.
confident you are and what you think he's capable of doing or whatever. Because a few times I heard him, asking for batting in the nets from the coach. So I don't know.
So that's not spread evenly.
I am not there, so
This
I don't
time
know.
he drives, but in your time, who would have controlled the amount of exposure one gets even in the net?
Well, it's a coach. The coach decides who bat where and when, and in the team and whatever, and also your performances. But
How has cricket changed?
yeah,
Because in time goes by, the captains usually have a huge say, especially in terms of the setting of the order.
back then, remember the captain was a selector as well. So since I was 13, 14.
A lovely shot by Cornwall. Wow. 6 so easily. Brian Charles looks up at that.
I mean, if he plays shots like that, you can't do nothing.
Can't do
that's
anything.
a very, very good shot. That looks so easy.
Easy.
He's a strong. Look at that.
Look at that.
Over extra cover.
Wow.
Come on, Charles. Stay close to him. Stay close to him.
Lovely shot there by the big man.
And it's to the off spinner that is coming back into him.
Yeah.
Changes his angle, gets an edge on this occasion. Past the wicket keeper. He decides now to come from around the wicket, which is usually a defensive ploy of the off spinner to the right hander. Yes, and Django can't hold on to it.
That's a few. That
Hi, Brian.
Django has problems holding on to.
Yes.
He has problems holding on to quite a few balls for the day.
For the day, yeah. Brian Charles to Cornwall. Cornwall drives it back to him. He feels.
Cornwall has to be careful. He seems like he's playing outside the line of the ball.
Also, they have 3 men lining the onside boundary. Backward of square, forward of square. Long on. So,
Barbados defeat.
so news coming from Terry showing us that Barbados would have defeated Jamaica by 6 wickets. So the Scorpions being stunned by the Pride, and Sri Lanka women knocked off host South Africa by 3 runs in the Women's T20 World Cup opener.
By
That's a
3
shocker
runs.
for me.
But that's 3
But
runs.
it's
That's
not even
what
by
I'm
3
saying.
runs. It's the fact that they beat South Africa. Because South Africa, they are.
But from evidence when it comes to World Cup with South Africa is a different kettle of fish.
That's right.
I mean the men, but hope the women.
It may have trickled down.
Hope the women don't fall in that trap.
Wow, that would be.
Yeah,
that
because
is
they've
a
been playing some
surprise.
good cricket.
Yes, when the West Indies women played South Africa here in the 5-match series, they only won one, which went to a super over. When they played Sri Lanka, it was a different kettle of fish. So Sri Lanka playing well, and wow, an opener in South Africa.
But you know that
pressure must be on.
They had a few. I don't know if they worked it out, but they had a few problems in terms of Cap. Her name is Cap.
Cap.
Yeah. They didn't pick a wife, and she took some time. So she needed some time to comfort her wife. So they gave her the time. So I don't know if the relationship between them and the board and how the team chemistry that may be hindering them. Because when I saw that, I was saying, wow.
Woe unto the team that allows the dynamic of the situation of one player
to
dictate the whole. I think boards internationally and people, you got to make tough decisions. Sometimes if it means overhaul, you overhaul and move on, because when you went to Sri Lanka with your...
They took the new ball.
Okay. So the new ball has been taken, but they're taking the new ball with spin. That is understood, because with one medium fast bowler in the lineup, that would have been expected. Carry pair taking the new ball again. He must have a lot of control.
Well, he normally does that for West Indies when he plays in even
with the white ball.
The red steel. They change that red steel. That's what the name.
Caden Wall Jr. gets himself in a tangle, trying to reverse sweep for no reason. The second delivery of the new ball, without understanding the bounce, decides that he wants to reverse sweep. Unfortunately for him, I'm not quite sure if he got glove or bat onto that one. It was taken, but he missed it completely.
Well said. That's the way the game is going now.
Yes, but you must be assured when you're playing it.
Well, I think he's pretty confident in it.
Well, he shows confidence by playing this one out to Imran Khan. Khan, the only of the bowlers that have gone wicketless. Brian Charles, 2 for 59. Carry pair, 2 for 42. And they have been the ones doing the bulk of the bowling. Cornwall shows his full face.
It's interesting to see that they took the new ball with the spinners.
Well, I guess
you get more, but you can see that they get more bounce and turn.
Yes,
with the harder ball. So it's no surprise. It's no surprise.
At Jamaica Scorpions, in their match against the Leewards, they took forever to take the new ball in the evening with Cornwall and Louis at the crease.
Yeah, you're quite right. And when they took it, also it was a Merchant and a fast bowler had started it. Yeah. So the West Indian spinners are getting accustomed of starting with a new ball. So even though we may desist of the dispense of the fast bowlers.
Well, we can't do that. Teams are using the spinners. I think the spinners have done well in the white ball version, but I think the use of the fast bowlers in the first class, the longer version, even in the ODIs, that ought to be continued. Australia remains successful with the fast bowlers. England remains successful. South Africa, even India, the traditional spin country, they have discovered pace and they have stuck with it, even though, yes, they do have, first for a long time, they're playing 3 spinners in a test. Pakistan, they have always done well with fast bowlers. Sri Lanka, they have a few. So we cannot go on a decline with fast bowling, because I reckon that there are still a few options to be considered, to be given opportunities Charles comes into Cornwall down the leg side, and Cornwall with one hand hits it into the body of Tion Webster, who is at leg slip, and he favors the thigh. Gets no run. But that was really a bad ball. Perhaps he's trying to induce Cornwall to go down to backward of square or to leg slip, but Cornwall is he's just so calm. It's a total different Raheem Cornwall. Trying to get the Leewards out of danger.
Well, he had a very, very good game with bat and ball, you know, so his confidence is up. And
he has Hayden Walsh, because this time he goes out to mid-wicket, not a full-blooded shot in the air.
I think if he's going, I mean, from around the wicket, if he wants to hit, he has to hit more with
cow corner.
Yeah, he's trying to go straight, and the ball is. This guy turns the ball a lot with the new ball. We have seen that this morning. He get a bit of bounce, you know. So the angle, you have to be very careful. Like that one took the inside part of the bat. Whereas if he was going that way, you know, maybe the ball would have gone for 6.
Yes. Good insight from Sylvester Joseph. Also, how important it is batting with a partner that gives calm assurance.
Yeah, very important. Very, very important, especially.
And Walsh gets a 4. Was going back for the cut shot, played it a bit hurriedly into the third man boundary for 4. Hayden Walsh Jr. Moves up to 16, and he is going at almost a run per ball, 230.
Yeah, run per ball. But when you're playing with a batter who shows intent, it tends to, you know,
it is contagious.
Contagious, yeah. And because he was. Well, while they were batting with KC, you know, they were stroking the ball in the outfield, picking up those singles. But from time Hayden Walsh comes in where he's playing a few attacking shots. You see, Cornwall plays a few more attacking shots as well. So it's contagious. And they both know each other from Liberty.
Foundation,
yeah,
in
from
fact.
Foundation, yeah.
I will tell you a story. They started as young teenagers with the Liberty team. The name was the Blackhawks then. And that year, Kenny Benjamin, who is now the president of the sports club, then was the coach. He just revamped the team. A lot of senior guys were just discarded for these young guys. And when he did it, a lot of grumbling in the community. That, they got some blows in the first year.
Yeah, I remember.
But after they stormed back and started to beat people, and now you have, 4 of them, aspiring to international cricket. So at the end of the day, you would look and see, okay, this man had vision, but not only the vision, but you have a steel-like heart that you're making a decision. A lot of people have vision, but not the strength to make the decisions that would make a difference. Cornwall goes and he hits. Will he be caught? No, over the top, 6 runs. You say they must sweep, and he has swept it. Did he took the catch and the ball carried him over the boundary?
He has the ball in his hands?
Yes.
Well, you gotta be kidding.
And he went over the boundary. So they did Cornwall sweeping.
I thought he was looking for the ball. I didn't know that.
He dropped on the rope, so he realized that he was jumping on the rope.
He didn't know where he was.
Caray, and then, so Cornwall gets a second 6.
With all these spectacular catches, boundary catches like that, Caray hasn't learned anything.
He could have parried it up,
yeah, he has
go
to know
back,
where he is.
jump back inside.
The way all these guys
but
are taking these
I think with him, the ball was already on that path. So to be fair with him,
he catch the ball, set and drop. His foot dropped in
on the rope.
On the rope. So he
should have dispensed with
obviously he didn't know where he was.
That's right.
From the start. If he knew he was, that close to the boundary, as soon as he get the ball, he'll jump and catch it and then throw it up one time and then come back in.
So the Leewards are getting out of trouble.
At least
177 behind, so another 27 runs.
Yeah.
And they would say, okay, we have gotten things under control, and that is the reason, perhaps, why Raheem Cornwall is being so circumspect, apart from the 2
and I think
6s.
I think they're going to be sure of at least two batting points. Anything over 250 within the time. So at least they're getting two batting points.
They will be assured.
If nothing dramatic happens now.
But also the batters, the same way Bravo took his time and got to 100, I'm not saying that they would, but they can also look at some landmarks, because if they are not in a position of being inserted, I think the match would be tapering for a draw. I do not see TNT coming back to bat to press for cause and then have enough time to bowl them out. So that would have been part of the dynamic. See the physio coming out again. What's her name?
Tony.
She seems as though she sprints very well. She gets out there rather quickly.
I told her I think that she can beat you. She sprints. It seems like she enjoys her work. Some of the Leeward Islands players should take.
Are you saying that I'm old?
No, I'm not. I am not saying that you're old. I would never.
So I was wondering what's the. Listeners, you must understand. Sylvester Joseph is making an assumption that the physio of the Leeward Islands team can beat me in a race just because she sprints at me. Make a few strides out there.
I wish that the camera.
So perhaps Terry,
I wish the
camera would pick up.
I wish the camera would pick up.
He's trying to say that I'm old. That's the only way she would beat me. Because if he understands my history in terms of sprint, he would not make a statement like that.
I don't know your history of sprinting.
That's right. That's why you won't make the statement like that.
But I see her sprint, and
she
can
looks
beat
good.
you at this age. I'm not saying that you're old. She can beat you at this age, I believe. I will put my money on her.
All right.
But
so I won't put money down, but I would challenge her one of these days to the last 60-meter dash I tried. I was leading the pack and at Yasko, with about 10 meters to go, I just felt like an iron struck me at the back of my leg. I just humbly limped off. Because you think you can recount the days. You think you can take on the challenge. You haven't done that for 30 years.
Oh, she's not going to run because the umpire is just coming on. He spoiled the fun, the umpire.
Yes, but she looks fit. And it's good that the physio can be fit. She walks off there. And I think Sylvester Joseph would have some high recommendations for her.
I've never worked with her. She did with the women's team.
Okay.
The Islands women's team. She went to Guyana with the team.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's good to see that she's working with the men's senior team at the moment.
Well, she should have a lot of work to do around Antigua regarding women's cricket, because it was about 28 years ago when women's softball took off in Antigua, and then it took 25 years after that before you start to get a women playing the hard ball. Not you, sorry. The system I'm speaking.
Okay.
Whereas Trinidad and Tobago, they have been playing women's cricket for eons. Speaking about Anne Brown, the lady you would have heard about years ago. And now they have had so many players. So you're speaking about a system, and I think that's the difference when you look at the Leewards and you look at a sporting cultural giant like Trinidad and Tobago. There are systems in place to match the talent pool that comes in, and there is a clearer purpose or vision. They work towards that vision. And in spite of where you are from and where there's, it will come through. And there is also the financial support, the club support. Here is Hakeem Cornwall coming forward.
And you see India taking the women's cricket to a different level.
Yes, they have the capacity.
IPL, and they are paying
India were smart. They were not world powerhouse, but they utilized population, they utilized organization, they utilized how they mobilize the system. And in fact, they also had their muscles, because before the IPL, there was a move to have a similar competition, but the BCCI flexed their muscles and say, we must stamp that out to have our way. And at times you have to have a combination of the type of leadership that you apply based on the situation. Hakeem Cornwall adapting well to the situation here for the Leewards. Terry Laraji is going to do the overtime. Because what is happening? Wow, that was almost a full pace delivery. Brian Charles, he knows when to push it through, and he knows when to flight it. Hakeem Cornwall knows when to go on the offensive, when to go on the defense. It's type against type.
Yeah.
So it's as though you can, okay, what is he doing? he can trouble the others, but certainly not me.
Right.
So the big guy's there as the horse spinner, the premier horse spinner in the Caribbean. 241 for 7, and I would allow Terry Laraji to join you to give the Leewards at least some batting points if they don't get anything else from this game.
I guess you're going to take a little warm-up for that battle between you and Tony.
That will take me a couple of months.
Welcome back, Terry.
Thank you, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Lee was fighting hard here to avoid the follow-on, 241 for 7. They need to reach 269 to be safe. Another single down the ground to Hayden Walsh Jr. 242 for 7 as Walsh Jr. goes on to 17.
You see, leadership makes a big difference. You can see the energy back. Darren Bravo went off for a few overs, and you can see the lethargicness a bit in the field, but from the time he comes back, you see you hear a bit more energy. You see some changes.
And I was outside before, and they were all chirping and chanting, "Come on, we can get them for 250." Pierre into Cornwall, who defends to Bravo, and there's no run.
Cornwall needs to come on his front foot some more. I don't like to see how he's squaring up. He got dropped early on from this bowler Carry Pierre. So yeah, that's better.
Yes, Pierre's bowled well today.
26.5 overs for 51 runs, 2 wickets.
Yep, a good return.
Fugal.
Long bowl.
But that's better.
Bravo hassling his troops. Let we go, let we go, let we go. Get some more overs in tonight. There's about 5 minutes left before stumps.
And they're already over the quota for the day, so these are extra overs that he's pushing his guys to try and get you and try to get them out.
Come on, Brian.
See if they can pick up 1 or 2 more tonight.
So it'll be Brian Charles from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. Be bowling to Hayden Walsh Jr.
Come on, Brian. Any money, Brian.
Big surprise, as you guys mentioned, with Sri Lanka women knocking off the host South Africa in the opening round of the Women's T20 World Cup today.
What time does those games start? Yeah?
I'm not quite sure, but I can tell you that the West Indies will be playing their first match tomorrow morning against England women, and that is 9 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time.
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
What time is this game starting tomorrow? They make up all the time ready, or they continuing at 9:30? Do you?
Not quite sure. I think it might start at 10 actually, because if they had more time to play, they'd make it up tonight, wouldn't they? Play through to at least 5:30.
But they started early this morning, and there's a certain amount of overs which that's already gone. So this is just basically extra time,
Exactly.
extra overs. So
yeah. So I think 10 tomorrow morning.
So they make up all the time already.
And they've done well to do that in 2 days. Cornwall looking to bat out the day. Leewards still some 25 runs behind the follow-on. 3 men round the bat. Slip, leg, slip and short leg as Cornwall comes forward in defence. Out to Khan at short extra cover, and there's no run, so 243 for 7. Cornwall's on 33. Charles around the wicket to Cornwall, who again just defends that into the short extra cover region to bring the over to an end, and that is time, gentlemen. So, Leeward Islands Hurricanes have reached stumps. They're still some 25 runs behind the follow-on on 243 for 7. With Cornwall not out on 33, Walsh Jr. is with him. He's on 18. They trail by 175 runs with 1 day remaining. So you have to say that it was a good day for Trinidad and Tobago. They batted on this morning.
Well, we must say it's a good day. We got a first full day of
First
cricket.
full day, yeah.
I mean, 3 days, the third day. I thought this morning when Trinidad came back to bat that it was a negative ploy. And they should have basically declared early and tried to get in some early inroads into the Leeward Islands batting, but so be it. But we have seen some reasonably good cricket through the day. We have seen a very fine knock there by Inman Khan in the end, and then Casey Carty for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and some real penetrative bowling from the Red Force bowlers throughout the energy of the Red Force team as well, led by the captain Darren Bravo. Stood out for me today, but it was a good day. 243 for 7, 87 overs. Fairly good time again for tomorrow. Brian Charles with 2 wickets. Gary Pierre, he got 2 wickets as well. So the spin bowlers, were the ones to take the wickets. So.
Yes, Brian Charles 2 for 65 off 23 overs. Kerry Pierre 2 for 51 off 27, and Yannick Correa just the 7 overs. He's brought in late into the attack. 7 overs, 2 for 24. So a good collective effort there by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. All important first hour of play tomorrow morning, though, as the Leeward Islands will look to knock off the 25 runs to avoid the follow-on. And of course, a brilliant knock today by Casey Carty. 95 of 204 deliveries. He'd be disappointed. The only false stroke he played all innings was when he tried to slog sweep Kerry Pierre over the mid-wicket boundary. Unfortunately, got the top edge, and Kerry Pierre caught and bowled him for that 95, but an excellent knock. Good rearguard action between him and Kofi James in a partnership worth 61 for the 4th wicket. But as I say, join us tomorrow morning, and we'll see if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes can avoid the follow-on, as Trinidad and Tobago will be pushing for victory. But until then, on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, Seth Burton, and Sylvester Bunsen Joseph, it's good night.